Okay. All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to my channel. And 8:30. Remember I told you guys I was going to start doing 8:30? So here's the deal. I want to see at least 150 likes if you want a 8:30 p.m. slot. And I really think 8:30, like I worked out the time between when the kids come home. They may not be 3-hour streams, but as long as I don't have to run to pick up a kid or whatever. So 8:30 works for me. Tyler goes on at 7. I don't know who goes on later than that, but 8:30 was like a really good time slot for me. It's after dinner and everything else. So if you guys want me to do 8:30 every day, well, I need to see those thumb ups. And thumb ups are free. So it's not like I'm asking for anything. There's no money that has to be invested. If you like me and you support me and you want this time slot, I got to see thumb ups, and I will do that time slot. And to my overseas people, don't worry, you're not going to be left out. I'm still going to do midnight streams here and there when I can. I'm still going to do all those streams because I know that my overseas people kind of get screwed if I do all daytime and early streams because then they can't watch it. So 8:30 is good for the majority of my people, but all my overseas people, don't worry, I'm still going to do late streams. All of a sudden I get the hiccups. So I want to see at least 150. And if I hit over 300 people in here, then it goes to 200. But I have to get in the algorithm, have to. And I can't get in the algorithm without your help. And I think that's the difference of earlier and later. But I need to get in the algorithm. And I know other things that need to get me in the algorithm, which I still have to sit down and learn, but that's going to take some time. So for now, we want to get the likes to 150. I'm doing this small here. Also, I'm running a little contest with Tyler. This one does involve money. So my arch enemy was on Tyler's earlier on a Dylan Round stream. I was listening. And he had said, oh, how many super stickers should I get? And he said 8. And he ended up getting 13. So I'm having a little contest today. If I get 15 super stickers, it doesn't matter the dollar amount, but if I get 15 super stickers, I'll do a candle giveaway at the end of the night. So that's my deal. That's my thank you for you guys, but I just don't want my arch enemy to win over me, because I'm also a competitive person. So that's why. So I'm running this little contest. If I get 15 super stickers, super chat or super stickers, I will do a candle giveaway. So that's that. I also have to give a huge shout out to One Juror Matters, my mod, who got so much stuff today, which is why I'm going live. There's one. We got one. Thank you so much, Angel. All we need is 14 more. Like I said, it doesn't matter if they're $1. Thank you, Annie. That's 2. That's 13. If someone could keep track, that would be awesome, because I'm going to be talking. We only need 13 more. If I heard correctly, yeah, I haven't heard the presser yet. We're going to listen to it now. Ping from a phone is in general direction near the water. Aha. Thank you, Dreamcatcher. Oh, thank you, Judith Quilts. We're down to 4, so we need 12. Woo! 11. Woo, we're doing good. We need 11 more, 10 more. Oh, thank you, Sissy. Thank you, Sasha. Now we're at 9 more, right? 9 more? Oh, I was going to say somebody gave me $9.99, and I want to thank them. I can't see who it is. That was you, Alexis. Thank you so much. All right, we got Vicky Faraz. So that is 7 more. We need 7 more? 6 more? All right, we need 6 more. And then Tyler, I beat your butt.
You said your competition for like 45 seconds. How do you need like 6 more?
What do you mean?
You've said, we need 15.
We do need 15.
Because you said that 30 seconds ago. You're almost done.
I know. You jealous or something?
Yeah. I'm very jealous.
As you guys know, that was Dayton. All right, so we need 6 more. What's the matter, Fluffer? We're at 9. Oh, we're at 9, so we need 9 more? Ugh. All right, so we need 9 more. I mean, we still have a whole stream. You don't have to like rush to do it now, but ooh, Metalhead Mommy, love your name. So now we need 8. Woo woo. Oh, am I supposed to do woo woo to all of them? All right, let's jump on a super sticker train. Woo woo. There you go. Yeah, Fluff is being annoying. All right, welcome. We'll count the membership. All right, thank you, Bo. We got woo woo. So 8, 7, 6. We got 6. Now it's 6 more, right? Now it's 6 more. Whoop, Jen, thank you so much. That's 5 more. We only need 5 more, and we beat him. We beat him, Fluffer. Angela M will solve this case. Really? Someone got to solve it. I thought, Laura, you weren't covering this case anymore. Why wouldn't I cover the Kiely case? I started it. Thank you, VZ. We need 5 more. Why wouldn't I cover? I didn't say I wasn't covering them more. I've been covering this case since before most. Me and Gray, I think, me and Gray were the first 2 to cover it. Why did I stop? Thank you, Chair. We need 4 more. Yeah, I wouldn't stop covering a case I started with. I said I wasn't really going to talk about Dylan Rounds much anymore. That I said. Sissy in the house. We need 3 more. 2 more. Thank you, Pam. Woo, woo. 2 more and I beat him. I'm going to tell him right now. All right, Heather and Lily. Woo, woo. We won. All right, now I'm going to do a candle giveaway at the end of the night. Hold on. Thank you, Diane. Woo, woo. Now we're at 16. Woo, woo, woo. Was there really 20? Tara Senior, I don't think I'm at 19. Thank you, Pam. I don't think it was at 19. Maybe it is, though. Uh, 19. All right. I heard something about a community meeting that we're doing about the missing girl, Kiely. What in the sweet Jesus? No, they had like a they had a like a concert almost, you know. Tyler said he would have sent number 20 if he was here. So woo woo. All right. I have not heard the press conference yet, so I don't know what it said, what happened on it or anything. Thank you, Bobby. Woo woo. You guys just like hearing me say woo woo. Haha, she kicking ass. Let's double it 15 and get it to 30 for 2 giveaways. If I get to 30, I'll do 2 giveaways. You got it. 30 gets 2 giveaways, but those thumb ups have to get more. The thumb ups are even more important. Because thumb ups get me in the algorithm. It's really important. All right, let's do this. First, I'm going to play the press conference because I haven't heard it yet. But as I was saying before, One Juror Matters got so much stuff today while I was out. And I mean tons of stuff, tons of pictures, tons of everything. Now, Lacey, I heard about this. My only thing, like I asked Tyler when I was over there, was it confirmed? He says yes, but I've only heard about it from social media. Like I haven't heard. And if you don't know what we're talking about, it seems that that Sammy's parents are like PIs or something. So that's why she might be leading the search. But I don't know. I guess my feeling is if they were PIs, how come they're not leading the search? Why would they need Sammy to lead the search? Why not just do it themselves? They're adults and have the cops work with them. That's what I can't understand. Yeah, Sammy the friend. Peanut, you know what? I really am not even in the mood for you. So you can either pay me or you're going to get kicked out. That's your only two choices. He has 28 followers just before the shot. Then at live, he who? Bo. Before the shot, what shot? He's a Maltese. Thank you, Christine. Christine just gifted 10 memberships. Woo woo. I hope Peanut doesn't get one. All right, we got some good people. Legit? Okay. So let's see who's a new member. Metalhead Mommy, Crimson Rose, Carolina Bliss, Bo, JJ, Audrey, Lex Luthor, Nicole, Southern Charm, Liz Hernandez, and Olivia Davis. All brand new members. Welcome, all brand new members. And thank you so much, Christine. Hey, Janie. Paperwork with shower on other channels. Look like real documents. Sammy's mom is a lawyer. Okay. Gotcha. All right. I just, it's one of those things. Hey, Nona, it's just one of those things that I just, I don't know if it's true or not. One is a lawyer, one is a PI. That's a good combination, actually. You did woo woo. My dog started barking. Woo woo. The gifted membership is random. One of my haters got a gifted membership. I was kind of upset. Have a look, please. It's called Community Meeting Investigators. They are all friends, and there are other kids, and they're talking about information they have. Seems like Ellie getting info. Okay. That's why Sammy could be the way she is. It's possible. I would just think that the parents would be more active. Oh, not sure if the paperwork was real because the Sam that was connected was in her 20s. Oh, that's why people were saying she was 22. That's why. Okay. No, I believe that Sammy is 18. I don't believe she's 22. I believe she's 18. Hey, Eagles. All right, let's watch this press conference because, like I said, I haven't watched it yet, so it's brand new to me. What did I do with it? I just had it. Now I lost it. Hold on. All right. Now, here's my other question, though, which I'm kind of not really understanding. Have you guys ever seen them do a press conference every single day? Because I have not. I have never seen a case like this where they do a press conference every single day. Is that normal? Like, am I missing something? Okay, so it's not normal. All right. I wanted to make sure, like, I wasn't crazy. Because I don't like watch everything. I don't watch all these, press conferences normally. Obviously, I don't follow every single case, but I just find it odd they're doing this every day. And I wonder if any of Kiely's family are police, and that's why they're doing it every day. Like, you know how like when a cop's child dies, or a cop's niece or nephew, there's a lot of press conferences, and it's always in the news. That's what I'm thinking. Like maybe her family is police or something like that. Yeah, it just didn't seem right. No, even in California, they don't do it like that every day. That's why I'm telling you. That's why I was a little surprised. I'm like, this is weird. So, okay. Well, let's go ahead and play it again. I have not watched it yet. I don't know what's in it. I think it's great they're doing it every day. I agree. Gabby's wasn't every day. Let me move this. Let me turn off the banner since we won already. Oh. I put this up here. All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Angela Musalam, Public Information Officer with the Placer County Sheriff's Office.
And the volume still
I'm
sucks.
joined by our local, state, and federal agencies today as we continue search day 7 for Kiely Rodni. To date, we've dedicated over 9,000 man-hours for the search for Kiely. We've ramped up our search for the weekend. Today, we have over 200 search and rescuers, including searchers by air and searchers in the water. Our detectives and FBI agents continue to sort through and comb through over 1,000 leads that we've received up until today from the beginning of this search. Yesterday, there was a potential burial site that was located near the campground. It was located by a search and rescue ground team. Kiely's family was notified of the potential development. The FBI responded to secure the scene.
Let me just interrupt this for a second. Morphological. The only reason why I can do it with Tyler is because me and Tyler share so many subs. Like I wouldn't do it with like Emily Baker or PewDiePie or anything like that. Me and Tyler can do it because we share a lot of subs. That's why.
Yesterday, and was accompanied by the Placer and Nevada County Sheriff's Offices. FBI agents investigated the site through early this morning and recovered the remains of a dog. Let me be clear. We have one team, one mission, and one goal, and that is to find 16-year-old Kiely Rodni. We will not be holding a...
Let me just say this real fast. If I was to do a competition with Emily Baker, I'd be like, all right, guys, Emily made $7,000 in super chats today. Let's beat her. That would be ridiculous. That would be like totally ridiculous. But because I'm friends with Tyler and we share so many subs, it's a friendly thing. All right. One thing I want to say, this dog thing. It seems that somebody found bones. I heard about this. Somebody found bones and then picked up the bone and gave it to the police. Hello, please don't pick up evidence or potential evidence. That's not what you do. Like, you just don't do that. Sorry.
Community meeting tonight. There's a concert, we understand, to support Kiely's family happening at the Truckee Regional Park from 1 to 4 p.m. We'd like to remind everybody we have set up multiple ways for people to anonymously contact the Sheriff's Office regarding tips. Some of those options are available here to my left. We have an online portal. We also have a tip line that you can call by phone. We also have a link tree that we set up for people who would like to submit any photos and any videos from that evening of the party. You will be able to submit them anonymously without using your name, number, or email address. So again, we still are urging people in the community who may still be hesitant. You know, you're not going to get in trouble. All we want to know is, where is Kiely? Where is her vehicle? We just want to find Kiely.
Even when she's nice, she's still a bitch. And that's why I love her.
Thank you.
She's my idol.
Angela, can you or the officers behind you confirm that her phone, Kiely's phone, the last ping was near the water?
Yeah, the ping for the data points and everything were near the water. It's hard to tell an exact pinpoint or anything like that, but just as much on land as it was on water.
That's what I was told, is that it was near the water and searches took place near that vicinity. Are those going to continue?
Yeah, today we have 226 searchers, a pretty astronomical number. I think the overhead team at the search and rescue, they deployed out all 226 members within about an hour. And so that's a pretty big feat on its own. They've extensively been planning and prepping overnight so that when people get here, we're ready to roll. The area has been walked, driven, flown, grid searched. They're getting into tighter grid searching to, you know, at this point, we're looking for small and anything evidence-wise, as opposed to cars, people, things of that nature, even phones. We're trying to make it even tighter. We had swimmers we announced the other day that actually did surface swimming, so we don't want to disturb the water even underneath, because that can cause its own problems. And divers have been deployed at this point as well to assist in the search, and it's been pretty thorough overall. But yeah, we continue to look for that item as well. Just because it was last pinged there, that doesn't mean that that's where the phone stopped being. There's lots of reasons of why those notifications or data points could be lost.
Could you tell us what body of water and what time that last ping was?
The Prosser Lake is where we're focused on right now. But again, that doesn't mean that that's the last location. So.
When was the ping that you had?
I think the last location known that we've put out, you know, from I think day one is around 12:30 in the morning.
There was, this morning I was out by Prosser and there was a dive team from Alameda. But just a few feet to the side, there were people recreating and people going by in a canoe. Are you not afraid about them disturbing any possible evidence that could be there? Yeah,
you balance this, shut everybody out, and we don't have evidence to say that there's something that we're going to locate. Are you better off having more eyes in the area or not? There's times where we have shut down areas. We closed off the boat ramp.
All right, I got a question though. It's just to anybody. So Sammy Smith's parents' PI information came from Doug's channel, and they said that the Sammy Smith is in her 20s. They have the wrong family then. I mean, if that's where this came from, I'm not buying it. One, Doug is always wrong, but two, Sammy is not in her 20s. She is 18. I mean, you can even look at her and see she's 18. So yeah, sorry. Her high school, and I can tell you that her high school musical history lines up with her being 18, not 20 something, not even 20, 18. And that is dated on her Instagram and everything else. So notice she's another one that runs with anything. So yeah, that's not her mom then, because she is 18. This is proven from her history of Instagram and all these, TikTok, not TikTok, Snapchat. It goes back, it coincides with her being 18. Yeah, but it does. It coincides with her being 18. So 10 to Life probably got it from Doug, or Doug got it from 10 to Life. And guess what? They're both wrong yet again.
one point in time to cover like certain area and ground and things like that. So there's always a concern, but we also don't have like a, hey, this is the
You're
area.
gonna have to wait
And
a
so
month.
at what point do you cut off the entire
right,
Forest Service and things of that nature? So I think we've been reasonable with the areas and times we've had to put in stop gaps to prevent people from moving around, but we do that based off of information. More people around gives us information, but they've been recreating throughout that lake since long before, and so it is tough. A diving operation like that is really almost like you're going into the water blind, and they're basically searching with hands, because once you start maneuvering the ground, it's like going through mud. So these are tough operations, and there is no right answer for everything, but that's always a concern. Everything is.
Do you know about how deep it is right now? Because the water level is so low,
Yeah.
below the natural level.
The deepest point for Prosser that I was told was 57 feet.
Did you have divers out there today and swimmers today?
Divers, yes, today. I don't know if they have swimmers out today. Swimmers was a precaution so that we could ensure, to clarify, because there's so many levels to this. We had boats, we had side sonars, which allow you to see things, certain types of fish finders, which can go lower down into the water. But at that point, we still hadn't touched the ground or anything like that. So swimmers on the surface allowed to use masks and see things
Avery.
without murking up the water, just to cover if there's something you could see. Because once you touch the ground,
See, here's my other thing though. Just because her phone was thrown in the water doesn't mean she was. So it's very possible whoever took her at exactly 12:30 and chucked her phone in the water. And that's why they got the last ping in the water. That's my feeling.
you could potentially have all that earth come back up over any kind of evidentiary item. So divers were the last case scenario in the attempt, because for the most part, you could go in
Her cars are 2013. I don't think it would have a track.
over and over and over again, but potentially you get one shot at it. And so trying to use a phased approach that makes the most sense and gets us to where we want to be.
And my apologies, I'm new to the area. How large is that lake?
I don't know. It's not a very big lake overall. It's a man-made reservoir. And I believe as large as it is, I believe we have extremely good coverage on that lake as well.
And what's the name of the dive team?
There's a lot of teams out there, so I don't know specifically. I know Alameda was mentioned. I don't know which all teams were brought in, simply because they all showing up today, and then some have been added. But I can tell you that numerous agencies from all over California are coming up to assist. 226 searchers is a pretty large number. We're expecting the same tomorrow.
Do you expect to go back in the water tomorrow?
Depending. It all depends on coverage, right? We want to use our resources for the best purposes. There's bodies of water that we're also interested in. We've been checking, but we have to have purpose and reason for what we're using our searchers for.
Are you also calling on the public to help in these like land searches, maybe terrain searches, or is it just law enforcement right now?
Our searchers are volunteers, the majority of them, but they also go through a training. So Cal OES has a typing system. So when the sheriff's office is going to utilize searchers for a specific purpose, they have to be trained up. They have to have all these things, and they're covered under what's called a disaster service worker. So workers' comp is picked up by the state in case of things that could go wrong, or injuries and whatnot, where we wouldn't be able to supply that for people in the public. And so we don't give direction, but we also provided a mapping system, CalTopo, which is a free app that anybody can download. But we've also included a map that is here locally at the family's trailer here in the rec yard or the rec center parking lot. It has a map, QR code, and then people can see where other people have searched and also contribute to the tracks.
We're going to take 2 more questions, and then we're going to wrap up the press conference.
How long do you guys see?
So she's like the boss.
Of hours that are being put into this and the amount of people that are searching. It's a 1 week now today. So how much longer can we expect this? It's been very encouraging, but at some point, is there going to be a drop?
Yeah, I'll speak to the investigation side. And that is that as long as tips are coming in, we're going to continue that effort, and we'll continue that effort as long as we can. And obviously if a tip pans out and leads us in a direction, we're going to devote resources to that. So, I'm just speaking to the investigation side of the house. This will continue if it's unsolved as long as it goes, and we'll continue to dedicate resources to it.
Look, it's been a week, and
He's
we know
kinda
there's a
goofy.
lot of people out there, and, you're saying, you won't get in trouble if you come forward, but what can you say to somebody who might know something or has seen something after a week and they haven't come forward yet? There's a huge
Oh, I love
reward.
her.
So what is it that we can say to get someone to come forward who might have that important information?
I would just encourage them to do so and do the right thing. We've received over 700 tips. That
Over
we have,
1,000.
Over 1,000 tips, but 700 and I believe 20 that have been entered and received, and we are following up on leads. And so that obviously takes resources to do. But if we have that one tip that
All these men have her as a boss. I love it. Love it.
leads us in the right direction, that could change everything, yes.
Thank you. This wraps up the press conference. Oh, we'll take one more question.
Oh, I just have one question regarding the Cal Topo. Captain Brown, the other day you had mentioned that you were trying to also put into place a way for people to upload like GPS coordinates.
Oh, we won. We beat
and that
Tyler.
kind of thing. Is that in place yet?
I believe that is in place, and I want to say that there was a mechanism designed and should be, I can follow up with it too and get back with you, but at the trailer, I believe.
Don't get me wrong. We could take more. I'm not, going to turn it down. But yeah, we beat him. I told him we beat him. So be expecting him to do it back.
We had members out there to give people some instruction. There was also a system set up so that we could take the tracks, download them. Marin County was helping us to process those and get them entered. So.
Oh, is that what she is? She's a public information officer? Yeah, that would be what PIO means. Good point.
I believe that's happening.
Oh, no, you could super chat. Absolutely, you could super chat.
It's through the same app. Yeah.
Great.
So ultimately, somebody who used a GPS unit can save those tracks, and then those can be uploaded at a later time. It doesn't have to be done through like the live tracking that's being utilized. But I've looked at the map. There are people going out. They are using it. And I think that it's helpful in a big way. But people keep asking, should I go where those tracks are? Should I not?
I'm giving away a candle at the end of tonight.
I don't know, because somebody could walk right by a car or a person and not even know it. And that happens lots of searches and lots of times. And so, there is no direction, because if I had somewhere, I would send, teams. We have 226 people I would send to that location, but we don't. So we just encourage people that if they see something, let us know, and then we can help follow up and look at it. Don't touch things if you see something and you're concerned about it, but let us know. And to follow on what Lieutenant Barnhart said, the search and rescue, of course, is going to have to tailor back at some point in time. But our teams, even today, this morning, are building out plans that go well beyond any point of time and continually expand. And when that time does come, we'll work on plans of how do we continue to make sure we're up in the area and having a presence, because much like the investigative side, it never stops and never ends. And this is a highly recreated area, so I would just encourage people to keep their eyes out and keep looking around and let us know if they see something. Even if it's small or little, we'll come take a look and see if it helps us piece things together.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, again for being here. This concludes the press conference.
All right. She's a bitch. Hey, thank you so much. I'm so glad you and Tyler are collaborating. You're doing great. Thank you. So just, Tyler, people, be prepared. He's going to go for 40 next time he goes live. Just be prepared. I'm just letting you all know. He's going to try to beat me, and he's going to try to double it. So there you go. Okay, so what do you guys think of the press conference? I keep seeing her hair in water. See, I don't. I really don't see her hair in water. I see her in water. I think she is hidden somewhere. I don't think she's alive. I hate to say that, but I think she's hidden somewhere. And I think whoever took her maybe grabbed her from behind or something and threw her phone in the water. I don't know if they're looking for a phone or if they're looking for her, but I mean, a big SUV is kind of hard to miss. It's really kind of hard to miss. So I don't think she's in the water. I think her phone is probably in the water. I agreed, Doc. I'm just going to call you Doc. Yeah, I do think she's gone. I really do. I don't think she's still alive, but I don't think she's in the ocean. I think her phone was probably taken and chucked and maybe thrown in the water. But then I have more questions. Yeah, carjacked maybe. Then I have more questions of who did it. Maybe they are looking for the phone. Welcome, Vince. Maybe they are looking for the phone because maybe the phone holds fingerprints that they're going to find. Maybe, just maybe. Because that's what I'm thinking too. Maybe that's why it's happening. I don't know. Can they still get fingerprints from a phone and waters? I think they can. I definitely think they can. Yes. Maybe a rape. It could be. Oh, that was the other thing. I showed this to Tyler. I'm going to show it to you guys as well. Hold on. Because a lot of people are under the misconception that people automatically do phone updates. I don't know if Capone is in here, but Capone can tell you my phone is always low battery. I don't know why, but it is. It's always on low battery. And hold on. All right. Hang on. Not that everyone doesn't know my real name, but still. All right. Well. Okay. So I have the best phone Apple can put out. I have the 13 Pro Max. I have been getting the update for my update for forever already, probably like 2 weeks or a week or two. And I still have not had enough battery life for it to go through. They always say they're going to do it overnight. They don't, because I never have enough battery. So a lot of people are assuming that she automatically had the update. She may be like me and not have the update. So keep that in mind. They can tell at the phone company. Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, but they can only go for so long. But that's a good point. 13 Pro. Yeah, they say the Pro Max has such a great battery life. No, it don't. I mean, I could go all day, but I have so much stuff on my phone because I do like so much from it. But yeah. That was my Christmas gift to myself, and a little angel helped me on Christmas. Miss Santa Claus helped me. So that's why I have it. Someone said, go treat yourself. Here you go. So yeah. So I'm just saying, don't automatically assume that she did I can't turn it off. My kids get mad. My kids tell me that, how could you not keep it on? You have to, your location is off and then we can't find you because Life 360, it has to be on. Is your phone plugged in? No, I just don't keep my phone plugged in. And I go through wires like crazy. Oh, yeah, my screen is on really bright because I'm blind as a bat. We could tell if you're bead battery, water. That's true. I adopted a family today. Ah, that's cool. I love my 13 Pro Max. I really do. And I was afraid to go to Apple, but I do. I like it. Hey, Queen Bee. Oh, you got it? Okay, good. Bright screen. Yeah, I do. And I keep it really bright because I don't know. I like it really bright and really loud. That's just me. So, okay, let's go ahead and all right, before I get into everything that I have and all the pictures and all the conspiracy theories and all the theories and everything, my question is, hold on. Okay. Monkey's mom, if you're listening, feel better. I get oh no, my little peanut has COVID. Oh no. All right, so Monkey's mom, if you're listening, Monday I'm going to send out that whole box. It's a 10 by 10 box. Leave it plugged in. I know that's what I'm saying, but what I said to Tyler is that when you're not a person that always keeps it plugged in and you're always dead, you don't think to plug it in overnight. You just kind of let it go. She obviously wasn't the type of person to keep her phone charged all the time because she went to a party and it wasn't charged. Someone that is responsible with their phone charge would never go to a party with a completely dead phone where you would have to keep plugging it in when you just got there. So that tells me she's probably like me and doesn't charge it all the time and doesn't keep it charged all the time. Again, otherwise she would have gone to a party where it was and made sure that it was fully charged. She had just got to the party, remember? And we don't know what kind of apple she had. We don't know what she had. Okay. What? All right. So I have a question for you guys. I have to go pick up Phoenix, but I have so much to show you guys. So I'm going to ask you guys, can I get 2 volunteers to come up here and talk and keep everyone interested while I go pick up Phoenix? I'll be back within 10 minutes. It's really quick. He's right up the road. I just got to pick him up from work. So 2 people to come up here. Either that or I'm going to have Dayton sit and talk to you guys. Do we know she was charging a phone? We don't know, Janice. That's the thing. Everything is what Sammy said. We haven't heard anything from anyone else. Charged it on the drive. It's still 10 minutes. I mean, I always keep it plugged in too. Put Willow up. Lindsay's not here. I was on the phone with Lindsay at almost 5 in the morning. Drop SteamYard's link, see who comes up. You haven't heard from Dayton. When Juror matters, I don't know. You want Dayton? He's going to be like, oh, what do I talk about? All right, I have 13 Pro Max 1 TB and had it since last year. My phone is on 24/7. I don't charge it at night. I literally charge it in the morning. While I'm in shower, and it's fully charged less 30 minutes. What charger are you using? Well, she never went, but her phone did. That's what I'm saying. No, Dane doesn't know the case at all. Willow, why don't you and Dre come up? I think that's a good idea. Here's the link. Need the lightning charger. I know, I do. Yeah, I don't use the iPhone, but I mean, I have it, but then my kids steal it. Let me know if these buds work. Allegedly innocent. Are you Jules? Did you change your channel name? Hey, Clarissa.
Latina joined.
All right. Doc knows how to use it.
Yeah, I do, but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi. I don't really want to be have my face on here because I mean I'm like, you know.
I can. There you go. I could turn the camera off.
Yeah, let's do that. I thank you for inviting me to come up.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
so is this StreamYard or no?
No, it's a Melon app.
Okay, because I don't see my avatar. Okay, so oh, hi, allegedly innocent. All right, so you're going to pick up your child.
Yeah, I just got to run and pick up Phoenix. He's right up the road.
Hi, Clarissa. Good. Okay, well, I do know this story. You know, I am sort of compulsively following this story. So, what do you want us to do while you're gone?
I just answer questions, take whatever. I mean, I'll literally be back in like 10 minutes.
Okay.
It won't take me long, but I didn't want to shut down and start a new one.
No, I got you. Is there another person up here helping?
I'm waiting. Willow, are you coming up or what? Anyone else? I mean, I don't care if there's 10 people up here.
Oh, allegedly innocent says she or he wants to come up.
Absolutely, Jules. Okay. There you go. There's a link.
Oh, just make sure the natives don't run amok. Okay, well, I don't know about that. We all seem to tend to run amok.
So I just want you guys to know, just so you know, you have a real doctor on panel and you're about to have a real psychologist on panel.
Oh, so, is that Jules?
Yes. Jules of Thought is a real practicing licensed psychologist.
Yes. She's wonderful.
Yes. So just so you guys know, not Zero Filter Jules, Jules of Thought.
Yes, I know exactly who she is.
And she is a
child adolescent psychologist.
Yeah.
She's brilliant.
Talk about our teens act in these types of situations.
Yes.
One.
Okay,
Yeah,
so somebody just asked me what kind of doctor. I'm a board certified family practitioner, womb to the tomb, cradle to the grave, and I also have training in psychiatry and do a lot of child adolescent DV, SA, unfortunately, and the community that I have served for the past couple decades. Unfortunately, there is a lot of human trafficking with young people because they come across the border undocumented. I hear those birds. Those birds from Texas.
Hello, Doctora. How
are you?
I have a question though. Is there any way you guys can go on camera only because you guys don't even have pictures and it's just showing it?
It's ugly. Yeah, it'll be even uglier, but I'll go on right. Go ahead, put me on camera, honey.
I'm not in a location to be on camera right now, Perplex.
Oh, you're not?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Right. Well, I'm here, you know.
All right, Willow.
Did it work?
Yeah, it worked. All right, I'm going to go get Phoenix. I'll be right back. Enjoy, guys.
Okay, Jules.
Yes, ma'am.
I listened to you last night. I made a comment. I've been a kind of a silent listener for the past few months, just by choice.
Sure.
And I thought a lot of what you had to say about this case was so on point. I was hoping that maybe you would share some of your thoughts with the chat right now. You know, maybe sum up some of your impressions.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that she's been abducted. I'm leaning more now toward maybe she made a getaway.
Really?
Yeah. A couple of different reasons, but some of it is not really. Some of it's just kind of philosophical stuff. The young girl she's very intelligent. She graduated 16 years old.
Right.
And so she's got the number 17 tattooed on her rib cage. And then somebody gave her a hoodie that had the last 2 lines of a poem by Lana Del Rey. And all of that information together, when you get into the background of it and read about it, it's all about being on a journey, having freedom, taking the road less traveled. And I just find it so, when I envision that you had Sammy Smith and Kiely at the car, and they're charging their phones,
Right.
and then 3 minutes later she turns her phone off and they don't hear from them again. You basically have 2 choices. Either Sammy was up to no good, or it was sort of contrived and she, made a getaway.
Yeah, although I think that when they were from the point of charge, back and forth to the car, to the point where they returned to the party, supposedly, for Sammy, wasn't that like a half an hour, or no? Was it?
No, I think initially when they sat down to charge, it was like 11:30.
Right.
And so they had about 45 minutes or so. But when she contacted her mom and sent the text, and the last communication, it was 3 minutes later, she turned the phone off. From 12:33, she was last seen at 12:30 and she turned her phone off at 12:33.
Right.
I don't know if that's me echoing. Is that me?
Is that me? No, I don't think it's you either.
Hi,
I see
Willow.
I don't know Willow.
It could be me. I don't know what Melon app is. What it has is some weird version with Sony earbuds. I remember last time I came on here, it did this. It was cool. They were working great. The moment I went to adjust the volume, it freaks out and doesn't know if it's supposed to be listening to YouTube or Melon app.
Yeah.
So it could be me. I may have to back out and come back in, but I don't know if I back out if I can come back in. So I may just have to mute and just
I
stay
don't
muted.
think you're echoing.
It sounds fine. Yeah.
Okay. Well, cool.
Yeah.
You sound fine. Okay,
Awesome.
So what are your thoughts, Willow, about what Jules is saying? Or did you not hear what I don't know if you caught it.
I haven't followed this case as long as a lot of people. Yeah, I told you the pig was there. He's fixing to get up and start acting a fool here in just a minute. So I have to mute here in a minute anyway, because he'll start stomping around like an absolute fool. Watch. Anyway, I haven't followed this as long as a lot of people have, but I'll say this. I think it's simple. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think it's exactly what it looks like. I think she walked out to the car. I think she went to charge her phone. I think we obviously know she was inebriated. All her friends said that, or at least Sammy said that. And I hate to say it, but I think she walked out to the car. I think she sat there waiting for the phone to charge. And she did what I've seen girls do. I've done it. I've done it at parties before, where I go out to my car to do something, and I'm so enamored when I get to the car that whatever it is I'm waiting on, be it rolling a joint, charging my phone, I just don't survive that 10 minutes, and I just pass out in my car. I've done it.
Okay.
I've done it at a lot of parties. I think she passed out. I think somebody got greedy, saw an opportunity. Could be somebody she knows that felt he had some kind of chance with this girl. Could have been a stranger from out of town. I think somebody got in the car with her. I think they crossed some lines. I think it got a little loud, got a little out of hand. They freaked out. They flung that phone, and they took her in that car. Exactly what I think. That's 100% what I think went down.
Interesting.
I had that thought, Willow, that it would have been easy, especially if she was, affected by alcohol or whatever.
Well, kids know nowadays. Kids know, man. This generation, you got to think, this is the first generation that was ever born with the internet. Our idea of the internet when I was a kid was like little Susie died from the mumps on the Oregon Trail. You know what I'm saying? That was the internet when I was a kid. These kids, man, were born with this, and these kids know better. These kids may not know what MUDs is. They may not know about pings, but they absolutely know that you can't carry around somebody's cell phone. You don't tell everything in the whole wide world about you. Everybody knows right where you are, where you been, where you going. No, buddy, you ain't coming right now. You're staying here. And I think that's ultimately what happened. I think that the cell phone, I don't really think that has much to do with anything. I think the cell phone, somebody saw the cell phone, knew what she was doing, knew that they would get in trouble for having that phone, especially if it's like really any phone right now. I mean, all these phones, these phones now are so far advanced that they'll tell everything about you. Every
Absolutely.
ping, every time. I watched the thing about Edward Snowden one day, telling this whole story about how phones actually really work, even if your phone is turned off. That your phone still makes little checkpoints on your way to work. Like it knows, it
Yeah.
clings to Wi-Fi points along the way, so they know your path to work every day. They know. Kids nowadays know
Listen,
better. They ain't
let
keeping
me
that
tell
phone.
you, there's so much artificial intelligence on phones that I I am convinced that the phone is listening. And Jules, I know you probably think I'm paranoid. I really am not paranoid, but
No,
I will have a conversation. I remember I was talking to my daughter not too long ago, and I was saying something about just something about an elderly person that I'm caring for in our family, and issues around incontinence and you know how difficult it is as that person gets older, that they're, you know, you get you get what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Suddenly I freaking, like an hour later, my daughter and I on our email start getting ads unsolicited for Depends diapers.
That's right. Yep.
So I
absolutely.
know, I mean, how the hell, why would they why would we, my daughter's 23, she doesn't need Depends and I don't yet, thank God. So, you know, I do think
Absolutely.
Willow is totally right here. I think that there is so much tracking that happens not only you know, by
Well,
movement.
and not to mention too, it's not like it was, back in the Zach Morris Saved by the Bell days where cell phones were kind of an anomaly. If you
Right.
find a cell phone, you probably gonna keep it. Nowadays, my 5-year-old cousin got a $2,000 cell phone. They don't want your phone, so it's not like they gonna keep it and pawn it or sell it.
Right, right, right.
Right.
Somebody knew that she probably was on the phone, watched her on the phone, saw she was hammered, knew she just made a call, so they knew she had just spoke to somebody. When things got out of hand, the first thing they did was throw that cell phone. Ain't no, nobody wants it. I mean, whoever did whatever happened probably has a pretty nice cell phone too. They a bunch of high school kids, man. They all got $2,000 cell
Yeah, that's, yeah.
phone.
Yeah,
They
I
knew
want
that
to
phone
touch.
was a liability.
I do want to. I agree with you. It is a liability to hold on to somebody else's phone. I did
Uh
want to
huh.
touch back on what a couple of people in chats I've been following, and I'm very bad with names, so I want to honor the statements and the questions, but I don't know your names. Sorry, but somebody did mention that. Now, of course, I've forgotten. Oh shoot.
Thank you, Dre.
I gotta let this pig out real quick. Damn it.
I don't know. I don't know what I was going to say. I'm sorry, guys.
That's okay.
I did want to speak to the jewelry thing. I had, you know, the spokeswoman has mentioned the issue that she has this. Kiely has some gold jewelry, and that people, they want people to keep the eye out. Has anybody heard about that?
Yeah.
And I asked in one chat somewhere recently, well, what is it about the gold jewelry? Is it that they think somebody might be wearing it or as a trophy or something? And somebody from the local town answered in chat and said that apparently there are a lot of pawn shops in Truckee, and they think that they want people locally to look out for it in case somebody came in to pawn her jewelry off. Does anybody
Well,
have any thoughts on that?
yeah. Um, so I think that would be a noble thing to look for, be informative. But when you look at where the Prosser campground is, where the party was, and you look at where her home was, they would have had to have driven underneath Highway 80, right? So there would if a young man said, "Hey, I'll drive you home. I'll drive your car. My friends will follow behind and pick me up," and so she's trusting. It was a simple on ramp to get on Highway 80 and be gone. I mean, you get on Highway 80 and head towards Salt Lake City. There is nothing out there. There's
So
nothing out there.
are you saying that somebody did that and took her, like, as in a
A,
carjacking,
a
abduction, or she
potential
may have wanted to
abduction,
go?
yeah. A potential abduction.
Yeah.
See, I don't think we have enough information to really get down to a potential hypothesis.
Yeah.
I think we have a few possibilities. The obvious one, of course, is that she perhaps overdosed
Right.
accidentally, and the
Yep.
kids panicked and tried
Hid
to
her.
hide it.
Yep.
Yeah. Another possibility, like I said, Highway 80 it just stands out like when you look at the map, you're just like, that's such an easy getaway if you're abducting this girl. So there were reports of the older men being there or older boys being there giving away cocaine and mushrooms. Who wants to give away cocaine and mushrooms? Nobody wants to give away cocaine and mushrooms. It's expensive. So
somebody who wants a quid pro quo, somebody who wants something in back, you know.
Exactly. So that's a second possibility, and then the third possibility that once I saw the number 17 as a tattoo, I saw the hoodie, and I read the poem from Lana Del Rey. Then I thought, did this girl is she just like a gone girl? Did she just say to hell with this? I want to be free. I want to put everything behind me. I don't want to take anything with me.
Except somebody in chat, I'm sorry to interrupt, somebody in chat did say 5 minutes ago or so that they said they don't think she would do that to her mother. And I don't know if that's somebody that is local and knows her. Or,
maybe.
You know.
Yeah.
But I do think it's a little, it would be strange if she hasn't done that before, that she would do that and destroy her mother that way, you know?
Yeah.
Is that number 3 or is that number 1 on your list?
That was, which one do I think is the most likely?
Mm-hmm.
That I think the most likely is that she either overdosed or got alcohol poisoning, and they're trying to hide it.
See, that's what I think, and part of it is if I think back to the and I'm sure everybody in chat has seen these horrific hazing parties that happen on college campuses, where you see that it gets out of, you know, the alcohol decreases your filter and your sense of inhibitions, and then they push the envelope, and some of these hazings, they'll literally put a tube down somebody and put as much alcohol in, and then the kid dies, and they're just stepping on top of them and laughing, and they don't understand the consequence of even alcohol poisoning. And it's that, to me, this is just from my experience, unfortunately, as a parent, seeing lots of different parties that happen and whatnot, and also as a physician, I see a lot of young people overdose. Thank God my kids have never, but I'm not saying that they have, but I have seen that they've had friends that have had accidental consequences, and sadly I've had so many patients overdosing with alcohol and or this heroin thing is a big thing too. So I don't know. I feel that, especially since this Sammy inserted herself so aggressively into the situation, and she's really, in my way, and sort of hijacked I hate the word narrative, but I'm going to say it, has hijacked this narrative and doing teen to teen and don't tell the police what I'll filter
I was so uncomfortable with the teen to teen. Don't parents, you drop your kids off and you leave as fast as you can.
Don't look back or something.
Oh my gosh. I thought that was so inappropriate and unusual.
I think, so to me, I'm not saying Sammy did anything purposeful to her, but at all. I'm not saying but there may be some measure of culpability or something that happened if this young lady, the 16-year-old Kiely, if something did happen like an overdose, and that they're just trying to get their stories together. I don't know. But if I were Kylie's mother, the fact that from what I can glean, sounds like not one teen has come forward with a really viable explanation of anything that they've seen, I'd be so disappointed. I'd want my friends, the friends of my child, to say whatever they know.
Absolutely. Did you see the press conference where the information officer said that they have had some trouble with adults in town telling the kids not to talk?
Which I can sort of see, like Laura was talking about this last night, Jules, and I sort of understand what she's saying. She's saying, imagine that your child did go to that party and they never actually ran into Kiely. But the child says, well, I was at the party, maybe I should talk to the police. Or maybe they saw her at the beginning of the party but didn't know anything else. This is what Laura was saying last night. She, in some ways, can understand parents or elders saying, don't go to the police because you could screw up your whole entire future, because we do know sometimes law enforcement will sort of, to misconstrue or distort something, and then the kid could destroy their life when they really don't know anything.
Yeah, well, for me, me and my child would have a sit down,
Yes.
and I would say, you go and tell everything you know. We have got a young woman whose life is in the balance.
Mm-hmm.
Tell everything. Give them your phone. Let them see any videos, photographs you made. There are other things. I mean, life is the ultimate in prioritizing.
And I
right?
agree with that. Who cares if the kid's college career is destroyed over this, or you know.
But I don't even knowing. So my contact with police officers in the past, this would not be something that they would take an opportunity to press charges.
I don't think they would either.
They would have to have some form of evidence. They're not just going to go on a kid saying, I saw this, I saw X, Y, and Z, and then them trying to make charges. That I don't believe, especially such a small town. I can't believe that would be the effect. But nevertheless, I would be really. But I raise my kids telling them, that truth keeps you safe. That when you begin hiding things and you begin misleading and misrepresenting, that's when bad things happen, right?
But young people in general, I mean, developmentally,
sure,
they do tend to want to not be forthcoming. I think part of the developmental thing. But yeah. Dreamcatcher here,
and I had moments where I wished that maybe my children wouldn't tell me as much as they did. I was like, too much information there, honey.
Right. No, it's good that I mean, I do believe that telling the truth is the best thing, but I just see so many teenagers.
I agree.
Not.
Yes.
I wanted to mention that Dreamcatcher here just says, wouldn't they just take her to emergency and emergency drive if overdosed? See, the thing is, Dreamcatcher, I've seen so many young people who they don't realize the friend is overdosing, or the friend overdoses, and when I've been working in the emergency room, by the time they bring the kid in, the kid is dead.
Yep.
But many people at least do bring the child in. I don't know you're right. Ideally, if she was overdosed, even if God forbid she died from an overdose, one would hope people would call 911 or whatever, but it sounded like a very out of control party.
Yeah, there were some of the girls that said they were afraid because things got so unusual, and there was a lot of pressure to try to push, marijuana in a way that was outside the norm.
Yeah.
So,
I guess for me, right now, I also found it a little unusual that the ex-boyfriend, said that, made statements that he was going to go look in, was it Reno, Nevada for her, and he had this feeling about going back to Reno. And I just feel like most young people do have everybody has a secret life, right? But maybe there was an aspect of this young lady's life that her friends know about and that her parents don't. And I don't know. So that brings me back to your...
Wasn't it so odd to take a camera crew? Wasn't that...
It was strange.
I find, so if we wanted a fourth possibility, if we're going to gauge in wild speculation, what about the case of, let's say, a burn book, like a Mean Girls kind of scenario? I think about Kiely being a 16-year-old brilliant girl, and now she's being thrown in with the 18-year-old senior partiers and these 20-year-old men coming out of Reno. What if she was targeted?
What? Oh, the bullying thing that you brought up yesterday. Well, I think I always hear when I speak to especially my 23-year-old has said to me recently even that when she thinks of herself at 20, now she's 23, she said there's no comparison to the way she was thinking. And when she sees somebody that's 18 into 23, she said it's like a different lifetime.
Yes.
And so I think that 16 to 18, to me, it all seems the same from my 60-year-old perspective, right? But then I have to step back and say, it really is very different developmentally and socially for a 16-year-old who's precociously, advanced academically.
That's right.
Perhaps, she doesn't fit in. And
absolutely. Right? That's the characteristic, right? That's one of our characteristics of our gifted and talented kids, is that while cognitively, intellectually, they're advanced, most often that comes at a cost of the emotional intelligence, the socialization being a little bit behind, kind of being caught between two worlds.
Yes, like a foot in childhood and a foot in young adulthood kind of thing.
And not fitting in either place, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Lex Luthor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's this little gap here.
Go ahead.
No, Lex Luthor has a very good thing that I wanted to say. Lex Luthor says, why did Sammy assume Kiely was gonna spend the night at a campground / get a ride home when clearly she went out of her car to charge her phone and text her mother about coming home? I agree, Lex Luthor. I think that there's a lot of inconsistency and sort of discrepancies in Sammy's story. I mean, yeah.
And Lex, I agree completely about those cameras. That was such a bizarre statement for Sammy to make.
What tell me that, what was that?
She said that there were no cameras that would have picked up the car. There were no cameras, but on 80, there were cameras everywhere. Isn't that what was said, Lex? Have I got that right?
All right,
I thought,
I'm back, but let me interrupt
Laura.
For a second.
Hi, Laura.
When I lived in New York, I grew up in New York, we knew where all cameras were because we were there all the time.
Yeah.
So we knew what cameras were where. Like, I think it's just something as a kid you look for, not as an adult.
Interesting.
As a kid, you look for it because you want to know where the cameras are in case you're doing something or in case you're speeding. I know, like in Iowa, my ex knew where every camera was. He said, make sure you don't speed on this road, or this road.
Yeah.
So that her knowing where the cameras were doesn't surprise me.
Interesting.
That to me isn't a red flag at all.
Interesting. Yeah.
I think what made it a red flag was the placement in the conversation. It seemed not that she knew where the cameras were, but that it was brought up in that particular part of the conversation. And look, all of this is easily explained away. There's a lot of it. The only thing that I can't easily explain away is the timing between charging the phone, contacting the mom.
$3 for the gummies and the $15 for dinner. I'll pay you back. $3.
Ignore them.
Somebody needs food.
No, someone ate someone else's food.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
So I'm staying out of that one.
Yeah.
All right, continue.
Yeah. So I have a very hard time in my mind if I put myself, in Kiely's shoes. I have a hard time understanding how at 12:30 she's.
Hang on 1 second, Jules. Hang on, guys. I am live. Hello. Oh my God.
I know. Enjoy it. It's going to be over before you know it. They're going to be gone off to college, and then you'll be missing them so much.
True. Okay.
I think, no, you're fine. I think it is very odd, the timing on trying to charge the phone and then sending that message. And then at 12:33, the phone goes dead. And then Sammy says that she gets a phone call at 12:36. So how are you going to get a phone call at 12:36 when your phone went dead at 12:33? And why did it go dead if you were sitting there for 30 minutes charging it?
not only did the phone go, I mean, not only are they saying the phone went dead, she's saying she had a whole conversation with her.
Right,
And
right.
knew where she was and everything. Well, you did that at 12:36, and I'm saying, like, if the police would have gone to her that night and she was a little drunk, and she said, "Yeah, you know what? It was like 12:36 or something." I get that, but all you have to do is look at your phone the next day. You know what time somebody called.
Exactly. Yes.
So that's what threw me off. And I was like, there's no way. And then the police turned around and said, well, we can't confirm that. Well, all you'd have to do is look at Sammy's phone and you can confirm it. And the fact that they didn't confirm it, but they didn't want to call her a liar, spoke volumes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well,
Now, let
guys,
me-
I wanted
Go
to say
ahead.
one real quick thing, if I might. So I think I wrote this in both of your chats, and I certainly don't, or comments, and I don't expect you guys to have read or remember what I said. But I did find it I found it compelling. I think it was on the 10th of August, the public information officer, I think her name is Angela Musselman or something like this. A reporter asked her specifically, what are your thoughts on, what is LE's thoughts about Sammy? The reporter actually invoked Sammy's name and said, Sammy, having said she is definitely the last person that saw Kiely. What do you think about that? And this is, of course, I think I memorized this. I feel like this was at something like 17 minutes and 40 seconds or something, because I listened very closely to what this public information officer said, and I found her response compelling. Very, very deep to me. And what she said was the following. There was this pause, and then she said, we're going to continue to investigate and speak with the persons that make those claims or say that they were the last to see her.
Yeah.
So far, we have not been able to make a connection. And to me, that said volumes.
Yep.
That they're going to continue to investigate those claims, the people that make those claims. So to me, that really says that they've got Sammy under a microscope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you all think?
I've had Sammy under a microscope since the very first time I heard her speak, and heard a lot of shit for it. But we're not going to go there yet.
I'm with you on that, Laura.
Thank you.
Well, Laura, I am
you.
too, honestly. And it's not to impugn or to, I mean, I just think, Occam's razor or whatever they say, common things are common. If somebody says, number one, one does have to look at the last person, whether it's the husband, the girlfriend, the mother, whomever, that is normal. And number two, somebody who inserts themselves so aggressively and has discrepant stories publicly has to be looked at, I believe,
And
hold on, Jules. See, here's something that you guys may know or may not know, but it plays a big part of this. Now, Jules knows me a very long time, and you know me fairly long.
2 years.
I do not believe what most people call in and say, and I ask for proof.
Yes.
There was somebody who was going way too hard for Sammy after I made the video about the Chris Watts analogy.
Yes.
And I was not
wait. Did you think that did you see a connection between Sammy's interview and the sermon on the porch with Chris Watts? Me too. Oh my God. Absolutely. Yes.
Well, I put it out there.
I wouldn't have said it.
That's interesting. What was it? The ironic smile or the lack of affect?
It was just the thing she was saying was the exact same things Chris was saying.
Yes.
And I specifically stated, I'm not saying.
Oh, I know. Yes, when she said, I'm going to bum rush you or whatever.
Yeah,
that's where I couldn't remember where that.
Yes, that was from Chris Watts.
You're absolutely right.
She's guilty. I'm not saying she did anything, but I believe she's hiding something. And this is why I believe she's hiding something. But I said throughout the video and before and after, the now 38,000 times, that I'm not saying she's guilty of murder or anything like that.
I thought it was 38,200 by now.
Exactly. It probably is. There was this woman, and I'm not going to mention names for their own benefit, but there is this woman, Megan, who Gray tried to tell me was, and I respected Gray as a creator, as a person. I really do. I do respect him. And he was trying to tell me, oh, that girl's not a troll. I said, yes, she is. She's a fucking troll. And I blocked her. And she can't get over this, that I blocked her. It turns out one of Sammy's friends, oh, this gets better, that it's one of Sammy's mother's friends or whatever. Okay.
Right.
Couple of people confirmed that it was really her. Okay. It's
that it was really Sammy.
So
Yeah.
that it was really Sammy's mother's friend. I mean,
it's Sammy's daughter's friend's
mother.
mom. Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Sammy's friend's mom.
And she called into Ickadmel, didn't she?
Yes. So she calls Ickmel. She calls this one. She calls Gray. She calls everybody. And
she's been on Gray's channel.
Single stream, she talks about me. Not by name, but about me and that video. And then it got back to me right after I took down the video, but it came back to me late last night that she has called other creators asking them to take down this video. And one of the people that told me was like, all right, it's not getting millions of views. I mean, she's not Bailey Sarian, like where it would get, 500 million views. It's got like 2,500 views, like big fucking deal. So my friend didn't really understand why she's making such a huge production out of this. Like, I'm not this huge creator. So, but she even threatened, she's like, and, Sammy's family's gonna charge her with defamation. Bitch, you can't charge me with defamation. No. Like, learn your laws. But that is the other reason why I don't think that they got the right person. If Sammy's mom was a lawyer, she would know this, especially because I said it over and over. I'm not accusing her. Like, there goes your defamation case, besides the fact there's no monetary loss. Right. So any lawyer would know that if even I know that. So she's going around to different creators telling them that I need to take the video down and they should tell me to take the video down. Why are you going so hard over this video? Right. Like, it was taken down hours before I even knew any of this. But when I heard this, I was like, wow, just wow.
Yeah.
Like,
methinks you does protest too much.
Yeah. Like, why is she so bothered by little old me? Like, we're not talking millions of views here.
No, but I think the answer is exactly what Jules just said. I think sometimes when somebody touches too closely to a piece of truth, then it's like you get the reaction.
That's true.
And I think that you have been very diplomatic and very measured in how you have given your opinion on this young woman, Sammy. But regardless of the fact that you have given a preamble and a post-amble to your opinion and really been very measured, clearly some measure of it's getting too close to a piece of truth. I think that's really what it is. And it doesn't matter that you could have one person listen, but it's too much, see, for that woman, Megan, apparently.
Yeah, but why would you turn around and tell Gray, ask her to take it down? Like, bitch, please. Like,
what does Gray have to do with it?
But that's what I'm saying. Why would you tell creator to take it down? Like, give me a break.
So does Gray have an opinion about this whole thing?
What?
Did Gray have an opinion about this whole thing?
No.
Okay.
He loves her. He thinks she's the kid caboodle.
He loves Sammy.
He believes her. He believes Sammy. I think Gray's getting a bit of dementia, if you want the truth.
Well, I'm going to tell you this, Laura. I didn't see your video. And when I was listening to the interview with her, I kept thinking, this is so familiar. Why? And I went back and I actually pulled up the Chris Watts sermon on the porch.
Yep.
And I said, holy hell. It was almost like she was channeling him, even in like her facial expressions and her nonverbals. It was, yes, I can see where you made that connection.
Absolutely.
And if you and I did it, we're not the only ones.
No,
There's
and
plenty.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
no, I mean, it's so funny. I didn't make the connection. I just, in terms of the Chris Watts, until just now in our conversation here, but when she said the whole thing about I'm going to run at you and I'm going to, I forget what she said, and I'm going to grab you and you'll be on the floor and I'm going to give you all the love. I said, God, I've heard that somewhere before, but
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Chris Watts.
and it had this ironic smile, and I just thought, something doesn't feel right about it. But now, yes, you're right. It's almost verbatim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is. Her facial expressions, everything.
Did you do a side-by-side, Laura?
Sure did. No, I did one after the other and then back and forth. I would show it now, but I'll tell you the only reason why I took it down
I wish
was it's going to college next week. And I just know having kids, it's not something that I think should be out there.
Yeah.
Going to a brand new college, and I heard she's going for neuroscience. So internet is forever. So I was like, you know what? Being that I have 17-year-old kids, I'm going to go ahead and take that down just because people are getting the wrong idea. People are thinking there's already enough fake information out there. I don't want to, be part of any conspiracy or anything like that. It was just my thoughts at the moment of how I felt. So, and if I put it out now, then I'm going to have to take this video down as well. And I don't want to. So that's why I sent it to you guys. I didn't delete it.
Well, I think you were very empathetic and very thoughtful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nobody had to tell me to take it down.
You made a good decision, I think.
Thank you. And that's why I did it. I thought about.
I don't know which one did you take down? I don't even know. Was it
the Chris Watts one? The one.
Oh, I didn't even follow that. Obviously, yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Okay,
and
so that was why.
Like she's going to, she's going to college, and me and Phoenix were talking about college, and I said, you know what? She's going next week, and I should really take that down. But then when I heard all this other stuff, I told somebody, now I want to put it back up. Just because her friend's mom is trying to threaten me, she don't know me very well, because that makes me want to put it back up. But I did.
Don't let her.
I know.
Silly,
Exactly.
No, and the thing is, you don't want to do a tit for tat.
Exactly.
In other words, take the high road here and stick with your measured opinion and sort of evidence-based. It is unusual behavior, and don't worry about Megan. That's what I would say. Just keep going.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why, I heard it's neuroscience, neurotechnology, something like that. She's going for a good career. But
where's she going?
University of Irving, I think. And let me also say, and to people that follow 10 to Life, which is, I don't even know why or how this woman has 300,000 subscribers. All conspiracy, but just whatever she says, it's probably not true. Either she got it from Doug or Doug got it from her, but either way, they're both wrong. Sammy is 18. She's not 20. She's not 22. Her mom is not a lawyer and her dad is not a PI. Now, her mom could be a lawyer and a PI, but not the ones that these two found. That girl is in her 20s. That is not Sam. Sam is 18 going to college for the first time.
Yes.
And that can be traced to her Instagram, where it shows when she was in her High School Musical and everything. The dates add up. She is 18.
I didn't know there was a controversy about her age.
Yeah,
Here, look, guys. Bill Bradley says here, according to 10 to Life, Sammy's mom is an attorney, like you just said, and her dad's PI, and she showed, I guess meaning 10 to Life, showed the evidence and the license number.
Yeah, but it
that doesn't necessarily mean it's the same Sammy, right?
It could be a different Sammy Smith. Yeah.
That's not a common name.
No, it's Samantha, and a lot of girls go by Sammy that are Samantha.
But I'm saying, like, Smith isn't the most common name. I'm gonna look up how many Samantha Smiths live in California. I bet
you're gonna be surprised.
There are a
bet
lot.
there's
Believe
so
me, I
many.
checked it out already.
Yeah, but
There
there
are quite a number.
there are different ages. And remember, we don't know if her parents are even Smiths. Her parents may have a
Right.
different last name.
That's right.
You know, just like Dylan Rounds has a different last name than his mom. I Kiely has a different last name than her mom. Like it's you can't go by that. So
That's
they're
right.
looking at it, and they never bothered to check that Samantha that they looked at is in her 20s or 20 or 22. That's not the same family.
Okay, DL Brigg in chat says that he or she has verified that Sammy is indeed 18, and go ahead and Google it, which I did as well. And yeah, she's 18.
Yeah, she is. She's 18.
Donna and Gertie said Doug showed the parents' address. Is that what you're saying, Donna? Why would they put up the parents' address? Please research and find the truth about Sam's parents.
Guess what? There's a Samantha Smith who's a cardiologist in Tahoe.
Right. There are quite a number of Sammy Smiths. It's not that unusual a name.
I think there was a singer.
There's a physician assistant, Samantha Smith, in Truckee.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Smiths in Truckee.
Well, Smith is a very common name, you know.
Yeah. It's going to end like adventures.
Samantha, there's another Samantha B. Smith who is a doctor. I have a feeling her mama's a doctor, not a lawyer.
I would be willing to buy into that. Sammy is she's quite eloquent in her speech to be 18 years old.
Yep, she is.
Very sophisticated, yeah.
Well, you know, I think I'm going to jump off. But my two daughters, one's in college and one's not, just got home from work. So I want to spend a little time with them. You get I have the empty nest, and then they come back to the nest.
I know. You can't get rid of them.
No, but it is a blessing. It is a blessing. And thank you so much for inviting me to come up. But then I'm thinking you said Dre, and I realized that there's a Dre here as well.
Yes,
so
I
I
just
may have actually been invited. But sorry?
Coming up. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming.
Oh, yeah. But I don't think you invited me. I think you invited somebody named Dre.
No, you are Dre. That's why I said Dre.
Okay.
I either call you Dre or I call you Doc.
Yeah. A lot of people call me Draw Latino. Well, I don't care. Just whatever. But the thing is, I really am a doctor. I don't know why so many people will say, "Oh, she's a fake doctor." I'm like,
it's so dumb.
It is so dumb. Just look me up. I'm Dr. Amy Salerno.
Right.
I don't. There's nothing to hide here. Here I am. You can look me up. I'm on LinkedIn. Whatever. So I just. Whatever.
We had, me and Tiffany thinks because it's Spanish. Dra Latinas means Spanish doctor.
Yeah, doctora
Latina.
Yes, because I've always worked with the Spanish community. I speak. We're bilingual. I'm half Spanish, half Italian. So when people speak to me at work, I'm never Dr. Salerno. I'm always Doctora Salerno, doctora. So then I just went doctora, which is DRA, is the abbreviation.
Oh, okay.
Doctora Latina. That's just my little handle or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Because that's what I didn't know. I didn't know what, when you first went on Molly's, I was like, that doesn't say doctor, it says draw.
Right. It's like sort of like in Spanish we say senora. But we don't write out senora. We put SRA dot. So that's senora. So doctora is DRA dot. I'm sure this is more than your chat really wants to know here.
No, I wanted to know because I was always curious, what is the draw? Because, like I said, when I was like, Molly, it doesn't say doctor, it says draw. She goes, no, her name means doctor.
Yeah, she's right. Hey, well, listen, it's great to talk to both of you, and I'm just so tickled. I follow both of you, and I haven't been very active recently, but I, verbally or in chat, but I do follow both of you very closely.
But you need to be more active because you have so much to offer us.
Well, but there's
so much.
Yes, but
And I'm sorry about our
it can
problem.
be a little dramatic sometimes. It gets a little
They
ugly.
do. I
I'm
know.
sorry
does get a
about
little
our problems in the past.
Yeah.
I apologize for my part.
I didn't even know you were dramatic. No, you know what? I'm actually, I don't even want to go there, but it has nothing to do with what's ironic is that people thought it was, let's just put it this way. The people that I had a problem with are actually men that are creators that have been really mean. It has nothing to do with you or anybody that people keep going, it was me. I'm like, it's none of you guys, but I decided I'm going to step back and I'm just sort of, there are some women too, but
I went through it. I went through it, Amy. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's foolish. It's silly. I got the whole thing of, no real psychologist would be on YouTube.
Right,
What would their patients say? And I'm thinking, I don't think my patients would care because I'm not at work.
Well, guess what? Some of my patients actually follow me. They actually, when they came to my office, said, I saw you on Profiling Evil, or I saw you whatever. And I now joined all these things to listen. I think that it actually is an opportunity to share, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
And we're human beings too. We want to affiliate and communicate and have community.
Absolutely.
So the bottom line, Laura, is I didn't even know that honestly, Laura, I don't even pay attention. I didn't even know there was an issue until the other night. You're like, yeah, she pisses me off sometimes too. I'm like, oh, you do? I do? Oh, okay. But that's okay. That's okay because this is part of dialoguing and disagreeing,
Yeah.
But anyway, thanks for having me on. I'm going to go back into chat, guys.
It was so good to see you.
It's good to see you. Bye, guys. Okay, night.
Bye. All right, Jules.
She's awesome. Yeah, she's awesome. Yeah. No, I am amazed that you made the connection between the sermon on the porch.
Oh yeah, I did it immediately. Like me and Gray were honestly the first two people to cover the case. He went live. I had a Patreon that kept bugging me about it, and I was like, I just hadn't had time. And then I finally went live on it at like 1 o'clock in the morning on Saturday night. I think it was Saturday night. No, Sunday night. And then everyone just blew up on Monday. But as soon as I saw that, someone showed me that interview she did, and I reached out to her and everybody. Nobody got back to me. I don't know how some of these people are getting interviews. Tyler's got Jagger's phone number. I don't know how these people are getting. Nobody got a hold of me from the beginning. Now I know they won't because of Sammy, but in the beginning they didn't either. I was like, what am I doing wrong? And then so I watched it and I was like, is anybody else getting Chris Watts vibes? Because I am getting major Chris Watts vibes. And it was like, oh, you can't say that. But I say, I'm not saying she's guilty of murdering her, but a lot of people were saying Skylar Neese vibes. I'm like, that's true too. But I just feel like she's hiding, but she's hiding something. I just don't know what it is.
Is Skylar Neese the young woman in West Virginia that her friends coached her out?
Yes.
See, there's that burn book thing. That was on my list of potential outcomes. Was she targeted? Perhaps because I have a hard time. If this is true that both Sammy and Kiely were at one time or another dating Jagger, I don't believe that they would be buddy if both of them had been with Jagger. I just don't believe that.
They weren't social media friends. They were not connected on Instagram.
Right? That's so strange.
Yes.
Something else. But here, go look at her account though. She doesn't have a single post. Is that not weird to anybody else?
Like she cleaned it up, you mean?
I don't know. Somebody dumped it. If a family member just recently dumped it in light of everything that happened, I thought that was weird that she had that many followers. But yeah, it said 0 posts.
Sammy or Kiely?
Kylie's, I think.
Kylie's private.
Okay, so it's just not showing any posting.
Kiely, when we looked them up, Sammy was not private. She was public, and Kiely was private. Since some of us outed that Instagram, Sammy went private.
And see, that's what I think she's all about. I'm telling you, that's why I said that the other day. When people die, everybody becomes the best friend.
Yes.
Notice when somebody dies, 5 people become the best friend, and whichever the camera likes the most is the one the media gravitates to.
That's right.
Sammy's a pretty girl. She's articulate. She's well spoken. She's a poster child for what the media would like to pass around as the token best friend.
But
I think she's just like seeing herself on TV. That's what I think.
See, but Willow, I would agree with you, except for one thing. Nobody forced Sam to be the spokesperson. Nobody forced Sam to being her best friend. So all these other people that, yeah, your best friend, that's one thing, but to go head first into this case as her best friend, you were so close, you were this, you were that, for when you're not even Instagram friends.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they're that good of friends. I don't. I think she's just claimed to be the friend. The media likes her, and I think that's what. I don't think she's really hiding nothing per se. I mean, if it has any remnants of an old case, then it definitely does kind of have a shade of the Skylar Niece thing.
Yeah.
But that's only because it's the high school friend, mean girls thing. So that would work. But I think she just wants to blow her social media up. I think she's reading the room. I think she's telling whoever she's interviewing with whatever she thinks they want to hear. I think that's where the inconsistencies are coming from. I think she just likes being on TV. That's what I think it's about.
There were too many inconsistencies in her stories. You can
that
like be on TV and not lie, and she blatantly lied about a lot of things.
See, I haven't seen that one interview with her with the what's his name, the guy with the weird accent.
I know who you mean. The one that sounds like.
Yeah, sounds like that a mouthful of silly putty is. I don't know why just the accent gets me, but that's the only interview I've seen with her, and she comes across good. So I haven't seen enough interviews to see any inconsistencies. She just speaks well, and I think that's why people like her. I think that's all.
Yeah, so she is articulate. No, she speaks with eloquence. She's comfortable, confident, even talking in front of a large group. But I'll tell you what she said in that first interview with Dreamcatcher. She's talking about the friendship thing, and she says that this party was being done for the seniors, and then she sort of qualifies it by explaining that Kiely was graduating, so she was invited too. And then she follows up by saying, well, we've been kind of friends, but in the last couple of months, we've gotten a lot closer. She's really, her best friend is Magdalene, is it Larson?
Yeah,
Lawson, something like that. Well, the one interview that I've seen with Magdalene Larson, she looks quite disturbed in the beginning, and she does become a little more animated toward the end, but she says very little. She looks like she's grieving. Like she looks like she's upset. I don't get the feeling from Sammy that she's really struggling. I'm talking about emotionally.
Not at all.
I would like to know how deep the relationship was.
Me too.
As far as the guy, like if they both dated the same guy, let me tell you something. I was that guy in high school. I did every horrific. Look.
You were a player.
I was as faithful as my options. Okay, I would tell you whatever I need. I was truly that guy at 17, and needless to say, I just don't know a whole lot of girls between the ages of like 14 and 18 that get over that. Like I have seen best friends. It just depends on how deep the relationship was. That's the only real motive angle I see that would have anything. Because I mean, I'm telling you, you get to drinking, you at a party, and the guy shows up with the girl, and emotions kind of start getting flared up, and you reminiscing with your girlfriend about how he was with you first. Dude, I've seen it. I've seen it happen. And if anything weird nefarious happened with Sammy, then yes, that's probably what it was. But
there was this fight that people seem to not know about, but she said, oh yeah. And they showed just this little snippet of the fight. And then she tries to say, oh, we do that every weekend. We always get together and fight. I'm like, what? You're like a high school fight club? Really?
Well, I was actually going to say about that too, real quick. And just, God, I'm fixing to sound like an absolute degenerate. Here it goes. Maybe it just goes to show that there's like rednecks in California too, because that is definitely some stuff that me and my buddies have done before. We actually have some really nice ringside headgear and gloves, which is really not a time to be trying to take a concussion while you're drunk. That's not a good time for that anyway. But we used to do it too. We would just kind of get drunk, mouthy, and usually during football season, and we would just go out in the yard and just mollywop the hell out of one another for about 4 or 5 minutes. Somebody usually got sick because they drank too much, and now they got smacked around the yard. So I've seen it happen, and we've done it. The problem with this is, let me tell you, when you drinking and you play fighting, somebody gonna get pissed off in a minute.
Yeah.
Like, and it's gonna end badly. Somebody's gonna get pissed when this is over. So I thought that was weird. I heard about the play fight. Yes, that's
So when you guys were doing this, Willow, was this part of the whole Fight Club influence? Like, is that where it came from?
It was part of being drunk white trash kids from the middle of
It's just
nowhere.
being a dumbass. Okay.
I mean, it really was. You know, we grew up in the middle of BFE. You know,
Yeah,
I still live there pretty much now in the middle of nowhere, Alabama, and it's just there's not a lot of movie theaters around this little town. There's not a lot of, there's no putt-putt, no go-karts. I mean, you want go-karts here, you load your Honda 4-tracks in the back, you Z71, you take off to the woods and go.
There you
go. Bonfires, fire barrels, bunch of kids standing at a party drinking cheap beer and Yeti coolers. That's pretty much how it was.
Course.
It was just being a dumbass. That's pretty much what it was.
Okay. Well, I felt like if you go back and listen to that interview, Laura, I felt like when she talks about her friendship with Sammy, not with Sammy, with Kiely, she dances around it a little bit, and she finally resolves it by saying that she had gotten close to Kiely in the last few months, which was, now she's saying that because there's no social media connection. And everybody's saying high school girls that are best friends are not going to have any social media connection. I don't believe that for a minute. And I'm like, Willow, there's no way that those girls were best friends or even good friends if they both had been messing around with Jagger. That's against that, high school girl code of, dating ethics.
Maybe if we're talking about you dated him when y'all was like 16 and now we're like senior year in college, 22, 23, and he just happened to be going here, so y'all kind of started dating, but you're away at UCLA kind of thing. Okay, we can go with that. That's reasonable. If it was like a summer thing, and it was 8-9 years ago, fine, possibly. But if we're talking about, in the last couple of years of high school, and it was like any kind of, did you go to homecoming together? Oh yeah, she might cut you. I mean, like,
absolutely.
It depends on how deep it was, So yeah, I don't see them being best friends. I don't.
No.
It's weird to me. Have the parents not come out and said nothing about this girl? Like the, like Kylie's parents, have they not come out and said, we don't even know this bitch? Like, has anybody said anything really about her?
I haven't seen anything. Have you, Laura?
No, I didn't hear what he said. I'm transferring over all the pictures.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, has nobody came out and like said anything about this girl? Like you would think the parents, if they weren't that close, would come out and be like, yeah, we know her, but I mean, like, we don't know her. I don't even know who this bitch is. She wasn't friends with my daughter. Seems like somebody would say something. If there was a better friend, it seems like somebody would step up and say something. Like anything.
Well, and that's why my ears kind of perked up when Laura was talking about the mother of Sammy going around saying, take that video down. Was she trying to distance Sammy from Kiely and from the disappearance? Was that part of what was being said?
See, and now I want to hear the kid. I want to hear the guy. What's his name? Jagger. I want to hear Jagger.
Have you heard him?
No, has he spoken anywhere?
He has spoken. You wouldn't believe what he said.
Why? What did he say?
Okay, I want to find this.
He said that he went to Reno with one of their friends and with a Fox television news crew, a camera crew, and said that he and Kiely used to go hang out in Reno and there were great memories there, and that he believed that she was alive and that he was going to be the one to find her. It was, I can't believe y'all haven't seen that interview. Let me see. It's very strange. He has taken a lot of heat too for it.
Even the good doctor just said that there was even photos of Sammy and the mama all hugged up a couple days ago. So, I mean, maybe they were friends. I mean, but let me also say too, I came from a household that, both my parents worked. I was that kid. I mean, I'm a Gen Xer. You've seen the memes. We were cooking our own dinner by 10. You know what I'm saying? We were a little bit different than most generations. But, about 15, 16, my parents had no idea who I was. I mean, like, they knew my friends because they breezed through the house, periodically to, hey, how you doing? We're just here to get Willow, and we're going, kind of thing. I mean, my parents had no idea who I was hanging out with anyway, really. I mean, they knew a couple of my really ride or die friends, but the other 25 characters that we were all partying and hanging out with, they didn't have a clue. My parents both worked. So maybe, I don't know. Although I don't get the feeling that's the way this family is. I mean, they seem to have money. That whole area seems to have. I know a little bit about Lake Tahoe. It ain't cheap. So I'm assuming that these were probably relatively prominent kids, maybe.
Yeah.
So maybe they had a little bit better grasp on their kid, but it just seems weird to me that nobody. Now I got to go find this interview with the boyfriend.
Yeah, I was looking for it. I was going to give the link to Laura so she could play it, but I'm not. Hold on, I'll find it.
All right. While you look for that, I want to address a couple of things that I heard today in Tyler's stream. Okay. That I think is really important to go through. So, all right. This picture is going around. A lot of people are talking about, I don't know why it's buffering. A lot of people are talking about this guy, this one right here. And a lot of people are saying that he may be guilty of something and that he looked a lot older than what he is.
He a lot bigger than everybody else there too. Surely there's a guy somewhere within a 3 to 5 foot span, and he is a foot over the crowd.
Okay.
That's a big boy.
Let me also say that I still think he looks like he's in his 20s, but like I said on Tyler's channel, let me explain how this works. A drug dealer who's usually older than the rest of the crowd sees an opportunity for, people buying drugs, people doing drugs, people needing drugs, and they say, yo, there's a big party going on at so-and-so. Let's go. That's why he might be there. Now, I'm not accusing this guy of being a drug dealer, but a lot of times that's when
that's how it works.
A guy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's when you see an older guy at a young kid's party or this is for a drug dealer. This is a perfect opportunity to make tons of money. So,
and see, again, in Gen X era, it was almost okay to do that back then because,
well, yeah, but a lot of people don't understand the drug deals. A lot of people don't understand the drugs. And
this is the ultimate way to do it.
Explain that that's most likely who this guy was or why he was there. This was also at 4:30 in the morning. A lot of times people will come later people will come later to a party. Older kids will come later when the younger kids are usually at home already. So they say this picture was 4:30 in the morning. There's a lot of people there. Good chance that dude's a drug dealer. Again, I'm not saying he is, but it's a good chance he is.
Well, not even just that. There's always the older guys there for obvious reasons. Number two, somebody has to buy the booze. True. And if you are the guy who's just showing up, dropping off some hits of roll and shit, that's a place where you can move 20, 30 pills at a time. So it was worth the drive to Lake Tahoe. And number two, the coolest thing about being that guy in that situation is ain't nobody here gonna call the cops. Why? Because y'all a bunch of 15-year-olds drunk as shit, and you can't call the cops. So you can pretty much do whatever you want to right now, short of stab somebody, and you're gonna get away with it because ain't nobody gonna call the police. Nobody gonna call them.
Hold on. So, are you guys? Is there still buffering going on? Because I see my numbers dropping dramatically. Is there buffering still? I don't know why it was
Not
buffering.
on the app side. Looks great.
All right. Also, this next picture, I don't know if anybody caught this, but I see this on a 49-inch monitor. This is a Photoshop picture. I'm going to tell you why in a second. This picture itself was sent to the PD. It was sent to the police department as evidence. First of all, Kiely is not in any of these pictures, but this up here has a frame around it. I don't know if anyone can
Oh,
see
it does.
frame. Yes.
Yes.
So this is
Oh my
completely
God.
photoshopped. And I didn't notice this until just now. And I saw this on a cell phone and I hadn't noticed it. But yeah, this is a frame.
Why
So
would
this
you
is
do
not a
that?
legit picture. So why they're wasting police time, I have no idea.
Dude, that's a good catch. I was looking at how weird the shadow is across, like her shirt. There's this
Wow.
uneven shadow above it, but yeah,
Look
underneath
at
the
that.
shadow,
Oh my
you can see it.
God.
That's a frame.
Wow.
Oh, that's the Be Real app that would put a second picture in a frame?
In a picture.
Oh, okay. So it's maybe not photoshopped, but
it's still purposely.
It's still not legit picture. They're not in a car hanging up,
Yeah.
hanging out of a sunroof like it looked like it was intended
This
for.
is a gray area thing right here, because this is where if the cops come and ask you something about it, you can say, dude, it's an app. I was making something for my whatever the youngsters are using these days, Instagram, I guess. And you can clearly just say it was just something I made on an app, but you're not going to tell me that was not meant to be somewhat manipulative. That is a very
Okay, not Photoshop, but it's not a picture of 5 girls in a car, is what I'm saying. All right, so even if it's not Photoshopped, but that's kind of freaky.
But it's still manipulative as hell if you just see it and it gets passed around. You can't. That's what I'm getting at. Is you can say it's an app, but I would have a tough time believing if I was an investigator that wasn't somewhat intentional that you laid that out.
I agree. And
that's not a coincidence.
Someone sent this to the cops. If you have the original pics, DM them, please. I've sent them into the anonymous portal already, but I'm sending them here too. And that was these pictures. That's not the original picture. That is a BAP picture or whatever.
See, that's so weird.
He's posting these pictures like they're originals, but they're not. It's the BAP. But
I would like to know where that picture originally came from. I would be trying to trace that back, because guarantee you whoever sent this to the cops, if they were trying to do something shady, trust me, the one who sent it to the cops, it ain't who made it. He got it from somebody else.
It doesn't even matter. They're none of her are Kiely, and there's no shot in the background to show her. When they say they want pictures for
of her. Yes.
1, they want to see who these people are, but 2, more importantly, they want to see Kiely in the background. And none of these pics have Kiely in the background, so they're meaningless.
Yeah, that's why I'd like to know why somebody sent it. Just for what?
There's a picture they have up, the trailer, the sign, missing at risk, 16-year-old female, silver Honda CRV. Okay, here's another one. This caught me too. Are you able to confirm that Kiely Rodni attended the party before she went missing? Yes. Okay, so they can confirm she was there. Here's what they can't confirm. How long was she there? She could have been there 5 minutes.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Just because somebody saw her there. I mean, obviously, I'm assuming she was there long enough to be hammered, unless she did a lot of pre-gaming. But seeing how she's that young, I don't see her pre-gaming at her house before she leaves. She might have went to somebody else's house and done some pre-gaming. But they said she was hammered. So she had to have been there at least a few minutes to get totally just blasted, unless she drove her ass up there drunk as hell, which is doubtful. So she was there a minute, but that doesn't mean she was there the whole time. Absolutely not. I don't think I've ever been to the end of a party.
Hold on. Wild Dog. Not really. They do show her. Not at the party. I read that wrong. I thought it said at the party. I was like, huh? Silva Honda. This is part of the area of where they were. So I guess this is the river they're in, or they're looking in. Now, I was on Google Map wrong. So here is the playground, which I'm going to pull Google Earth up in a minute. Here's the Prosser family campground. This is the location of the party. So to put that in real time, hang on a second. Hold on. I love Google Earth.
MGO just docs who?
What?
I don't know the chat. Somebody said in chat MGO just docs somebody live on her stream.
Who's Michelle Sabate?
Yeah. There we go.
I don't even know who that is.
Laura, I'm going to put the link to the interview with Jagger. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Okay.
Okay.
PP, please lay back down. Sounds like you're tap dancing.
Okay. Damn. I went to Google Earth. It brought me here automatically. I didn't even have to type anything in. All right, let me pull up passive family. All right, campground. And then, all right. So we're going to do this in real time. So here's the campground. So I was right. It was more towards the boat ramp. And I say that because
Can you, I think she's...
Willow, that's you. All right.
I am?
You got a bunch of feedback.
Oh, sorry.
I do?
No. Willow.
Okay. So the yesterday, no, maybe it was this morning. Today they came out and said that her phone, where it last pinged at 12:33, that it was near the lake, and that there was just as much in terms of, you know, the circle that it'll show the possibility of where the phone could be located. There was just as much of the circle over the water as what was on the land. So she was right where when that phone pinged at 12:33, she was down at the lake.
So that would be right around here, according to this map. Because I'm looking at the road, this right here would be here. If you follow my cursor, this right here would be around here, which would make sense.
Yes. But they did not see tracks going into the water.
Which goes to my theory then that her phone was just thrown in, not her. And that she's somewhere else.
Possibly. And they've been careful searching. They're using drones, and they're searching the surface of the water and the shoreline, because the bottom of this lake is as 57 feet deep. That is deep. A car could be definitely at the bottom of that, and you wouldn't see it from the air. So they're careful. They didn't want to disrupt like the soot and the mud that's at the bottom of the lake. They are bringing in a special dive team. I think they said tomorrow.
See, but I can't picture. Look, you got alien circles. I can't picture a car going in the ocean or the lake. I say ocean, but in the lake, and nobody heard or saw anything. People were partying there until 4:30 in the morning or later. So if this is where the party was, nobody didn't see a car go into the lake.
A car can, even if the engine is not on, you can put it in neutral and you can push it down in the water, and nobody would know that it was going in the water. You wouldn't hear anything unless you hit it at a high rate of speed, right?
How do you figure you wouldn't hear anything? These kids were allegedly partying right here.
No, they were up in the pines.
according,
They were up at the top of the hill
hold on.
because they were showing like where the 3 trees were, where there was lights hanging.
Not according to this map. According to this map, it was right here.
Am I looking at the wrong map?
Are you looking at my screen?
I am, but I just see like the drive that's near the water. If you go up and to the right, you'll see where it says Camp Prosser Campground.
Yes.
And it's you'll see where there's like a grove of trees. They were in the trees. There were 3 trees that were strategically together. They had hung lights on. They were pointing to where everybody was standing.
Okay.
I talk about that night at the party.
But whoever did this picture, there's 3 trees right here that are lined up. Lined up perfectly. And here's the lake. And it says the approximate location of party.
Well,
so these trees coincide with what you're saying, though, that
well, the trees that they were pointing at were 3 trees that were made like a triangle, where and that's where they hung lights up. I don't know what this. Maybe there was like a breakaway group that broke away from the main part of the party, maybe. But someone, I believe, I think it was Sammy, who was showing where the car was when they were charging their phones, and she was pointing up at the trees and showing, and you know, she said there were lights there, and there were a bunch of people standing over here, and she was sort of pointing for people to look. They're definitely like in a grove of pine trees. But this is entirely different. But I will say they did come out today and say that where her phone pinged at 12:33, she was by the lake, like at the edge of the water.
Or her phone was at the edge of the water.
Yeah. Her phone. Yeah.
I don't know. Because did they park here? Did they park down here?
And you got to remember, they believe there were upwards of 300 people there. That's a lot of cars.
See, my theory earlier, and I said this on, hey, Donna, I said this on Tyler's stream. I sincerely wonder if she went there, didn't want to get involved in the drugs. Like I started to say this before and then I stopped. There's a lot of talk about some guy who called into, this is where I was going with the story before. Some guy who called into, I don't know whose channel, saying that his cousins were there and his cousins said that there were drugs and, you know, she did drugs and they did this. I don't believe any of it, but I don't believe people that call in. You got to show me proof. Anybody can call in and say that they're anybody. Willow call my channel and say he's cousins with Sammy, and Sammy told him that they did it and that they killed her and blah. Prove that Willow isn't who he says he is. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I don't believe any of these people. And but this guy like called in and was saying all this stuff. And, you know, the more I think about it and the more I see the way, you know, the interaction and the friends and the way they're lying and the age difference, and I take all those factors into consideration, I sometimes think to myself, is it possible that she got there, didn't like the drug scene, didn't want anything to do with the drug scene, and said, I'm leaving. Yeah. And they were like, no, you can't go, something like that. Like, you know, no, you can't leave. Maybe that's what Sammy's covering up. Maybe, like, I don't know, just the more I look at the whole situation, I'm not saying that she didn't smoke pot or drink or whatever, but someone this could be a bad assumption, but somebody that has graduated school early because she's that intelligent, I don't see going to a party and doing all these drugs and drinking at 16 years old and then driving. You can't be that responsible in one aspect and that irresponsible in the other one.
Right.
Am I wrong from a psychological point of view?
No, I would be willing to bet. And to go along with this line of thinking, Sammy said that, you know, she had asked Kiely to take her home. And when she saw how intoxicated
Exactly.
Kiely was, that she wanted to go with someone else. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, hold on. Let me be Sammy for a minute. And I see how inebriated Kiely is. Am I going to just leave her, throw her to the wolves? She's 16 years old. Am I going to protect myself, but then throw her to the wolves, either by letting her drive and possibly hurting someone else, or by leaving her that inebriated around all these 20-year-old guys that showed up? No, I wouldn't. And I think most people wouldn't.
Nobody's hating on Iqbal. This has nothing to do with Iqbal. I happen to like Iqbal a lot. This has nothing to do with that.
Oh, why did somebody bring up Iqbal?
Someone said, oh, why are we all hating on Iqbal? Nobody's fucking hating on Iqbal at all. All I said was this guy called into someone's channel. I don't know whose channel it was.
Oh,
but
I don't know who Iqbal is. Okay, so
I'm not sure who Iqbal is. I may not like him though, so I reserve the right to judge.
Kiely, the police confirmed that Kiely was there. But what I'm saying is, how long was she there? Maybe she was there 5 minutes. You know,
Right.
Max was there too, but she said she was only there for 10 minutes. Just because you're there doesn't mean you be there the whole night. You just
And here's the thing though. Aren't they all local? Like, didn't they only live like 10, 20 minutes from there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So a bunch of privileged kids, and I mean, like, can't none of y'all call it Uber? Like, really? I mean, that shocks me. That like nowadays, I wish Uber was a thing when I was a kid.
I know,
Like,
right?
I'd have been hammered by 15. I'd have ran all my dope in the back of an Uber.
I hear ya.
I absolutely. I mean, hey, dope in a taxi is the way to go. It gives plausible deniability. What you talking about? I don't
sorry,
know, sir.
officer.
That bag of cocaine was here when I got here, officer.
Exactly.
I have no idea.
But hold on. But one juror matters. My thing is, we don't know if Ronnie is real. I mean, I was literally going to have my best friend call because she's never been on YouTube and just make up a story. And then at the end say, guys, that was my best friend. She knows nothing about the story. I mean, she's following it, but she knows nothing. She was never there. She lives in New York City. But you see what I'm saying, though? Like, anybody can call in for their 15 minutes of fame. It doesn't make it true. I'm not saying the guy's not, but if it is true, why are you calling into YouTube? You should be calling the police. Give the police full details, because YouTuber, once you call into YouTube when there's an ongoing investigation and you have info of someone that was there, I'm sorry, but you just killed because the cops would tell you don't say anything. Cops would tell you to us, don't say anything.
That's right.
So that's
exactly
why
right.
I have a hard time believing any of these people that call in. After the case is over or after it's solved, that's different. But
Absolutely.
I mean, Jules, you deal with this on a professional level. Am I wrong?
No, you're exactly right. And once you go public with this kind of thing, you've undermined the veracity of the information.
Yep.
Once you put it out on a YouTube channel, it's going to get renewed over and over. Different people are going to take it and they're going to put their spin on it. It'll be like a game of telephone. And if it was in fact real evidence, by the time the police get it, they have absolutely no way of determining who was the original source and how accurate could it possibly be. That's one of the reasons that I said that I don't look for Summer Wells' case to ever be solved. There will be no way that it would ever go to court because of all of the interviews and how all the people that were involved were going on YouTube and doing interviews and starting up their own channels. I mean, it was basically a shit show.
Absolutely muddied up all the waters, didn't it?
It surely did. Absolutely. So,
I mean, Jody. What's her name? Jody Sue. She like the next PewDiePie, man. She like every time I pick my phone up, she's live.
that
We're
girl.
not. It's another case. Nope, not doing it. Zip it.
Yeah.
Definitely
You
not
caught it.
talking about Jody Sue.
You
No, no,
caught
no,
it.
no, no.
You caught us, Laura, because we were just about to get rolling.
Nope, not happening. She's the
That's-
last
that-
person I ever want to talk about.
That's
I
a weird
called her
broad, dude.
over a year ago. Nope.
Yeah.
She a weird one.
So
Hold
let's.
Hold on.
Okay.
I want to read a comment that somebody said. Okay, Vicky, that Ronnie did go to the next TOV search. All right, let me say this. If you have an ongoing investigation and you have an ongoing investigation of a missing person and it's gone viral. Everybody knows who Kiely is. Everyone's thinking of Gabby Petito and, let's find her. Even if she's no longer with us, let's find the body. The cops are trying to do it. We're trying to do it. Everyone's trying to solve this. You have a young 16-year-old missing girl. Why are you calling into a YouTuber with 130,000 subs putting out there that, oh, she did drugs at the party? What fucking good does that do anybody? Nothing. So why even tell it? If your cousins didn't kill her or have anything to do with this, why are you spreading a rumor like that? Why don't you have your cousins call in? Why don't you show a picture, a proof of what they're saying? That's why these people don't call into my channel, because I would grill them tenfold. Us looking at Sammy's lies and thinking something's up is way different than a missing girl. And now you're going to bash the girl saying that she's on drugs at 16 years old.
Right.
That to me is fucked up. But that's just my own personal opinion.
And if you wanted to be cynical, if I was going to engage in some of my wild speculation, then I might say that person calling in saying, oh, yeah, she was totally there. I saw her. She was hammered. She was using shrooms. She was on cocaine. I mean, it was a mess. Maybe that was somebody that is aware that her body is going to show up, and they're kind of trying to give a narrative for how she ended up unalive. That would be the cynical me. I'm not saying that's what happened in this case, but yeah, I'm suspect. What good is it to go live and claim this 16-year-old girl was, messed up?
Nope. And if these strangers, let's follow this through. If these strangers knew that who she was and she was high, and you're 28 years old, why didn't
you take her home?
Why didn't you know so much about a 16-year-old?
Yep.
That's what I have a problem with. Why do you know so much about a 16-year-old?
Yeah.
She's 16. You can go to jail. And that's the other thing that I think of. Because she is 16, that may be a reason a lot of these people aren't coming forward.
Maybe.
Because
Did they go to school together? Did she go to school with the rest of them?
Didn't she what?
Did she go to school with the rest of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was fixing to say. And Willow is I think he's gonna have the same experience. I wouldn't be surprised to know that the 16-year-old, the 18-year-old, even maybe the 24, 25, 26-year-old, that they all knew each other. It's a small town. There's fewer people in school. Your friendship group living in a rural area like that, your friendship group tends to be more heterogeneous. There's lots of different age ranges. Would you agree, Willow? Because you said you grew up in the country.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I can kind of see that. But here's my point. If you got some 25, 28-year-olds that are out there and they see her and she's all messed up, then why didn't they say, oh, there's a 16-year-old girl, maybe we better try to get her home, or maybe we better try to call somebody to come and get her, keep her safe?
Yeah,
That would've
especially
been-
this generation. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. You know, when we were all, 18, 19-year-old high school, fresh out of high school. Look, man, we were all still hanging out with high schoolers. We were all doing it too, and there was always a handful of us that were older than everybody else. Because back then, look, man, a 16-year-old dating a 19-year-old wasn't that. Nobody was flipping out back then. It just wasn't a big
That's
thing.
right.
I mean, you go back to like your grandparents. My God, dude. Your grandparents were married at 16 and 13. I mean, that wasn't uncommon back in the 20s and 30s.
That's because you're from Alabama.
Yeah, well, I mean, even then, I mean, people were young back then. So I mean, there was always a couple older people hanging out. But I'm gonna be honest with you, when we were kids, did we really look out? No, we figured your drunk ass figured out how to get here. Your drunk ass figured out how to get home. We kind of were those kids, that we would tell you, hey, bro, you can barely walk. Driving is probably going to be an absolute out of the question maneuver.
Yeah.
And, we might say that. And maybe if I really knew you, we'd take your keys sometimes. But at parties like that, man, I mean, it was kind of, no lifeguard. You know what I'm saying? I mean, swim at your own risk. And we were just that generation. My thing is nobody liked the smart, brainy ass kid. Nowadays it's a little cooler to be straight edge and be the smart kid and actually care about your future. Nobody liked the 16-year-old that's already graduated. Like, you out here hanging out with all of us. You just turned 16 10 minutes ago, and somehow you are smarter than all of us, huh? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you for
that didn't
saying
go over
that.
well back then either.
Thank you for saying that. Yep.
That wouldn't shock me either if a lot of people were weary of her because teachers petty kind of thing,
That's what I'm thinking. We got to go back and listen to Sammy and the way she describes her friendship. And I'm telling you, there's something underneath there. She is admitting that she really doesn't know Sammy that well.
Oh, I agree.
Well, and half of your friends got summer school.
Why?
Some of y'all 19 just now graduating. She's 16 and graduated 3 months ago. What could you possibly have in common with her?
Freaking froze. There we go.
I mean, it's like a brain surgeon being married to a mechanic. You don't see a lot of that. The guy who works for the trash company is married to a neurosurgeon. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
My StreamYards my Melon app keeps freezing. I can't grab that link that you said.
Oh, let me put it up again. Okay, I just put it back in.
I can't get into the private chat.
All right, I was saying just post in the regular chat again. Well, no, she can't post in the regular chat.
Nah, it's not allowed to get in there.
Why are you... Let me tell you something about a mini pig. If you have a mini pig, whenever you're doing something that doesn't involve the mini pig, he's going to see to it that involves him. This is the way it is. He ain't done that in 3 hours. You get on the phone, he's awake. You walk into the kitchen, magically he's awake.
Aww.
You get anywhere near the door, he's awake. And I have hardwood floors, and he is standing about a foot from me. I'm sure you can hear him.
What's the name of the creator that has or a news station that has it?
Yeah. So if you go into the YouTube search bar, put in boyfriend and friend search for missing teen. Okay. And the account is Fox 40 News.
Is that the original one?
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah, this is the only one that I know that he did, other than the stuff that's on his Instagram.
Yeah, I think this is the one. I played this already. I've seen this. I didn't think anything by him.
Oh, I thought it was very odd to take a news crew with him to go search. I thought that was very strange.
Oh, he took the news crew.
Yeah, the news crew went with him and this girl while they went driving around the hills around Reno.
Well, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that he may, like, he was going to find it and he wanted the news crew there.
Yes, or maybe he wanted there to be documented proof that he was searching for her.
The virtue signal thing, Dolly gets really nice and does stuff for the homeless when the camera's rolling, or kind of like the way JLR stopped and fed a bunch of homeless people pizza, but he made damn sure Instagram got a whiff of it. You know what I'm saying?
Go. There you go.
Did I say that out loud? My bad.
You did, but you said it so well.
Oh, sad panda. Oh, poor baby. I figure we'll gas a couple fires wherever. Why not? we gonna get Laura kicked off Turtle Island yet, damn it.
So California has fires again? The only reason I say that, I'm looking at the title on this, on the video, there's a scrolling thing. It says 60% of the McKinney fire burning in Siskiyou County.
Oh, is that old?
No, the one from, old from August 10th. Oh, been having fires? Oh, that's not good. I don't know. Something's just, I can't put my finger on what's wrong, but why are they having press conferences every day? That's the other thing that doesn't add up for me.
The one they did today, I thought that the information officer seemed irritated when she said that they were having a concert.
Why?
I just think they're keeping pressure on the kids. That was really the only thing that she said was still, again, reassuring. We're not going to come after you for drinking or using drugs. You know, we need information. And she said that they would not be doing a night or evening update. I guess they've been doing evening updates. She said they would not be doing an evening update because they were having a concert for maybe for Kiely's family. I don't remember who they said it was for, but Sammy and her friends arranged a concert. I don't
see, man. This all
I don't
just
know.
seems
Yeah, that was the
like
country
chasing.
show today. That was country.
But it's so, doesn't it seem awkward?
It
No.
all seems so virtue-y. Here, follow me out here with your camera crew while I go pretend to do something constructive. Here, let me jump on every interview I possibly can for FaceTime. I don't know, man. Here, let me send in a bunch of pictures that are totally irrelevant to this party. Maybe I can get myself on the. I don't know, man. It just seems. Maybe I just don't get this generation. Like, look, there's lots of things in my life I wish I had on camera. There's lots of photos I wish I would have taken. But at the end of the day, you know, I was that guy that wanted to watch the concert. I didn't want to watch it through a 6-inch
right.
screen. You know what I'm
That's
saying? Like,
Yeah.
I wanted to
Yeah.
actually just take it with me in the old memory bank. And if it fades one day, it just fades. And that's just the way it is. But I don't know.
And then the other thing that I think, are they holding press conferences to keep social media open, that, you know, we're all going to cover it? Is that why they're doing it? My other thought is, are they doing it because they're trying to scare the kids? But I just feel like I've heard way more about Kiely than I have about Trump being raided by the FBI.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna hear about that to the midterms.
News. I mean, that's some major news.
Yeah.
And they're way more on Kiely.
This is weird too this time, because speaking of people putting out, and look, I'm not a big misinformation guy. I'm really not. I think people should just do their own due diligence. If something sounds weird to you, go check it out. Don't take my word for it. I'm just some dumbass on YouTube. What do I know? But everybody jumped on this one prematurely. I come out of Walmart the other day, and that's when I started seeing all these videos of her being found. Like, my whole feed was YouTubers saying stuff about this case that were way off. And one of which was old girl, the 10 to Life girl. And I thought, man, as a general rule, and I don't really know what I think about this, all the really big true crimers, the more storyteller true crimers, the Bailey Sarians, the Kendall Rays, even the 10 to Life to some degree, usually I almost feel like they wait and see what the 50K sub range does. Everybody in the 50K.
I can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. I hit the button.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my fault. They wait and see what catches traction. They wait and see what everybody in the 50K range does. And whatever becomes a super hot story, then the big dogs get involved. and they'll do kind of their little synopsis of up to speed kind of thing. And I thought that was weird how many, channels I saw the other day reporting that she had been found. And literally within like 10 to 12 minutes, I started seeing videos privatized, unlisted. I don't know where that little deal came from yesterday.
It was so sketchy.
It was weird.
It was crazy. Laura, were you online when it all unfolded?
Yeah, and someone sent it to me, and I was like, first of all, that's not what the dispatcher said. And I just let everyone have it until later at night. I was like, all right, I'm finally going to go live because all these people are idiots. But I mean, Gray played it, and it said very clearly, it's a total match about the blue minivan. She didn't drive a blue minivan. So anybody that fucking listened to it, that ran with it, you're an idiot.
Yeah, it was just weird to me how so many big YouTubers got behind that so quick. And like I said, the big guys usually don't. They kind of wait and see what y'all do first, and then they decide if they want to get involved.
But what they were saying was that the VIN numbers matched.
No, that's not what the dispatch said.
But
this
the license
car was a perfect match. They didn't say the plates were a match. They said the car was a perfect match.
No, they said the plates were different.
Yes.
But the VIN number on the car did match.
Yes. They said the car is an identical match. And the car was a blue minivan.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it matched to, but it wasn't Kiely.
And they said that Kiely was in the car and she was acting erratically, and that Jagger was in the car or trying to get into
any of that.
Yeah.
That wasn't on the dispatch call.
And it came from the first people that I saw had it was Tyler, and they were listening to it, not say anything about it, just listening to the dispatch. And Jim Terry got on, and I don't know, I think they asked him to run the license plate, and he said he didn't have that computer with him or something.
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, I mean, it didn't take long at all for 10 to Life to come up and say, well, actually, Placer County Sheriff's Office came out and said, no, that is inaccurate.
That was the first one I saw was hers too. Yeah. That was the first one on my notifications was 10 to Life. And then I go to click it, and it said it had been up for 11 minutes. And I already had like 1,200 views. It said posted 11 minutes ago, and I clicked it. It says, this video is private. I said, what the hell happened?
Yeah, it's embarrassing. Like, how these people don't double check is beyond me. But that's what people like. Look at Molly. Look at 10 to Life. People love fake sensationalism as long as you make it sound good, or in 10 to Life's case, you look good.
That's actually what made me want to come back up here. When you said, I don't understand, she has 300-something thousand subs. I said, come on now, go look at it. Tell me why she got 300-something thousand subs.
She did it with the Long case. She believed it. I'm not going to blame her for believing it, but she really believed in the Long case when I think me and Kay were Critical K both sat back like, this kid is lying. Like, this story is not right. And Sophia Long. And she ran with it, and she blew up. She only had like 40,000 subs, and she blew up with this case. And that's where all these subs came from. And she runs. She doesn't double check. She just runs. She wants to be the first one, so she runs with it.
And that's weird too, man, because usually when you have an overnight sensation top one case really blows you up, you can tell that if they ever go live because the numbers really don't support it. But actually, I saw her do her first live that I'd ever seen just a couple of days ago, and she still had damn 6,000-7,000 people in the chat. I was like, dude, how?
But
she's well loved, yeah.
Yep. Here's the thing too, though, Willow. You're wrong about they watch what we do, and I believe I can speak for Stephanie Harlow, Christine Randall. They wait until all the evidence is in. They're not live people. They don't go live. So, like Stephanie Harlow, she waits until she can put together an entire story.
Now that is true. Yes, and that's kind of what I'm saying about like Kendall Ray. Kendall Ray to me doesn't really do what most of these true crime channels do that we all associate with. She does more of a story time thing. She waits until we got we have enough evidence compelled to have a full timeline and storyline, and then she'll do a break. Because she was late as hell to the summer case. But I think that was kind of on purpose. Because let's face it, by the time she's pregnant, or actually probably didn't have the kid by now, and let's face it, that has been an absolute circus sideshow. It has so many characters and crazy stories, and the timeline.
We're not talking about Summer Wells. Drop it. We're not talking about Summer Wells.
But she was like 7-8 months behind on that. Like she just did one about 2 months ago about that, which was weird.
Look at all.
And I think it's a mistake for the YouTube creators to become a part of these stories. I do
too.
I don't think that's the way to go. I think that's when things get so,
Well, because to
circusy.
me, it's not hard to argue a case at this point because I'm not an attorney, but I promise you, depending on how this unfolds, not even that case, any case similar to that, I am going to immediately go in there and request a change of venue. I am going to go in there and scream how my client cannot get a fair and unbiased case because it's plastered all over YouTube.
Absolutely.
I'm going to go in there and make 100 different cases and motions that this is not going to be a fair trial under any circumstances. And every time you try to pull anything from YouTube, I'm going to find my absolute damnedest way to shut it down.
Yeah.
And now sequestering juries, I don't even know why you would do that anymore. You can't take a mother of four's phone away if you're going to have it locked up for 3 weeks where she can't go home. I mean, you got to leave them a phone. So, I mean, at this point in time, I don't see how you really can keep YouTube out of the jury room. I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
They don't go for young jurors. That's why.
Well,
so go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I mean, I hate to say it, though, even my mama. Man, my mama live on social media nowadays. I never thought I'd see the day. My mama on there playing Words with Friends and Jewel Quest and shit.
But just to complete what I was saying before, like Stephanie Harlow, between me, Tyler, Doug, Jim, and somebody else, Stephanie Harlow took the time and did a way better video in one video than all 5 of us put together in all the time we've talked about Dylan Rounds. Stephanie Harlow did a fantastic video.
I've never watched her.
She took all the facts and she made a video because she's not a live creator. She is a upload creator. That's why they wait until much more facts are in where they can really put together an entire story.
Well, there's a couple problems with that. YouTube is a bad business model. Under no circumstances.
It really
not
is.
For true crime, not for anything. There is an imperfect business model that goes into YouTube. You talk shit about me, I naturally want to address it. I have 54,000 subscribers. You got 3,200. No matter how I play this, you're going to be the winner in this because what am I going to pick up at best? 3,000? What are you going to pick up at best? 45,000?
Yeah.
So I've now shed light to somebody who I would just soon stab with a crayon than talk about you or look at you. Yeah. And because we are such a live-driven community, as are most communities now, everybody knows you make your money live. You'll never go viral with a 3-hour live. That's not happening unless you already have a Joe Rogan type fan base.
No,
you're not going viral.
Super chats live, but I can assure you that Stephanie Harlow, Christine Randall, they're making plenty of money on uploads. Plenty.
Oh yeah, guys like that, I'm sure. But as far as like most of us, that's what everybody does. It's almost like the Alex Jones thing. When you're live 3, 4, 5 hours a day, you have to have something to talk about. You have to. So you kind of start just inventing scenarios and start inventing theories and possibilities and way things could have went down because it gives you something to talk about. As long as you've got something to talk about, and as long as you can provide some sense of hope.
I don't make up conspiracy theories, so I have something to talk about. And I know
a lot of them do, though. A lot of them do.
Well, no, wait a minute. I love wild speculation.
I do too. People like it.
I don't.
People like it. It makes it hard to follow, though. And I think that's what happened in a lot of these cases. You add so many characters in. Look, that's a tiny little town where Dylan Rounds is at. But you're not going to convince me 48 people were involved in that homicide. No way. Maybe 4 or 5, not 45. Not the whole damn town. Like it's a Roadhouse thing or something. No. But you have now inserted so many characters. And then once the YouTubers go from being reporters to actually, live action role playing, and they're actually characters in the story, this gets weird, man. It gets weird.
Yes.
It gets muddy, and it gets money and view driven. And once it gets money and view driven over substance and factual correctness, you have now created a monster.
It's the Dylan Rounds case is all about making money. Make no mistake. People, that is all about look at the videos. Let's see what else we can talk about. 100%. To me, the Dylan Rouse thing has turned into another Summer Wells story.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, meth, murder,
Yeah.
sexuality,
Yep.
Yellowstone land property kind of things. I mean, it's crazy. It's went so many different directions now that I think it is a conspiracy theory at that point. It just generates suspense, which generates views and ultimately generates revenue because people like contributing to things that they feel strongly about. Nobody wants to see anybody dead. Nobody wants to see anybody's kid taken away. Nobody wants to see. So I think it also creates this false sense of here, let me contribute. Here's $50. Here's $100. And a lot of these creators know that, and so they play the game and they sell hope $20 at a time, one view at a time.
Yeah, but hold on, guys. There's brainstorming and then there's blatant lies. Putting out that Sammy's parents or lawyers and PI have spread viral. Now, because of that lie, everybody's talking about it, but nobody bothered until I said something tonight that other people are questioning it, just not lives that I'm in. But Sammy's not 20, so you have the wrong people. I don't see anybody popping up correcting it.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? Anyway, who started that one?
It came from Doug or 10 to Life. I don't know who took what from who. But
Damn
those
it, Doug.
were the 2 people that reported it. I don't know who went with what.
Yeah, but that's not wild speculation. That's just an outright getting the facts wrong.
Exactly. And never correcting it.
So bad. This is a true crime community. How the hell are you missing something that blatantly simple? A quick Google search will put that baby to rest.
That's right.
You're supposed to be internet sleuths. How did you get that wrong? Like that bad? Like we're not talking about, you said doctor, it turns out she's a nurse practitioner. We ain't talking that kind of wrong. We talking about, you said she a doctor and, she works for Ringling Brothers. I mean, I don't know what she does, but the point is, I mean, that's a pretty big swing and a miss. I mean, and you think web sleuthing, somebody would catch that quicker than, but it goes to show how badly people want the views because what you saw was a whole bunch of creators run with it. Not one damn one of them doing no research or due diligence, trying to be contrarian or counterintuitive. They just ran with it, man. They took it and went with it, just like it said.
Oh, you know what? I think Kay is right. I think Doug did put it out first because when I went to bed at like 4 something, he was on. He was live. So I don't know who started it. Like, I don't know if 10 to Life said it yesterday or today, but I think Doug is the one that put it out first. And it's just a blatant lie. Like, and then they were saying how Sammy was 20 or 22. Took me 1 minute to Google say. That's what I'm saying. It was also Facebook. Great place to look. Facebook is nothing but lies. In these true crime cases, you can't look at Facebook for anything because everybody lies on it. I'll show you an example. Hold on. This was on my pictures too that I pulled up.
I agree, Donna and Gertie. Most important thing is to find her.
Okay. Someone wrote on Facebook. Hold on, let me show it.
So I wonder where Doug got that from.
Doug got it from Facebook.
The kids are involved. Someone wrote into the sheriff's office. Can you verify Jagger's comments that the sheriff wants him to filter information before he goes to the police? These kids are hiding something, and that should be addressed. No one finds it suspicious that this girl, Sammy, who wasn't even close with, this one's a good post though, who wasn't even close with her, and they aren't friends on social media, who also has dated her boyfriend, which we have no definitive proof of that though, is so overly involved with no emotion and are trying to control the situation. These kids know more than they think. Alyssa, that is false. The only tip line is this one. So then someone else comes in. Brenda, maybe Reno, but not Tahoe fashion. Also, we don't have much diversity up here, So having people of color in attendance is also noteworthy for the teenagers. Are you got to be fucking kidding me? Now they're naming a black man. There is one strand of LED light, so it was very dark. Another friend of my daughter, gee, I wonder who this is. Another friend of my daughter said she knew 20% of the people there. She's very social and expected it to be all the local seniors. She had known her entire life here. You need to understand the social dynamics here. She may not have had a big social network and group of friends to be celebrating and taking pics with because she lived in a very remote cabin, went to a tiny charter school, did online classes, graduated early, hung out that night with a person that she had only reconnected with recently. She didn't have a group because she was socially isolated already. It pains me to think no one saw her that night because she was already not seen and not part of the scene. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said.
There you go. That goes back to the AIDS thing I was talking about.
That's right.
I want to back up for a second. This woman says her daughter's friends were there. Did you go to the police? Are you talking to the police? Is your daughter giving information about, everything there? That we don't know. Because if she was, you wouldn't be talking about this on Facebook. So then she says that she lived in a very remote cabin. I don't think she lived in a remote cabin. She lived in a beautiful house. I wouldn't call it a remote cabin. Went to a tiny charter school. It's a small town. It's not a big town. She did online classes. Okay, maybe she had social anxiety.
But that's a COVID thing, and that's where I was going with this, to say that means she started doing this at 14, because she would have been about 14 when COVID started, which means she banged out her entire high school in 2 years, because that means she would have been a freshman. So that means while she was isolated during COVID, she did some bang-up ass schoolwork, and that is why she had no social circle, because she did all her stuff at home. She kind of liked it, stayed there, graduated. By the time they were all back in regular school, she was already done with school and didn't go to high school anymore, so she didn't have any friends.
Hold on. She graduated early. She hung out that night with a person she had only reconnected with recently. Let's look a little further. She hung out with a person, but I thought she went there with Mags. So how'd she know she was going to hook up with Sammy?
But Mags didn't stay very long, right?
But I'm saying that she's saying that she went there and that she reconnected with recently. Well, were they friends?
Had to have been Sammy.
Not being friends? Because that's what reconnect means.
Yeah.
Reconnect means they were friends in the past and then decided to become friends again. So what happened that caused them to not be friends in the first place? I mean,
Dating my boyfriend?
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know. And then it said she didn't have a group because she was socially isolated already. Pains me to think that no one saw her that night. Well, aren't your daughter's friends there? So you're saying your daughter's friends never saw her either? Now, here's the other thing. We don't know Sammy was there. We know a phone was there. Maybe someone took a phone and walked to the lake. She may have never even made it to she may have made it to the party, dropped Mags off and left. There's no pictures of her there. There's nothing that proves she was there other than a ping on her phone, which if it was right down by the lake, somebody did something to her or something happened to her and she, whatchamacallit, and they tossed the phone in the lake. That's what I think. She never called. And here's the other thing. Her mom saying all of a sudden that she didn't know what time she was going to be home. Sammy or somebody said that she had asked, or her mom said that she asked for permission before she left. Then her mom changed the story and said that she did not know, that she didn't know where her daughter was. You said in your first interview that you did know where she was. Now, I'm not blaming the mom because I know mom, if my daughter was missing, I'd be all over the place too. So I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying there's just so many different scenarios, so many different.
They found nothing so far, right? Not the phone,
Nothing.
Because see, that's the only thing I say about if it was an accident. I mean, don't get me wrong, kids are stupid. Drunk kids are really stupid. But if anything accidentally happened, like she, because it kind of smells like the Natalie Holloway thing too. And she was from here in Alabama. If anybody remembers that whole Aruba thing, like 17, 18 years ago, um, it kind of started pointing to it might have been an accident, it might have been an overdose. Somebody spiked your drink. Somebody, something just bad happened. It wasn't of malice intent. The only issue I have with anything being accidental is just leave the car. If there's 100 witnesses and nobody really knows what they saw, because I'm gonna tell you something too. I've been in a lot of court cases, and the only thing better than no witnesses is 100 witnesses, because you can't get those stories to line up for shit.
That's true.
And it muddies the waters. So I know if I commit a crime and there's 100 kids at a party, I don't care about your car. I'm walking off and leaving it. I ain't touching it, because every time you touch something else, that's one more thing that can go wrong. If I didn't actually do anything malice and it was simply falling late, kind of thing, we got her a little tipsy and we got her doing a keg stand and she fell off this cliff, or I ain't touching the car. I'm leaving it. You'll find the car. You might not find her, but I ain't touching that car.
Kate, that's the story. Mags rode in with Kiely, and then Mags's boyfriend arrived on his own and took Mags right away within 10 minutes. That's the story.
And so, Willow, you think the fact that there's no kind of evidence, that is evidence that there was a cover-up?
Absolutely. Like, rule of thumb is when you go to a crime scene, if you're a cop, right, and you go into a house and you get that luminol out, and I can see smeared blood, I can see where there was a clean job, somebody tried to clean it, that automatically means it was somebody in the house. Period. 100%. Why would somebody break in your house and then clean up a murder scene? I'm leaving anyway. I don't live here. If you see that somebody tried to hide something, there's generally a reason for it, because you touched it. You know the person. There's a reason that your DNA shouldn't be in there, and it is now. If I'm your best friend and I did something to you, my DNA's in your car, I don't give a shit. I'll leave that car sitting there. I rode to the party with you, man. Of course my DNA's in the car. I ain't touching that car. I'll let it sit right there overnight, and the cops can just find the car and start from there. There's no point in touching it. If somebody took that car, it's because they did something in that car. Yeah. I'm telling you, she went to the car to charge her phone. She passed out. Somebody saw it, took advantage. Shit got out of hand and said, "Oh my God, she's getting loud. We have to get the fuck out of here now." And they took the car. They flung the phone to get it out of the car so it wouldn't be pinging all over the place, and they drove her wherever. I truly believe it was just that simple.
Definitely it makes sense.
Saw a young girl, tipsy. She'd already been kind of flirting with you. Maybe you didn't think there was nothing wrong with it. Let's face it, I do think some of this, oh my God, there's no good way to say what I'm about to say. People have made dating and touching and fondling so out of hand uncomfortable nowadays. I'm sorry. I've been with a lot of women, and not one of them signed a permission slip. Not one of them said, "Yes, please touch here, here, here in this order." That's not how it went down. If you ever went home with a woman from the bar, you just know. You knew in the back of the cab. I knew when she gave me the keys.
Yeah.
End of the story. And, maybe somebody read into it wrong. These are kids. Followed her out to the car. Tried to wake her up. Started kind of harmless. Got a little flirty. She got sick. You had already went too far. I don't know. But there's no reason to hide the car if something didn't happen in the car.
You're putting scenarios that may not exist.
Absolutely.
Everybody's got her drunk. Maybe she wasn't drunk. Maybe she went to the party and realized that she didn't like these people. Like, if you look at the picture when she left, she was ready to go have a good time. But the fact that nobody has a picture with her in a background, nobody is talking to her, nobody anything, makes me think that Mags asked for a ride so she can meet a boyfriend. And she dropped her off. Kiely may have got out of a car, said hi to a few people, and who knows what happened from there. Unless they find Kiely and find out she was drunk, find out she has drugs in her system, anything, then I'll believe it. But at this point, especially with the phone, they're saying the phone pinged so close to the river, tells me that she may have dropped Mags off, realized she didn't want to hang out with these people because she didn't do drugs, and she didn't feel comfortable. She went to leave and something happened. That's what I think. And I think the car is in a garage somewhere.
Yeah, that may be. I don't know where the car is at, but I think that, I don't know. Even at 16, man, and I was a good student. I was a good student. I was an honor student. all the advanced classes. I was a super smart kid. I was an asshole, but
But
I
if
was
she
pretty
didn't
smart.
know these people, if she knew them, but she didn't go to school with them, and maybe she did have a drink, maybe, I don't know. Something in my gut just tells me she wasn't drunk, she wasn't high, she didn't feel comfortable around all these people, and she went to leave and something happened. That's what I really believe in my heart of hearts. I do not believe for 1 second that she was wasted and she was doing this and she was doing that. And she texted her mom and her friends just left her because she had all these other friends. How did she have all these other friends there if she didn't go to the school?
I don't think she did. I think this was kind of, and that's why I think she probably did wild out because I think that was the thing. She was a young girl getting to go to the cool kid party, getting to hang out with the older crowd. They all throwing it down. Even at 16, I never went to a party not looking to get blasted. I mean, that was me. That was different, but I don't know. It seems to me at 16, 17 years old, you got to know what you're going to do. I mean, we ain't at the Ramada. We out in the middle of the woods, out in the middle of nowhere on the water. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think as far as not having any pictures, there could be a lot of reasons for that. And if the last call really was at 12:30, that would make sense. If she got there at 10 and she only had a drink or two, if she ain't left her house in 2 years, she probably a lightweight. Couple drinks, man, 2 beers. 16 years old, you probably done for. Um, and so she might have just been tapped out by 12:30. I mean,
And
they
I
were already partying at 4:30 in the morning. They were throwing down.
and I also think that she didn't know Mags was going to meet her boyfriend. She didn't know that Mags was going to ditch her. And then she saw Sammy and, maybe started talking if she stayed there. But, maybe she was talking to Sammy and Sammy was with all the kids she go to school with. And here's, the younger. Maybe Sammy thought she was annoying. Maybe Sammy thought that, hey, go hang out with this one. Or Sammy was all over the place. Or maybe Sammy used her. I have no idea. But what I do know is that a 16-year-old is missing. And I'm sorry, but if my friend was missing, my good friend, I would never say publicly that she was wasted ever.
Right.
Ever. I would say nope, she didn't drink. If the alcohol had nothing to do with anything, or if I knew she didn't crash, why would I want to bash a 16-year-old like that? Sorry.
Well, see,
Like, I don't get why she has to point out, oh, she was on drugs, she was drunk, she was so drunk. I don't think Sammy realized how dumb that made her look.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the nice thing, to say about your friends, but
I don't think she was a friend either.
Yeah, I don't think they were that close.
I don't think so.
That's why I'm saying something was that. Yeah, no, that was the other thing I thought of too. But those are police photos. Like the police showed them. I think. I don't know. There's so much trash on this case that you don't even know what's real. That is what you say publicly about a friend you either don't like much or was jealous of. Exactly. You don't, go around saying, oh, well, she was so wasted and I didn't even want to drive with her because she was so drunk. That to me sounds like a setup. It sounds to me like you're setting her up for something.
Yep.
Setting it up for why you're going to find a car. Same thing with the sweatshirt. Why does the sweatshirt matter? Unless the person that gave it to her did something and you want to connect the DNA. That would show why the DNA is on the shirt.
Do we know who gave her the shirt?
That they won't say.
That's my thing too.
Telling.
See, I'm kind of with that. Like, that's one of my biggest pet peeves in life is, and I want to say that now, if anything happens to me and you come to my funeral, feel free to tell the truth. I know it's uncouth to kick dirt on somebody's name, especially when they passed away. But it always kills me when I've been to funerals of people that I know that were good people, but they were kind of an asshole. And everybody gets up there, man. They were the greatest people, and they did this for the homeless, and they were pillars of their community. I'm thinking, dude, he robbed a liquor store. He did 17 years in Atmore. What are you talking about, bro? Feel free to tell the truth, man. Willow was a good dude. Did a lot of drugs. Drank too much. Had a pig. Tore his house apart. Caused a divorce. Other than that, stand up cat. You can say that. I'm cool with that.
I gotta ask Willow, your pig tore your marriage apart?
Sorta. I'd
Is
say
that
it
what you
was a
just said?
contributing factor. Yeah.
Okay. I just thought it was funny you said it.
It was it probably, which the funny thing is it was the ex-wife's pig.
Oh
She's the one that
man.
wanted it. Yeah, she's the one that wanted it.
Oh,
Hold
It's
up,
pre-
hold up. Doc, I don't think you realize how important that is. So Dre says, yes, Kylie's mom said Kiely had been drunk last year and told her mom she couldn't drive her sister. So Kiely is not going to drive wasted. So that's major, major, major. Do you know where her mom said that? Because that just proves another lie of Sammy's, that she's not going to drive wasted.
yeah.
That's major. If you can show me where that was, or Amanda, show me where that was, that would be ideal.
See though that I can almost make an argument for the other way. Like I could see your friend being honest and saying, "Look, man, she was a good girl. She was. She drank too much. But other than that, she's cool." I can almost see your friend saying that. Everybody's parents think their kid's the smartest, the prettiest, the best. My kid's smart enough to know better. You want to think that. My
Yeah.
parents thought that too. And at 16 years old, I was facing a youthful offender for about 10 years of my life because I was a dumbass who thought I was Tupac. Like literally. So my parents would tell you I was pretty smart too.
It was
Man,
on Las Vegas News. Riley ratted herself out when she told her mom, I can't drive, I had a drink. Right? Oh, you mean Kiely? I heard her mom say that too, but I don't remember where. It was early on. But that's major. Now, as far as her being the designated driver, where did that come from? It was on the news yesterday. Hold on.
See, and that would be weird to me. Like if this is my first time hanging out with a bunch of cool kids again, I don't want to be the designated driver. So I get to show
exactly right.
I get to show up and be the 16-year-old dork. Thanks. That'll really help my image. Fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here's the other question. Who dated the guy first? The 18-year-old or the 16-year-old? If the 18-year-old dated him first and then she leaves the 18-year-old for a 16-year-old, let me tell you, me and all my friends be roasting the hell out of you.
Yeah.
We'd be making jokes at this time next year by your senior year, you have to pick her up from preschool, right? Is that, I mean, trust me, we would be ragging your ass. We would be busting on you pretty bad. That'd be a touchy subject. I ain't gonna lie to you. Even in my generation where it wasn't quite as frowned upon, if you left a senior to date a homeschool kid that's like Doogie Howser, oh yeah. Yeah, we're absolutely gonna haze the hell out of you.
That's right.
100.
But I haven't been able to get verification that Sammy was involved with Jagger. Now they are on each other's social media, and then Kiely is on Jagger's social media.
Yeah.
But Sammy and Kiely are not on each other's social media.
That's where I'm at, Angela. Because if there's 100 kids partying here and I got my own car and I'm going to do something that nefarious that's like 25 to life nefarious, then I'm going to take you to my car, my surroundings, my neighborhood, where I know what time it is. I'm not going to do this in your car because now I have to get rid of your car. That's just one more thing I got to go bury somewhere because I touched it and nobody knows me. I shouldn't even be there. The only other problem you run here is these are all kids, most of which probably don't have criminal records yet. So even if you find fingerprints, it don't mean nothing. I mean, lots of mafioso hitmen don't wear gloves. That's why, because they're not in the system. Fingerprints only do anything if you're in the system.
That's right.
And these are all kids. How many of them are felons? Probably none. Yeah, maybe one or two, but not many.
Okay. She told ABC News that Kiely texted her and told her she would be leaving the party in approximately 45 minutes before going straight home. I don't believe that either. I don't believe that was her. I don't know why. I just don't. You text your mom on your way home, not 45 minutes prior saying I might be home. I'll be home in 45 minutes where I'm going straight home. It doesn't add up.
Yeah, especially if they live that close. What the hell do you need 45 minutes for?
Exactly.
I mean, unless you pass 25 eateries between here and the house, I don't see why you would need 45 minutes to go 15 minutes up the road. Quite the contrary, even when I was kind of young and reckless, my parents were always good about that. Call me when you get to the house, or let me know when you got home. And if I should be there in 20 minutes and they ain't heard from me in an hour, my phone be blowing up at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Horrible voicemail.
For those thinking that Sammy, that maybe she was drugged, according to Sammy, she says in To People magazine, everything she drank, I drank out of. And there was nothing that seemed off about her. That's with Sammy's own words in a People interview 4 days ago. So that rules out, according to Sammy, that rules out the possibility somebody slipped something in her drink, according to Sammy.
And see, that's a pretty big detail. That's trying to make it sound like we're besties, that we're sharing the same bottle of booze, the same drinks, the same everything. And that's sure trying to sell we best friends, ain't it?
But she just put it out there that there's no way somebody slipped something in her drink. She just put it out there, which is interesting too.
Yeah, because that means if they do find this girl and there's drugs in the system, that now puts it solely on her. Is basically what she just said.
You can't guarantee that somebody didn't put something in her drink.
Yeah, because I promise you my tolerance is way higher than yours. I can drink this cup and you over here hurling off the balcony. I done went back and got 2 more.
Right.
And I'm ready to go to IHOP.
When Jura matters, that I'll tell you why that doesn't make sense to me. I know people are saying it's 12 miles, takes 37 minutes, but here's the catch to that. If that's true, that means she would have left the party at 11:30 when she texted, because that's 37 minutes, average it up 40 minutes.
That must be the curviest road ever. 12 miles, 37 minutes? I could drive that in reverse quicker than that.
I can ride a horse and get there faster than that.
That's
why I think it was Gray that said that. I was like, Gray, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't drive 12 miles unless you're in traffic.
Yeah, and where they're at, I think will be a whole bunch of. I mean, it probably is curvy and windy, but I could do that on a unicycle in 37 minutes, bro. That's a long time for 12 miles.
Maybe 17 minutes, but not 37 minutes.
I never understood the 37-minute thing either.
No.
Like a mile a minute would be 60 miles an hour.
Traffic in New York City, it doesn't take 40 minutes to go 12 miles.
Yeah.
Only New York City or LA bumper to bumper traffic.
Yeah, that's way crazy. Yeah, there's no way that's right. 17 minutes is probably reasonable because, like I said, a mile a minute would be 60 miles an hour, and there's parts of that part that you're probably not riding through at 60. So I'll say that's reasonable. 17, 20 minutes. Wow. So they were pretty damn close, which means if they live up there, these had to have been nice houses. This had to have been prominent, well-to-do people.
Yeah, the house. Kiely's house is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
I mean, Lake Tahoe area. That's yeah.
And then there was another one. The arrest of a suspect of Naomi Arion, who's another 18-year-old who went missing in Nevada. They made an arrest there. And there's a lot of young people missing.
That's what I said. I said that the highway Interstate 80 is got a serial killer or a sex trafficker or something picking up these teenagers.
It's crazy.
What's her name? Naomi what?
Naomi Irion. Oh, she was found more than 2 weeks after her disappearance. I thought she wasn't found.
Yeah, that was Troy Driver. Yeah.
What? That's remarkable to be gone that long.
He killed her. this guy waited in the Walmart parking lot and
Yep.
abducted her and killed her.
Oh, so they found her, but not. Okay.
Yeah.
It's so scary.
Terrifying.
Dude. There's actually a documentary on YouTube I just watched about this. I can't remember what it's called. It's just named after a highway. And apparently, over like 20 years, tons of people. They finally arrested the guy some 25 years ago, but what the hell was it? I want to find it real quick. It's actually a really cool documentary.
But you know what? It's a straight shot from Kiely's house. If you were to get on the Interstate 80 there between Prosser and Kiely's home, it's a straight shot through Elko, Wells, and into Lucette. It's a straight shot. I'm thinking, why do we have all these kids disappearing where there's nothing? There's nothing out there. Why do they keep disappearing? It's not like they're running around the inner city Chicago or Houston or.
We're going missing is reasonable.
Well, I mean, kind of, right? I mean, it's gotten dangerous here in Houston.
Chicago's bad. We around 4th of July, we usually do a date up there. We do this thing at Crown Point, Indiana, on the 4th of July, pretty much every year, and then we usually set something up over in Chicago. And look, man, I love the food, I love the city, but there are parts of it that truly smell like gunpowder and bad decisions. Like the moment you get out of the car, you could smell fresh rounds, pizza, a dash of Chinatown if you're close to White Sox Stadium, and just danger, man. It's definitely a dress code reminder when you go what you're wearing.
You want to know something? Like, I grew up in New York City. I grew up in New York. I spent my whole life there without cell phones, without anything. We all survived. There were no kidnappings. There were, but the worst thing you had to worry about was being jacked on a subway. And I couldn't imagine like living there now.
Yeah.
I was watching a show on Netflix about Woodstock 99.
Yeah.
Oh, it was crazy. Like, they couldn't do that now. Like, you couldn't even do it. I didn't go because I wasn't in New York at the time. I was living in California, but you couldn't even do that now. They would be too afraid of shots. Same thing with what's it called? What was that big festival with the vans? Van sponsored it.
Warped.
The Warped Tour. You couldn't do that now.
Yeah.
Because of guns. It's crazy.
Well, even just the way people behave at concerts. Look at that Travis, what's his name? That just had a couple people killed at his concert being trampled. This generation has zero self-accountability. They don't know how to act. They have this mindset of just because we can, we should. We actually had the exact, we were kind of the generation that still understood just because you can doesn't always mean you should. And there's a time and a place for everything. And there is some civic responsibility when you go out into public to act a certain way, to not endanger the dude next to you, kind of thing. That's lost, man. That is lost right now.
Yeah, it is. And I think that Travis Scott concert, I think there were like 32, 33 that were killed. Trampled.
Yeah, a bunch of people.
It was terrible.
And that was just absolute being an asshole. I mean, that's all that was. That's all that was. That wasn't guns. That wasn't violence. That was zero regard for human life.
Absolutely. And he egged it on. He wanted them doing it.
I mean, people are being charged for that now. You just had that one metal singer. I can't even think of the band now, but he actually did a little time for quote unquote inciting a riot. Yep. And yeah, I mean, is
that a metal singer or was a rapper? It was a rapper.
Travis Scott, yeah, he's a rapper. Yeah. The one that most recently happened. This was, I can't remember the band. It wasn't anybody I was super familiar with. Super dark metal.
You know, my metal singers.
I can't think of it. I for the life of me can't think of who it was. And I'm on the fence about that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm on the fence as a musician. I'm on the fence about what I say on stage. Look, if I'm jumping up and down stage telling you to stomp the next dude that walks in front of you and gropes your, but okay, by all means, that's on me. But if I'm just telling you to get loud, to get rowdy, I want to see you jump, I want to see this, That's right up there with, telling your supporters to go to the Capitol building and fight like hell. That's a loosely interpreted, that's a slippery slope, man. And if you get to now start arresting me for what you think my intent was behind my words, that's some dangerous shit to get into. Because you'll never truly know what I meant when I said what I said. There's no way to really know that. And to some degree, it is on you as a human being to have absolute freedom. We must maintain some level of civic responsibility, meaning I can do whatever in the hell I want to do until it endangers you. And then I have to kind of mind my own P's and Q's and stay in my own lane. And at a lot of these concerts, that's not happening right now.
But what the other problem is with the concert? I mean, the singers are egging some of this on, but the number of people that are now attending these massive, mega concerts, once that sea of humanity starts moving, you can't push back on it.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so they've got so many people in one confined space. That's part of what happened at Astroworld. They actually were over capacity for the amount of acreage that they had.
Yep. We had it happen at a lot of the bands I've been most recently working with are a lot of country rap groups. And a whole lot of those shows go down to these big like truck pool, mud bogs, and things like that. And it's just basically kind of what we used to do as kids, a big field, stage, party, fires, four-wheelers, and you'll put, 5,000, 6,000, kids in front of the stage, all drinking, raising hell, having a good time. Everybody's cool. People got coolers standing up on them, whatnot. For the most part, it's relatively respectable. There's not generally any problems, but even if you had 5,000 security, if something happens in the middle of this crowd, the chances of me being able to get to it in a timely fashion is slim to none. And when you're talking about crowds like Woodstock 99 that tapped damn near 500,000 people, that's next level,
crazy,
man.
Crazy.
That's major U.S. metropolitan cities packed
right.
into a field.
Yep.
And there's just no way to prevent anything. I mean, literally, my security budget would run me $20 million to be able to fight this off. So at some point in time, you have to take responsibility for your behavior.
Yeah.
And it just blows my mind, man, how it's gotten so bad over the last few years that Woodstock was bad, but that was just too damn big. That was too big. But somehow over the last 10 years, we've gotten violent as hell at concerts. It's gotten brutal. And I don't know why, man. I don't get it.
But a lot of the musicians push that whole chaos, anarchy. That's part of the celebration, right? That's part of them having fun.
It's selling the atmosphere.
Yeah.
It truly is. It's selling the ideal of you paid $150 to come see Korn, and we're 50 years old now, but we're still gonna go out here and light it up like we're 25, and go.
And Korn turned up.
Dude, Korn gets wild, man. I seen Korn 4 or 5 times.
Yeah,
that's what made me off topic. Way off topic.
Oh yeah, we way off topic. We done went from Woodstock to Korn. What the hell are you talking about? Although it makes you feel any better, Korn was at Woodstock.
Somebody mentioned a case today about, I forgot who, I think it was on Tyler's channel, about fentanyl in California. And I found the case that she was talking about. It just happened in January of this year. A 16-year-old gave a 12-year-old California girl, snorted 3/4 of what she thought was a crushed Percocet pill, passed out, began snoring. And the telltale sign of a fentanyl overdose, she died. 16-year-old drug dealer who allegedly sold her the pill is charged with murder, and it was all on camera.
Wow.
Okay, look, there's problems with that story before we even get going good. First off, I don't care if it was fentanyl. I don't care if it was Play-Doh. A 12-year-old thought it was a Percocet, so that made it okay. Why does a 12-year-old know about snorting Percocets?
It doesn't matter. Who cares why? She did. She's dead.
That is insane to me. That is absolutely insane.
I was doing drugs at 12.
Well, I was too, but I wasn't snorting Percocets, and I wasn't asking my dope man, hey, you're sure this is an OC and not a Tylox, right? At 12? And I was pretty, I hate Big Pharma, but I'm a huge fan of a lot of their products. And I've been that way for a long time. dude, at 12 years old, I didn't know the damn difference between a Percocet and a Lortab or a Narco or any of that. That's God Almighty, dude. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. That a 12-year-old. This is a Percocet, right? Oh my God, dude.
So they're getting the 16-year-old for murder.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's crazy.
it is crazy.
And that's something I never understood about the dope game either, because I don't remember that happening a whole lot when I was a kid. That nowadays everything is stomped on with fentanyl, and I understand the point of stomping on dope
Either.
Well, see, yeah, and I understand the point of stomping on dope is to make said dope go further. But we did it with B12, with, baby laxatives. We did it the old-fashioned way with our cocaine. Absolutely. Why in the hell would I take cocaine that's already expensive and then give you some free shit that's even more expensive to stretch it? I mean, I used to hear all those stories about kids getting, fentanyl and shit in their Halloween candy. I have roamed houses for years looking for fentanyl-laced dum-dums. I ain't found one. I've never known any drug dealers to give away free dope.
No,
and that's what I said about the guys that were at the party with Kiely. Why are they there giving away cocaine and mushrooms? Yeah. Why are they doing that? That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't mean they were giving them away. They could have been selling them.
I mean, I'll sell it to you.
They were probably selling them.
Yeah, no, I think the reports to the police is that these 20-year-old guys were giving it to people.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Well, that's not a crime if you give it. It's only a crime if you sell it.
Yeah, and that's kind of always been a weird myth to me, too. I mean, it is a lot lesser of an offense, but if you end up dead, oh, yeah, I'm still going to jail. Because there's been a whole lot of celebrities that get free drugs because they're, a celebrity. And
they don't get free. They pay for it.
They
have the money to pay for it, so they pay for it.
I always thought that was weird. It's like, you're broke and you're drugged out, but the moment you have money and clout, now that you have the money to spend, people just give you shit sometimes. It's so weird. I don't think that night John Travolta came to Little old Bessemer, Alabama, I don't think he bought a single beer. I don't think he could have bought that bar.
Absolutely.
We're talking about a honky tonk about the size of most people's living room. You can look it up. It's at Bessemer. It's called the Beer Garden. It's like a 4-wall cinder block box of all the places he could have shown up.
He didn't come to my house. Big me.
I mean, they were shooting a movie.
Lynn said, I went to a funeral today for a friend that overdosed, and there was fentanyl and cocaine in his system.
Yeah, what did they call that something? Speedball?
I don't know about the fentanyl thing. I know the cocaine and like Xanax and benzos was. Because that was the whole thing, is you're taking like uppers and downers at the same time, which is just a bad idea.
Yeah.
I mean, you're taking one thing to accelerate heart rate, one thing to decrease heart rate. And that's how so many people do overdoses. You binge out on whatever pain pills or whatever cocaine or methamphetamines that you're binging on. And when you come down and you don't have any more dope, you're now dope sick and you're feeling horrible and you just want to sleep through it. So you take a bunch of Xanax and hope to sleep the pain away. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's usually how it happens, man. I am sorry to hear that. Yeah, I don't get it, man. You can't even trust the dope man anymore. At least even in my day, most of the drug dealers, I mean, if you can say noble drug dealer, and it's kind of oxymoronic, I get that. But for the most part, none of my friends trying to kill nobody. I mean, if they did have something that was a little jacked up, they'd tell you, hey, bro, I'm not totally sure about this. I like it, but it's different. If you want to try it first, that's cool. I just don't get it, man. I never felt old until the last few years playing on the internet. I started looking around going, this is not how I remember acting. Or maybe it's just that we didn't have the ability to post it all over the internet where I could see what kind of an asshole I was at 18. And I guess to some degree I'm thankful for that, because I don't know, I probably wouldn't have been any better. If he'd have gave me a Twitter account and cell phones, I mean, I don't know. I was old enough to have cell phones at 16. I remember having like early old cell phones when they were still huge. But we had to like wait till Friday. Well, we had to wait till like Friday at 7 o'clock before we call anybody, because we were still in the era of free nights and weekends and like rollover minutes where like you didn't hear from me until Friday. Friday at 7 p.m. I was chatting that shit up till Monday on the way to school. Monday at 7, boy, I'm radio silent again until Friday. You could page me on my See Through Purple page. I might call you back from my mama house, but I can't call you on this phone. Cost me $17.35 a minute. I can't call you, bro. I mean, it's. I guess in some degree, maybe that's it. Maybe it's a social media. Maybe things. I try to tell myself that sometimes social media creates a skewed sample size because like-minded people find like-minded people. So
Absolutely.
ultimately, the numbers seem overwhelming sometimes, but that's because you've got a billion people and you've compelled all these like-minded people into one spot. So it seems maybe worse than it is. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's definitely created the worst of an echo chamber imaginable, right? But if you're online, you're with the people that think like you think and believe what you believe. But in your real life, you're still surrounded by people that have other ideas and opinions. You just don't dare voice it because then people freak out.
It's weird to me about that. Actually, I said something about this the other day to a buddy of mine. Was online culture also shows that I'm sorry, Lynn. Am I bothering you? My apologies. Would you like me to sign it?
No, Delana, I think it was a different case because this was a 16-year-old and a 13-year-old.
That's asinine.
If enough people die, perhaps people wake up. Possibly.
Look at Tyler coming in hot.
Thank you, Tyler. All right, Tyler's going for the super chat train. Anyone wants to jump back on, just remember he's going to go for it and he's going to try to beat me. I don't know how many we're at. We got to count them. I'll count them after.
All right, Lynn, you're up. You're going to be an asshole. You got to pay for it.
No, what I wanted to address, fentanyl is everywhere. People think fentanyl is only in a small, like California. It's everywhere. Everywhere. Fentanyl is a major, major problem in every major city and every smaller city. So,
I agree, Verica.
Let me tell you what it is, really. I used to.
I forgot the woo woo. I'm sorry. Woo woo.
Oh yeah.
I forgot that. I did forget.
It bothers me when there's like 5 people in a room and we're all bullshitting, and then it just gets like that awkward pause where nobody says anything.
No, it's not awkward.
Where I just want to go.
Die of drugs when your toxology report says amphetamine is 330 mLs, methamphetamine is 43,000 mLs, and you have amphetamines, fentanyl, metabolite in your system, plus metoprolol and naloxone. That's how you die of an overdose, by the way.
You know what's so funny? I don't know a single drug addict that knows what that is. You ask all my druggie buddies, like, hey, man, have you been to sleep this week? I'm up since Wednesday, bro. It's like, how many milliliters is that? I don't know.
I was reading that right from my ex's autopsy. That's where I got it from.
Oh, my God. See, I just don't.
That his autopsy came back.
40,000
mLs of methamphetamine and 330 mLs of amphetamine, plus fentanyl, metabolite, metoprolol, naloxone. Yeah, it was pretty fucked up.
And I imagine it's going to show different too. I mean, obviously, banging it is going to be.
Wait, hold on.
Intravenously.
And I know I missed one. Thank you, Crystal. Woo woo. And then, Love My Boots gets one too. Woo woo. All right, go on.
You gotta like Tyler.
They like
Did you say he had metoprolol?
Yeah, it says amphetamine 330 mLs, methamphetamine 43,000 mLs, metoprolol
Yeah, metoprolol. It's a high blood pressure medication.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
beta blocker.
And then naloxone.
No,
Yeah,
And
naloxone is what's in like methadone. I mean Suboxone, excuse me.
his
Suboxone.
urine came back. That was in his toxicology blood. And then in urine, it came back amphetamines, fentanyl, and metabolite. Fentanyl / metabolite. It doesn't say how much.
Which wow.
But he died of, they say, acute methamphetamine overdose was his technical reason for death.
Shit.
Yeah, acute methamphetamine intoxication.
Yeah, the naloxone probably came from the ambulance. They probably
Yeah.
gave it to them when they arrived.
Exactly what it is, because it's basically like a Narcan type thing. It's naloxone is like the blocker that they put in Suboxone. Like if you ever see a Suboxone bottle, it'll say buprenorphine naloxone on it, and that's the shit that's supposed to block other opiates to, obviously deter you from taking other shit with it.
Yeah, it kicks the opioids out of the opioid receptors.
Yes.
So it'll throw you into withdrawals, like.
And that's not a joke, actually.
Yeah.
There's lots of things they'll tell you that you can't take with methadone. There's lots of things they'll tell you that you can't take with Suboxone. Absolutely not true. There's tons of ways I can explain that, but it's not true. There's some things that you can, but there are some things that it will absolutely, it'll do you in. Like you can't,
Yeah.
if you've been taking methadone in the last 48 hours, really they say 72, you might slide at 48. You can't take Suboxone right now. That's the
Right.
problem with getting on Suboxone, which is why so many people fail to get on it, is because you have to basically detox out for at least 72 hours before they'll give it to you, because God knows what it may do to you.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, Laura. It sounds like he was really sick.
Let me say, he went out on his terms, his way, and I would expect nothing less out of him.
Yeah. It's too bad.
It is too bad, because I begged him to get help, but he went out on his terms.
Yeah.
And refused medical treatment. Cops told him, "You're gonna die." It's all right. So he went out on his terms.
So is that still what they think happened? I mean, do they think that maybe
he ingested meth? They saw him do it. They knew he did it.
Oh, okay.
He was getting arrested, and he had just picked up, and he ate it all. So, and they told him, they watched him do it. He was throwing up in the police car, and they said, "We need to get you to the doctor," and he said no. He said, "Don't worry about it." They said, "You're gonna die." He said, "It's all right." So I don't see how the cops could refuse anyway, but they did. So
yeah, that's a little shocking that they left that up to him. It seems to me if you'd have seen him do it, I mean,
he was throwing up in the police car. He was like, they say he was smashing meth on the floor. They should have taken him anyway. I agree.
Absolutely. That's what cops do. If a cop shoots you in a chase, they still take you to the hospital and get you in an ambulance before they go to jail. Even though they're the one that issued said bullet. And I've seen episodes of cops. I've seen it happen to people where they think you might have ate something, and the cops open your mouth. Open your mouth. Let me see your mouth. If you swallowed something, you need to tell me. You're going to catch another charge either way it goes. But tell me now if I need to take you to the hospital or if you're going to jail. You're going somewhere one way or another.
I thought they were lying. I told the lawyer, I said, "I don't believe it. The cops are lying." He said, "It's on video." He said he refused his treatment. It's right on video. I was like, oh. No, not if you refuse it. When you get under arrest, they don't have to take you if you refuse it.
God, that's just weird, man.
At least in the state of Iowa, they don't. Crazy, right?
That is so weird.
He said death was better than going to jail.
Technically speaking, the moment you're under arrest, you're now temporarily a ward of the county, city, state, whoever.
That's why we thought we had a lawsuit, but nope.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of, now that you are in their possession, until you are found guilty of something, you're kind of their responsibility.
I agree. But not according to Iowa law. Lawyer says we have no case because it's on video. He refused treatment. They even told him what was going to happen. He said, "Don't matter." So crazy, right?
Yeah, it
Clearly,
is.
he had to have thought that he would survive this. I mean, clearly he had to have thought that
That's what some people think, that he thought that he would do it,
past
but
it. And,
I know him, and I know him, what, 17 years? And no, he went out his way.
that's wow.
So
I forgot it was an hour too. I wasn't thinking about that.
what?
I forgot it was an hour too. For some reason, I was thinking it was here.
Yeah, no, Iowa. And they didn't have to do anything. They just waited till he freaked out, I guess, till he couldn't breathe, and he passed out, and they went for help, and he was gone. It's crazy. When my mother-in-law took an overdose, she refused. The cops told us that we had to wait until she passed out for them to take her. Get a judge order or change her mind. She changed her mind. Well, that's good.
You know, I mean, I guess it makes sense because I mean, you've seen wrecks and you've seen, wrecks related to DUI where they get the person out of the car, somebody else is injured, goes to the hospital, but the actual drunk person who caused the wreck, do you need, how do you feel? Do you need to go to the hospital? No, I'm good. And they'll just go ahead and take them. So I mean, I guess it's true. I guess it is true.
Exactly right.
Wow. I mean, but that just seems different. I mean, if you get in a wreck and I can see that you're walking around just fine, okay, I can go with that. But if you're getting sick in my squad car, and I am pretty damn sure you just ate some dope.
Oh, they know he did.
I mean, that's just wild to me that they would let that go.
They knew he had it on him. That's why they pulled him over in the first place.
Was he from there? Did the cops know him? Like a small town thing?
Oh yeah, he was being set up.
Oh, okay. So they knew who he was. They knew he was a player.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now that's
doing well, unfortunately.
Huh. That's shit, man.
And he knew he was being set up. It's on the dispatch call.
Damn it.
It's crazy though. But
wow.
That's it. It's just funny though, because we were talking about drug overdose and stuff, and I thought of the autopsy report because we just got it a couple of days ago.
That's gonna say. I mean, I don't know exactly how meth works in the system, but that seems like an excessive amount.
Mm-hmm.
So
I killed him. He had picked up 2 ounces.
Oh my god!
They didn't find a trace of it in his car.
Oh, he ate the whole 2 ounces?
Yep.
Dude, that's 56 grams of dope.
He did throw some of it up.
Oh my god.
He ate it immediately and threw up a couple times. And then I guess it was coming out whole on the floor, and that's why he was smashing it.
God.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
No, it's listed as accidental. It's just listed as an methamphetamine overdose.
Dude, that's a lot.
It's crazy, right? But
So
like I said, he went out his way. He was hot, motherfucker.
Was the person selling, like working with the cops? I take it.
Yeah, he sold.
So they were basically pushing big weight, and whoever was buying the big weight, they were going to pick up, find out who he was dumping it to.
No, he was the big weight.
Oh, well, then yeah, because it's 2 ounces of dope, man. That's 56 grams of meth. That's a lot of meth. I mean, that's.
They got him 4 times in a month. This was his 4th arrest in a month, and he knew that he wasn't getting out. So, and I kept telling him, you get arrested for like fucking 20 years. Why all of a sudden you getting arrested so much? And he said, well, don't know, but I think I'm being set up, and I think there's fentanyl involved.
Oh, you're absolutely being set up. I mean, that's small town living, man. Once they got you, they got you. Mm-hmm. And until the police, until the sheriff, until the entire regime changes, either you can leave this town or just be prepared. Because, I mean, once they're locked in on you.
We got away with it for a long time, though. Many, many years. Oh, I'm okay. I mean, I go up and down, but for the most part, I'm okay. But you know what's whack though? Anyone that was in my stream last night, I kept saying that I saw something to my left. Like every time I saw something in the corner of my eye. Dayton came in here today, was ordering some stuff, and he's like, Mom, the hanger moved by itself. It's Dad. And I said, it's so weird that you said that, because I was saying this like last night. I just kept seeing something flash, and it wasn't the dogs. And I kept seeing something walk by. I said, it's funny that you just said that. So, but no, I'm okay.
Does he know? I mean, obviously, I'm sure he knows.
Is Dayton okay? He's okay. I mean, he was up and down. You know.
I mean,
But I told him, it's a good thing. Like, I know it's not a good thing, but it's a good thing. Dad, right? I said it last night, and then Dayton said that today. I was freaked out. I was like, oh my God. He was not in a good place, and he couldn't get out of it. And one drug that beat him was meth. And I told Dayton, don't take it personal. Like, Daddy couldn't beat this. He tried, he couldn't do it. And this was his way out. It's a coward way out, but it's his way out. And just remember the good times, and remember how much he cared and loved you. And addiction is drug addiction especially is a dark disease. And when you can't beat something, it makes it that much worse. And he knew he wasn't coming back.
Well, in 4 times in that short of a window,
Yeah,
you can serve major time.
3.5 weeks. This was his 4th arrest. That's what I'm saying. He knew he wasn't getting out.
Yeah, you're gonna serve major time for this. And to be honest with you, if you've ever detoxed, there is nowhere in the world worse to detox than jail.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I would just soon like stick a limb in a wood chipper. Like, it's that bad.
I agree.
Wow.
So, I mean, to be a downer, but it's all true, but did he have a priest pray over his body at the funeral? When you see things like that, speak out loud to him. Everyone at the showing was like touching him. I'm like, you guys are all freaks. I was like, I would never. I said, you guys are nuts. And they're like, why? I said, I just would not touch a dead body. Sorry. It's a little freaky to me.
Oh, at the service?
What?
At the service?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I've done it. I promptly said I wouldn't do it again.
Oh.
It's not to get weird. It's weird. It's yeah. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just nope. I'm not even one of those people that do pictures anymore. I know a lot of people that do pictures at services and funerals. I just got to where I don't do it anymore, man, because I'll never look at these pictures again. I've done it a few times and thought I would want to take this with me. I did it at my father's funeral a couple years back. And after that, I said, you know what, dude? I literally would go through my phone reel and I would see those pictures and I would just like big swipe, like I'm on Wheel of Fortune, just right on past them. Because it bothered me to see it so much that I told myself that was it. Because I'm never going to go back and look at it. That's not how I want to remember it. I'm just, I'll remember it until I'm old and just don't remember anymore. I think that'll be it. That's sad, man. That's genuinely sad.
Where is
as crappy as it is, though, at the same time, I mean, I guess if you were in that much trouble and that much legal stuff happening, I mean, I guess at least the worrying is not there. I know a lot of times you've got a kid or a spouse or somebody that's really bad off, man. You're constantly in fear of getting that call. You're constantly, I mean, I hate to say it, I guess, I don't know. That's just tough, man. That's tough. Almost makes me want a cigarette. I don't even smoke anymore.
I'll tell you why people take pictures of funerals. Because no other place can you get a picture like I'm about to show you.
Better watch it on YouTube, boy. You know there's some clip videos coming. You better watch it.
That's a beautiful picture.
Okay, that is.
It really is.
That is.
You can't get that if it wasn't at a funeral.
Touche.
So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how people hold. Dayton held his hand. I was like, ooh. Because like after the autopsy, they cut him open and they take out their brains and they take out everything. Ooh.
Well, that's actually what I was going to say. That's the part to me. It's why it's kind of a weird disconnect because it's okay. I'm just going to say it. Once they've embalmed the body, it's literally like touching a wax plastic mold. It's not even skin anymore. It doesn't even feel right. It feels like like taxidermy. It feels like plastic. It's not soft. It doesn't, like I said, it just doesn't feel real. So that's kind of my thing. When my dad passed away in the hospital, that was different because that was real time right now kind of thing. That was, I don't know, to me it was different, but
Oh, pics of the body on a coffin pic of the actual person? No, I don't think that's what he was talking about. What's up?
I'll tell you about the cool man at the drive-thru.
Oh, you guys want to hear a story about the cool man at the drive-thru? What happened?
Today?
So basically, listen. So basically, this guy comes to the drive-thru, right? And it's like, this is like right before we closed. And he had like really cool like necklaces on. There was like crystals on them and stuff. And I was like, oh my God, I love your necklaces. He said, really? He's like, you're into the stones and stuff? I said, yeah, I'm really into crystals. And he's like, oh, I sell them and I make jewelry and stuff. And I was like, really? He's like, apparently people do auctions. And I went to go get his pizza and he's showing me all his rocks that he has. And then so he gave me his card. He's like, I don't have a website yet, but shoot me a text and you can buy some from me. I don't know if it was sketch or not, but he seemed really cool and he has cool crystals on.
Maybe sell them wholesale.
His necklaces are really cool.
No, Doc, no. She thought you were the umbrella guy.
This means you now could have a crystal hookup, Miss Laura.
I need a good crystal hookup.
And I'm saying this could work out. This could be self-fulfilling right here. We were just talking about this yesterday. You could be in the loop here. And not to mention, if he doesn't have a site yet, that means you caught him on the low. So right now would be a good time to reach out.
Get a good deal.
Yes, now would be a good time for leverage. Say, look here, buddy.
Hey, it's Tyler, if you're still in here. Cathedral of Cathedrals. Gem and minerals. That's funny.
He said, send me a text and I'll sell you some. But his jewelry looked so cool.
Yeah, check it out.
Well, I have to text him.
I mean,
I think I had a boyfriend at the drive-thru.
No. Cool hippie man. He looked a little musty though, but he was cool.
Okay.
He has like the whole trunk like full of them. And he
Really?
he had a trunk full of them and he was showing me a bunch of his crystals. They're really cool. He showed me this one of them that goes under a black light. It was like really cool. And then his jewelry was like dope. I loved his necklaces.
How much were they?
I didn't ask.
Maybe it's just fate.
He said people auction them and stuff for like $2.95. I don't know if it meant $2.95.
No, probably $295.
But they were like, I mean, they looked legit too. I didn't feel
What kind of car do you drive?
Old.
An old car? So he didn't have money. I guess they're not selling the crystals for too much. He probably stole them.
Well, still, that would be a good time to call him.
Probably robbed a store.
But the jewelry, he makes his own jewelry and it looked really cool. And so there was this amethyst one that like looked similar to what Preston was making. And so I was like, oh, I really like the one. He's like, well, I'm not finished with it yet, but maybe you can buy the one up for me too. I was like, I have too much amethyst. I have like too many amethysts. But
Well, I need crystals, so we'll check them out.
All right.
I'll meet him in a public place. What?
That's well ventilated.
Yeah, don't go inside with the person you've just met. I agree. So let me say this. I need to say this and I need to put this out there. And I don't know why it happens on every single stream. Can someone please tell me why Jim Terry is brought up on every single stream that I do? Nobody talks about him. He's done and over with. Like, it doesn't matter if Dre likes him, if Dre doesn't like him, if Crystal likes him, if somebody likes him, if somebody doesn't like him, it doesn't matter. Can we not bring him up? I don't even want his name being said. He's done. Like, he don't talk about me. I don't talk about him. It's over.
He had a falling out there with old buddy too, didn't he?
What?
Didn't he have a falling out with old Dougie?
I've never liked Dougie. Me and Doug go way back.
I thought JT had a falling out with somebody else too, Tyler or Doug or
Oh, I
somebody.
don't know. No, not Tyler.
He was bitching about somebody the other night.
But I just
haven't
don't
heard
understand why somebody brings him up on every single stream. I thought, like, all right, we've been on for hours, nobody's brought him up yet. Awesome. And then sure enough, there we are.
I like how he's now suddenly become a YouTuber, though. I think that was pretty funny.
That's all right. I know, Fuzzy Bear, I know. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. Like, we've managed to go an entire stream. Nobody brought him up, and then you did. So I just thought it was kind of funny.
So,
no, I think Fuzzy Bear was being, I don't think it was. Fuzzy Bear, I don't think likes him. He was just asking a question. But I just thought it was kind of funny.
Sadly, man, that's how YouTube works. People like the villain. People like the asshole, man. They do. They like the people that don't acknowledge you unless you pay them. They like the people that only address those who constantly donate or kind of bought their way into the cool kid club. They tend to, take partial to other creators that can help their career and their numbers. It's just the way it is, man. And I don't know why chats are such a glutton for punishment, but there are creators, man, that are absolute assholes that have amazing numbers.
I agree.
Amazing.
I totally agree.
It's almost like the bad boy thing, be kind of an asshole, she'll like you more.
I never got that theory. I'm sorry, but that theory never held weight.
It's worked for me for years because I'm not that good looking, man. If it was guitar.
I never a guy that treated me like shit. I never dated a guy that treated me like shit. Oh no, Doc, it's all right. I never dated a guy that, intentionally treated me like shit. I didn't like guys more if they were mean to me. That's when bye. See ya. It's so weird. I don't know. Nobody ever said I was normal.
It really, it doesn't make sense. I don't know. It's maybe that psychological thing that just says, I am going to vie for this person's attention and I will do anything I can to get it. And like I said, man, it's really, really prevalent in internet culture.
Wait, hold on. Let's ask the psychologist. Jules, I got a question.
Okay.
Because I have said this multiple times. In YouTube in general, most, and I wouldn't say most, 75% of the larger creators, live creators, not uploaders, live creators will only acknowledge people in chat. Now, I'm also not talking about someone like Emily Baker who has 120,000 people in a chat. She does have to be a little picky. But I'm talking your average
500 to 1,000.
500 to 5,000 people in chat. And for a live creator, and you have someone who I use all the time, like Popcorn Planet, who specifically states they will not, if you give them $24.99, they will stop their stream to acknowledge you. Anything less than that, they will not. And it's been their thing. And people hand over money, hand over fist. They never read. A lot of creators do not read anything but super chats. They may read it, but they don't talk about it. They don't. That's what they do. And yet people give them hand over fist money just to get noticed. I personally would think someone that looks at chat, that always looks at chat, that reads everybody, acknowledges everybody, would do better. And it's not the way it is. It's the exact opposite. Why?
I can't believe I'm about to say this.
Psychology behind that.
Well, they're just they're shaping their subscribers to give more money, and the subscribers are doing it because they somehow conceptualize that they're a famous person is acknowledging them. And unfortunately, we look at fame as being synonymous with a good person or an accomplished person, and that's not always true. But that is the idea behind it. They're wanting the creator to know them and say their name, and they want to feel like they're have an inside track on a successful channel. And if the way that they can get that creator to say their name and acknowledge them is to give $25, they'll give it. And then if you've got somebody else in chat that's along the same idea, they'll see this other person getting recognition for the $25, so they will get the $25. And you're shaping your audience to give you more money.
So the creator, and this is what I thought. So the creator is putting themselves out there as someone big. So
as a commodity, yeah.
Make it till you make it.
Yeah.
We all do it. That's the musician way, man. I'm not going to tell you about my sinking ship. I'm going to tell you that we set voyage for beautiful open seas tomorrow, that we're opening for this band and we're on tour with this. I'm not going to tell you the fact that we're overextended $25,000 on his tour bus.
Okay,
we're probably fixing to lose it.
Okay, but on the flip side, if you're so successful, then why would you need to beg for super chats? If you're that successful.
Well, me personally, I sell it as the reason why I'm successful is because of my audience. Y'all built this. This is your channel. You did this, and I'm grateful to you. And
No, but I'm saying to Jules, the general mentality.
That is the general mentality. The creator has a channel because they don't want to go to a 9-to-5 job. They want to have a creative job. They want to be in charge of their own hours. And so they are trying to they're trying to use social media as a avenue to income. And so once they attain a certain level of notoriety, their channel becomes very successful or large, then they recognize they become a commodity.
All right.
You don't like that answer? Why don't you like that answer?
I just think people like to be treated like shit.
No, people do not like
shit.
No, people do not like to be treated like shit. People have problems with trauma bonding. And so if they experience trauma as a little kid, then when they're older, they're attracted to chaos and trauma.
Aha.
And when there's some arguing or fighting going on, people that had experienced trauma in childhood, they're the first ones to the fight. They're the first ones there to spectate and take a side and comment. And that's why the algorithm is rewarding the bad behavior of all this drama. The people that are rushing in to be a part of that group, a part of that team, those are people that, they feel alive when they're in disagreement and chaos.
It's a tribalism thing.
They're on a team. Absolutely. 100%.
Absolutely. Same way in politics, same way with your favorite anything right now. And the reality of it is, and this is going to sound really shitty what I'm about to say, because this is something you probably shouldn't say to an audience, but most people who will divulge hours upon hours upon hours of their day to this are looking for something. They're looking for something to fill a void somewhere. And if I can provide that opportunity to build a community of like-minded people, for us, by us community, and all it takes is $20, $40, $50 a month for you to be a part of that, of like-minded people that get you, people will buy into that.
I agree. Yep. How much money will I pay to go see the Astros? And then I'll wear my orange, jersey and my cap, and everybody else has their colors on. And then we go and talk smack and be a family. If I walk in,
to be honest, that's why I can't do the true crime thing full time. I love moonlighting on other people's channels, and I will absolutely talk true crime on my channel. I can't call myself a true crime channel. I'm going to tell you why. Because it seems to be in this community that there is this correlation of every dollar that you give somehow brings us a step closer to getting Summer home or Kiely home or whoever. A lot of creators kind of sell that hope. And
They
I've seen
do.
that.
Absolutely.
And I think that's bullshit. At least I'm going to try to make money. This is absolutely why I'm coming back to YouTube. I've been extremely forthcoming about that. It is about a second income. But I'm not going to sell false hope. I'm just going to be honest with you. You know, do you find it entertaining? Are you having a good time? Do I see you in my chat 15 hours a week? Then I know you're spending more time with me than that $65 a month Netflix subscription. So what's $40 a month in my Patreon?
There you go.
You're having fun, right?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I got to interrupt for a second. Guys, we're at 278 likes. If I get to 300 within the next 15 minutes, I'm going to do 2 candle giveaways.
Oh, shit. I forgot about
You guys
that.
better hit that like.
Y'all hit that like. Come
I'm
on.
at 279. 20
I
more.
have to ask this because I have heard this 100 times in this community. Who is Tug? I have been asked about, is Willow Tug or the umbrella
The
guy? I have no idea
umbrella
who-
guy.
I have no idea who either one of those are, but I've heard the Tug thing 3 or 4 times now.
Tug was in beast mode when the Johnny Depp trial was going on. He had an inside track with Adam Waldman, and he's awesome.
I'm going to be honest with you. I have no insight to anything. If you need tickets to see like Colt Ford or something, I got you. Riley Green, maybe.
I'll totally go watch Colt Ford.
You know, these are people that these are the only hookups I have. I mean, they're not great hookups. I can't call up Colt Ford right now and ask to borrow $3,800 to get a lawyer so my wife doesn't finish stealing my shit this week. We're not quite that cool. He hadn't made any car payments or anything, but I know the fella.
Yeah.
Riley Green, know him relatively well.
You know John Michael Montgomery?
Nah, I don't know John Michael Montgomery.
Yeah, he's cool.
Probably my most famous people that I really have any ties or God, this is so douchey.
Name dropping.
It's name dropping like a mofo. It's so douchey. I probably right now my most famous acquaintance would be Riley Green. He's probably one of the biggest things in country music right now.
Yeah,
we both came from the same
absolutely.
place. We both came from Jacksonville State University in Alabama, playing the same seedy little bars to the same group of 100 college kids doing keg stands and eating cheap pizza.
Yeah, my nephew went there.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Sam Hunt was down there with us. There was a bunch of people that came from that same university, and right now I'm the poorest one. And at the time, I was kind of the front runner. Now I'm broke, divorced, and turns
But
out
you
I'm
got
married
it.
cra-
You
Huh?
got a damn pig.
I got a pig out of it. That's what I got. I traded one wild animal for another, I guess. And I am proud to say I went to court the other day and kicked her lawyer's ass. That I
Good
did do.
for
I went in there with no
you.
attorney, and this lawyer looked at me like she didn't know what the hell I was doing. I'm like, I watched a lot of Law and Order, sweetheart. Buckle up. It's about to get rough.
Are you sure you're not Tug?
I don't even know who it is. When y'all
I
first said Tug, I was thinking, but I don't think that's actually his name. It's like an upside down V. I don't really think the guy I'm thinking of is a little commentary guy that is pretty big now. He shot way up. Like he does mostly like commentary, like mainstream commentary, like the Keemstars, the Repsions, the Repzillas. I don't know what he is. He's maybe, I don't know. He looks maybe Hawaiian, possibly. I'm not totally sure. Nowadays, you get in trouble for guessing wrong. So that's the only dude I can think of.
That's not Umbrella Guy.
Guys, I need 6 more. We're almost there. 6 more.
Umbrella Guy was an actor or is an actor too.
I never heard of him. I mean, I've heard his name. I just never watched him.
And the good doctor thinks I'm educated and pretty intelligent. And that means more to me than the one chick that was hating on me, damn it. So
Lynn
I
was
gotta-
hating on you.
Yeah, Lynn, damn it. The doctor thinks I'm smart. What if I told you I barely had to hold on for dear life to get a GED? What if I told you that?
There's a lot of smart people. There's a lot of smart people out there with GEDs.
I have a horrible work ethic.
Yeah.
I am like a great think tank guy. Like I'm really good to manage your career. I'm really good to tell you what you should probably do and be accurate for the most part. But when it comes to actually getting off the couch and doing any of my own shit, oh no, I'm awful. Like absolutely.
Well, maybe you need to have an appointment with Doctora Latina.
I need an appointment with somebody because I am like the king of procrastination. Like I feel like tomorrow is the perfect time for everything.
That means that you're a perfectionist.
Absolutely. I am that measure 8 times cut once kind of guy, if I cut at all.
and and so everything becomes this onerous, huge mountain of a task, and so you'd rather ignore it than try to accomplish it. If you just accept some mediocrity, then you'd be fine.
Marika, you didn't see him before? He was on camera before.
So
Someone took away a like.
oh, yeah. Now
We're at 299. Now we're at 298.
well, it's because I'm in this weird makeshift like area of, I guess you would call this the den. And right now it looks like a bomb went off in my house because there's a bunch of boxes of shit I've been going through for the last couple of hours. There's a mountain of shit behind me. And for whatever reason, my earbuds don't like melon apps. So I said, I'm just going to grab my laptop. I'm going to sit up on this little TV tray right in the edge of my den, right next to this baby gate to keep the pig from eating my leg while I'm sitting here. And I just thought it looked funny. I thought it looked kind of crummy, like I lived in a trap house or something, which I actually had a really nice house.
We had 300 and then someone took it away and brought it down to 299. But in the meantime, Jules and Doc Latina, I'm going to unhide the video for 15 minutes. If you want to watch it, you're going to see it in a minute. And the reason why I'm unhiding it's the only video I have that has 0 comments on it. But I need everybody to shoot over there and just leave a comment. I'm going to unprivate it right now. And it's only a 3-minute video. You got 15 minutes to either watch it or but definitely leave a comment if you want to win a candle. And let me go ahead and release it. All right.
What does it look like, or what's the name of it?
It's called I'm Not Accusing Anyone. I just get similar vibes. It's 12:40. You got to 1 a.m.
Oh
At 1 a.m.
God.
I'm going to do
the pressure.
contest. It's only a 3-minute video.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. This is the link for you to leave a comment under. Even if you just say boo, still a comment.
We'll take it.
You don't have to watch it, but Dre and Jules
want to watch it. Yeah. I can't find it though.
I just posted the link.
Oh, I'm looking on your page. Sorry.
Like I said, it's going to be, you got 20 minutes, but it's the only video I had that would do it fair. It's, and this way people who are in this stream can actually watch it and win, and not somebody, from another live. Some of the most, and Susie, a lot of people do that. A lot of people will only read super chats. I don't agree with it, but maybe because I started in drama. I don't know.
See, and that's, man, I'm gonna have to I like watching the drama community, but I
haven't watched them in forever.
I just don't see myself playing in that traffic. And that's the other thing, man. I let my channel sit idle for like a year, and I lost one channel. Now I got this little channel. And
wait, hold on 1 second. Amber, it doesn't have any comments. It had no comments on. Oh, you know what?
Yeah, there was a few on it when I went there.
Yeah, that shit. All right, hold on. It said on my end it has no comments.
It wasn't many. It was 4 or 5. It said like 3 days ago.
Hold on, let me. All right, I'm going to erase. I can erase the comments.
That's what I try to tell my wife, too. It's like, look, I get it. I'm lazy. I don't want to actually roof the house. But I got somebody else over here to do it. Doesn't that count? Like, you think Elon Musk is out there building rockets? Hell no. He ain't building nothing. He got somebody else out there doing it. Nah, I can't say that. I'm a relatively handy fellow. I used to watch people get divorced, and I would always look at my friends and go, damn, y'all were together for like 14 years, man. How y'all hate each other so bad now? What the hell happened? I never understood how it got so vitriolic and so just rabid until I did it. And I was like, oh, okay, I get it. We absolutely hate each other. I don't even know why. Not even sure how we got here. Uh, now I got this woman who I've been with for a long ass time trying to take all of my stuff. And she's winning. Now I kicked shit at her lawyer yesterday. That happened. But it just bought me time. I mean, that's all it did. It bought me. I lived to fight another day.
Are you going to get an attorney?
Yeah. I don't know. We finna get on this YouTube channel real quick. Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all want me to read y'all comments, y'all gonna hit that super chat. I'm just kidding. I can't do super chats anyway. I am all about, entertainment for pay. I'm a musician. People throw money in my tip jar all the time when I'm up here playing songs. So, I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is how people make money. I'm not gonna make mountains out of molehills. I won't lie to my audience. I won't create shit unnecessarily where there doesn't need to be. Other than that, it's a little bit of everything. I'll do commentary and make fun of people for being idiots. Talk about
plenty of that.
Real world politics, news shit, sports shit, true crime. Yeah, I talk about everything, man. Whatever's hot, whatever's big, worldly conversation right now. That's generally what I'm into. But I don't mind drama. I'm totally cool with it. I would love to be the next Keemstar. I'm totally cool with that. But yeah, I mean, I've got to get an attorney. I mean, there's no way around it. But most of the people I've talked to that I feel good about you're talking $3,500. So
yeah, it's
expensive. Not cheap.
All right, so I'm erasing most of the comments that were 3 days old and 2 days old. The only ones that I'm leaving are people that I've seen in my live tonight, even though they may have commented 3 days ago. They stood out because I've seen them tonight. So those I'm keeping.
I don't think that this video is bad at all, Laura.
Thank you.
No, it's not. I mean, it's just their own words.
That's what I said. I didn't think it was bad either. I really did.
16 years I was married, which means I can't be that bad a dude. Somebody could put up with my shit for a decade and a half. Damn, that's a long ass time. Damn, that is a long ass time. Like I said,
there's no way to filter comments. Not like that. I wish there was. I mean, you could put newest first, but when I do the contest, it's not going to make a difference. They just do it random.
Is your channel called Willow?
Oh yeah, well, it's WJW Willow, but it should come right up for the most part. Oddly enough, this is actually an old channel that I just used to store like stupid ass acoustic videos on, or just dumb shit. It really had nothing to do with anything. And then after I got one channel zapped, I decided, well, I guess I'm gonna have to. I needed a channel that was kind of grandfathered into some of the old rules, or some of the new rules. So now I just started using this one, which I've been saying I was gonna go live from it for like 4 months, 5 months now. I'm just, again, it's lazy, and I'm also a cart in front of the horse kind of guy. I'm that dude that has all. Okay, this is gonna sound really lame. You ready for this? I am in the middle of a nasty, obviously, divorce situation. So let's just be honest. I'm strapped. I am in bad shape. But I'm still that guy that doesn't really want to do his own, his own streams, his own podcast, his own show. I want to immediately come out the gate having like louder with Crowder level shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to immediately come out like you think I got 14 writers, a production team, and I don't know where the hell I think that's coming from.
So hold on. So you're a fucking procrastinator who thinks big and nothing ever comes of it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You got it. You got it. That's it.
I started out with a laptop and a really, really bad microphone on my laptop, even though it was an expensive laptop. And I just winged it. I didn't know what light was. I didn't know what lighting was. I didn't know what a good mic was. You just learn as you go.
That's the problem, though. See, that's what bothers me about all this is I own all of it. I don't have a great podcast mic. Like, I have in this room right next to where I'm sitting, they're like legitimate. I mean, we had like buses. Like there's legitimate flight cases in there. It's got probably, I think that mic case holds 60 something mics. I mean, there's so many microphones in there. There's mixers in this house that are $8,000-$9,000 Midas mixers. I have amazing sound and audio gear. I just don't really have anywhere to set it up right this second. And I didn't want to just grab up my phone.
Excuses.
That's right. That's right, Laura.
True story. I have messages. I get messages even on Facebook. I don't even know if people find me on Facebook. I got messages about once to 3 times a week, even now after a year, of people still messaging me going, bro, just get your phone, dog. Where you been, bro? Where you been? True story. I also got people asking why I ain't putting no new music out in over a year or two. So, I don't know, man. COVID bummed me out. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Yeah.
We couldn't travel anymore because, like, you know, if you're like Ryan Upchurch level, if you're Korn level, Metallica level, well, of course they were still going. But if you're like, you know, the guy that's opening up for them, which is kind of where we were, I mean, you know, you literally now had about 200 local bands vying for about 10% of the real estate that used to exist pre-COVID. Even now, I'm in Alabama that didn't really shut anything down.
Nah.
But a whole lot of venues, man, just aren't booking music right now because the numbers aren't there. People still aren't coming out. People are still reluctant to be in large crowds. So it nuked me, man. It did. It absolutely. And to be honest with you, that was probably as problematic in my marriage as the pig. It probably was. I think it went from this guy who'd been chasing dreams for 15, 20 years, traveling all over the globe, to I kind of become a homebody, man, these last 3 years. These last 3 years, man, I've been home a lot.
No, you're just a typical musician who's full of excuses and never makes anything happen because you're always making excuses for lots of things. Believe me, I was in the music business. I've seen this 10 times over. And it's
never checked up either.
Such a, like, it drives me nuts. It really does. Because if you want something, then go out and get it. If you want
did it, man, for about 10, 12 years. I'm telling you, hardcore. I got a Rolodex full of, you know, friends and hookups. But
so you do it again. If you did it before, then you know exactly how to do it again.
Oh, it's definitely easier the second time around. I mean, that is
true.
Sure. You know, I got, you know, writers. I've got, you know, friends in different areas. Even they call every now and then. They'll call me like, dude, what are you doing, bro? I kind of saw the Lax in town up here at such and such. Kind of thought you'd be there. Yeah, Nashville never really checked up.
You need to do it.
Nashville never checked up.
Calls, friends, whatever, it means nothing. You have to actually do it. You have to pick yourself up and do it. Plain and simple.
Then I also got to this age because here's the other thing.
Oh, see, it's excuse.
The older you get,
excuse,
the more ridiculous you feel chasing it. So it kind of gets to this point.
Stop with the excuses. Just do it.
I'm telling you, man, I'm old.
Dude,
do you know
I'm
how
old.
old? Do you know how old Johnny Depp is?
Oh yeah, but see, that's the thing. See, I can defend that. Somebody said to me the other day, like, dude, Johnny Depp though, man. But they actually use Johnny Depp as an example. But here's the thing. First off, I am as straight as the day is long. Women, love them, all love them. What's my type? Girl, that's my type. Don't care. Love all y'all. Y'all great. But even I'm gonna tell you, that's a damn fine looking. That's a good looking man. And to be 60 years old and still look like that, dude, I just hope I can get this sumbitch out of park at 60 years old. You hear what I'm saying? Like, God almighty, dude, that dude is fantastic shape. And clearly,
you know why? Do you know why he's in fantastic shape? Because he doesn't make excuses and he works out. That's why.
He's a boss. That's why.
He wasn't a boss when Amber was whipping the shit out of him.
Exactly.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. You take a shit on my furniture, sweetheart, I'm afraid we're gonna have to see other people, girl. Like, don't let the door hit you where the rest of that just came from. Don't.
Stop making excuses and just do it.
Just do it. Yeah.
Whatever you want to do, just do it. You are in control of your life. Only make it happen. So make it happen.
Last week I said something. Somebody goes, "Why ain't you went live yet, bro?" I'm like, I got an intro. Avery just pops in the chat. Dude, I'll make you an intro. God almighty.
I'll tell you a funny story real quick. When I first left my job, and I left a very good paying job to work from home, I started a website business. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And I watched for 2 weeks straight. I just watched and watched and watched and watched and watched and learned how to do it. I somehow, this was 2013, somehow I made it happen. And now it's 2022 and I'm still working from home. And I, you just make it happen. Like, I didn't make excuses. I knew what I had to do. I knew what had to get done. And every month it just seems to work. When my custody fight was going on and I ran out of money, there was no more money to give the attorneys and they still needed another 50 grand. Well, I didn't have it. So what did I do? I became my own attorney. I could have cried. I could have sat back. I could have said, make every excuse in the world. But you know what I did? I told the kids we're moving to Florida. I moved in with my parents and I studied Iowa law like there was no fucking tomorrow. I learned everything of Iowa family court within a month. And I was my own attorney for 3 years and I never lost my kids. So, I mean, I would even call the Supreme Court literally and ask them what I'm supposed to do. And I had them guide me. I called my own attorney who helped guide me. Why? Because I didn't have a choice. I did what I had to do. I can't handle people that wallow in misery or make excuses. It shit drives me nuts. You want something done, you have the power to make it happen. You can either make excuses for it or you can fucking just do it. And you can't fail as long as you try. As long as you know you gave it your best shot, you can never fail.
The music thing
fail with is making excuse after excuse after excuse. That's how people fail.
The music thing is kind of self-inflicted. That's definitely on me. As far as YouTube goes, there really is actually a couple of deeper reasons. A, I live in somewhere that has the shittiest internet ever. I've always had a co-host. That was another thing. Every podcast, I had my own. Joe Rogan has Jamie. I had my own Jamie. I had a button guy who, if he wants to chime in and say something, knock yourself out, kind of fact checking, kind of overseeing, kind of screen sharing and setting up the slides and just kind of running it to where all I have to do is kind of point, talk, make jokes, make fun of people, whatever.
Who cares what someone else does? It doesn't matter. Do you. Don't worry about what somebody else does. Who cares how someone's stream is or why they do this? Do you. Make your streams the best they can.
And also, I've moonlighted in so many different communities at this point. I'm afraid, first, I'm not gonna lie, people ain't gonna know what to think about this.
No, you're afraid. No, you're just afraid to take the first step. That's what you're afraid of. But this is why I have a degree in psych and will never use it, because someone will walk into my office and I would tell them, buckle the fuck up. Man up, woman up, just do it. I would not make a good shrink because of that. I'm way too direct and I get pushed too easily. But yeah, just fucking do it. Stop making excuses. Every single thing out of your mouth right now is an excuse. Stop it. Just do it.
There's that and
you can find 1,000 reasons to fail, but
every day I wake up,
one reason to succeed.
Seems like the county sheriff is delivering another letter to my door. It's like, to want to sit down for 2 or 3 hours and do nothing and just kind of ramble on the internet. I kind of felt bad doing this tonight. When I came up, I was like, shit, bro, you can't be up here, man. You got this, which I really ain't got shit to do. I mean, there's nothing I can do at 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, not as far as like my legal shit, but for some reason, I think if I sit down for 2 or 3 hours, I kind of am engaging in some shit that's not going to help my current situation. But at the same time, maybe I go on YouTube and hit some viral shitstorm that pisses off half America, and who knows, maybe I'm financially sound inside of a couple months and I can hire me a Matlock level attorney to go in there and mollywop her jackass of an attorney she has.
See, but don't think about money. You're thinking too much about money. Just go out there and do your thing. When I started YouTube, it was about making a murderer. I just knew that I had a voice and nobody else was saying the things that were going on in my mind. And that's how the community started. It was me, Irikos, there were this girl, Cassie, and we made the Making a Murderer community. And let me tell you, I didn't think about money. They didn't even do live shows then. And it was all about me having a voice, me having something to say. And I knew other people thought like I did, but I needed to get out. And that was where my thought was. It wasn't about money. It was about, I wanted to see if other people thought the way I did. So you got to think like that. You can't think, well, am I going to make money? Every time I go live, I don't think, am I going to make money? Am I going to do this? If I do, great. If I don't, I don't. And, I'll say certain things like with Tyler tonight, but I spent a lot of time online, and I spent a lot of time researching, a lot of time working. And yes, YouTubers should get paid for that time. YouTubers do want to get paid for that time, but there are days you make nothing, and it is what it is. But I'm not going to think about it next time. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm going to, okay, let me do better next time. Let me be cooler next time. Let me, give more of a show net. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just can't think in terms of the after or the rewards. Just go ahead and do what you got to do. Like, say what you got to say. If it works, great. If it doesn't, find out what'll, change it.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I look around at some of these creators in these couple of communities, and it's like, how the hell is he getting away with that? How? How in the hell you got 1,200 people in your chat? Dude, dumb as a box of rocks. I ain't gonna lie. I look around. I see it. I see it every day.
I say the same thing. I'll even put a name out there. I don't understand how Doug gets 2,000 people in his live. Yeah. And you want to know something though? Even if he does, I could sit there and cry and wonder this and wonder that. No, what am I going to do? I'm going to go live. I'm going to do my thing. And I'm glad he's in here to hear this, because I've said it 1,000 times before. My model would be Gray, because Gray doesn't get the 2,000 people in his live. But you know what he does have, which is what I also have, is consistency. We don't have these dips of 2,000 for one case and 100 on the other. I am very consistent. Gray is very consistent. But you know what? Slow and steady will always win the race.
Somebody said something to me.
Frustrating. I don't let people, like other people, get to me in that way. Like, I'll say, I can't believe he's got 2,000 people in his live, but that's just going to make me work harder. That's just going to make me, try to put on a better show or try to do better. But it's not going to neg me out. I'm not going to be like, well, I can't go live because they have 2,000 people and I don't, and I know, Gray, I'm saying that, I look at Gray as a model. Like, he's been consistent for ever, and he goes live every night, but some days he'll do better, some days worse, but he is consistent. And to me, if you want to make it on YouTube longevity, you need consistency. That's why, as much as me and Gray fight, you know what? He is the model that I will take after. And I don't mind that I only have 300 I know he won't, that I only have 300 people in my live, or, 200 to 300 on normal basis. I'm okay with that, because for every case I do, I'll have the same amount of people. And eventually, hopefully, you want to grow. My stubs are growing, so my numbers will grow. But it takes time. And even though I'm older, I'm not rushing it like, oh my God, I got to lie. I got to do sensationalism. I got to do this. I got to do that. No, I'm just me. I just got to do me. And it's working this far. You know what I mean? Like, exactly. There's so much power in building a community. It's exactly right.
I think in part, somebody said something to me a couple months back.
Hold on a second. Guys, last minute to get comments in. I'm already 2 minutes over. Put up your comments on that video.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I did do it though.
All right, go on. Say what you were saying.
Oh, and I was going to say that, somebody pointed this out to me. I never really much thought about it, but from like junior high school, because I kind of quit growing after junior high school. I'm just like this little scrawny little malnourished shit. And so sometime after junior high in sports, I never had a hobby. Like, music was not a hobby. Music was all in, 100%, all gas, no brakes, the true American rock dream, sleeping in a van because you ain't got hotel money. You're in San Diego, California. You got enough money to make it back to El Paso. You got a gig on Tuesday in El Paso. Hopefully that gets us back to Shreveport. We did it that way. And nothing's been a hobby for me. YouTube was never really a hobby. Everything has always been, let's get as big as we can make it. Which is weird.
You have to start small. everybody wants to be big. I want to be the next PewDiePie. I want to be the next Yankee Candle, but I can't get there if I don't take all the baby steps to get there. You just want to run from before you can even crawl, and you can't do that. That's not life.
That cart in front of the horse thing I was talking about.
That's not life. People that think like you will always fail because you don't take the proper steps to get there. You can't become the owner of Microsoft without ever turning on a computer. Like, you have to understand and know and, pay your dues before you get there. So anybody that thinks that they're going to go from A to Z and not have to hit every single letter along the way is a guaranteed fail. You're going to fail. Because it's been proven over and over that stuff, when you do take that route or have instant success, you fail. One hit wonders, same thing. You fail.
Right.
You have to take every step, and those are the people that succeed. You pay your dues, you put in your time, you learn your craft, you make your craft as perfect as can be. Those are the people that succeed. A to Z without every step fails.
I'll also be honest too. I came into this community kind of by accident. I came in through the weirdest way possible, right? I came from some shit that was really big in like 2016 to 2020. It was this community called Internet Blood Sports. Basically what it was is it was kind of a hot button cultural debate, and a lot of huge channels spawned from this. From people like Sargon of Akkad came from there, Andy Worski, and that's kind of the little community I came from. And then it kind of drifted into a bunch of politics stuff. And then I ended up in this political vape arena. You wouldn't believe it. Trust me, there's a community for everything on YouTube. And the vape community is probably one of the most vitriolic, over-the-top, cutthroat, because the one thing I have learned about YouTube is anytime there is a product, if there is a product to sell, it now gets extremely hostile. Don't believe me? See the beauty community. Go see the Jeffree Stars and the Shane Dawsons and the Toddy Westbrooks. You want to see cutthroat savage? Oh my God. If you put a product in it and you got now money and views, this is going to get nasty. And
but some of them have good products. Like Jeffree Stars has some good products. Charles has some good products.
What happened to that cat? He just vanished after that last accusation, boy. You ain't heard nothing of James Charles, boy.
It's true.
He just vanished. But so then I ended up with a friend of mine. I don't want to out her name, just in case she didn't want in on this. But so she says, Willow, she knew me from politics and the Worski arena, and then again in the vape, scene. And she said, hey, we all hang out in these Zoom rooms. That's pretty much the only thing I ever offered, like my Patreons, was just, we had a Zoom room. We all hang out and party in and whatever. And so she says, hey, I want you to come meet these people in the Zoom room after the show. They all hang out in the Zoom room. I think you'd like them. I said, okay. So I follow her over to this place called The Boyd. And I don't even want to say whose room it was in. I'm sure everybody in here, if you spend any time in the drama community or been around true crime for a while, you know him. It's a guy. And so I end up over in The Boyd, and I meet all these cats, and I hear a name get mentioned that apparently some people in this room had a problem with. I knew her from another community in the past, and I recognized the name. I said, oh, damn, what the hell is she doing over here? And they said, oh, she's from the drama community. I said, oh, okay. We just call it that by name, huh? Drama. Got you. All right. Where's this at? So I kind of migrated my way over and ran into Bombshell. From Bombshell, it led me into Randy and Wunwin. And then from there, it kind of merged in the true crime community. And when I first came into the scene, everybody loved me. And that's when I learned how dangerous it is to be a guy in this community. Because it seems like as long as you're carrying the water, what a great guy he is. What a nice guy. But the moment you take sides or speak on somebody else's behalf and say, I kind of agree with this, all of a sudden it becomes, what the hell is he over here doing in woman drama? What's this grown ass man doing in woman drama? So I started going, oh shit, these some ravageous women. They'll get your ass, boy. I'm like, let me chew this over for a minute. So then I started appearing on some other channels and things were cool. But then I said some things over there that had nothing to do with the drama community. Nothing to do with it all. They were personal life opinions. They were cultural thoughts on certain topics. And all of a sudden, next day, boy, I was clipped on about 8 channels. I ain't even used my channel in a year. and I am clipped on all kinds of shit. I'm like, damn, what the hell happened? Y'all lost me Tuesday. Now everybody hates me on Thursday. So that was kind of my first impression, meeting the drama side of things, and then it kind of just led me to the true crime community because I kind of was keeping up with it through the Gabby Petito thing. Actually, even prior to that, there was a KJ community. If y'all remember that case, the young girl.
Speed this up. People want their candles. Speed it up.
Well, oh no, you can go ahead and do that. Ain't none of this important. ain't none of this of any merit. This is bullshit story how I got here.
You could have just I went to multiple communities, but honestly, Jules, am I wrong about what I know my delivery is a little tough, but am I wrong about what I'm saying? Where'd Jules go?
No, I'm here. I was getting me a Diet Coke. No, you're right, but also people that tend toward perfectionism. Even the simplest of tasks looks really big and huge, and if you're battling with a pig that you didn't want, then it can make it a lot bigger. So it's a lot more complicated than But you're right. You just, if there's something you want to do, buckle down and do it. Don't let anything get in your way.
Exactly.
You know what? Damn it, Tyler Feller said that I should start a damn show that he thinks it would do fantastic, and that right there about just sold me. Damn it, I'm all in now.
Speaking of Tyler, I'll tell you this: Tyler sees the opposite of me. He sees that if you believe in God, you can make things happen. So either way, if you want to believe in yourself or you want to believe God can help you, either way, it's the same answer. Stop making excuses and just do it. There you go. And now for the candles. Hold on, let me find that YouTube comment picker again.
Shit. I have damn sure been doing a lot of praying lately. I ain't gonna lie about that.
All right. Here's the video. All right. That's it. Just filter duplicate users. Well, although I don't think there is.
I ain't gonna lie, I love that pig though.
All right.
I was fixed to ask how long you gonna keep the damn pig.
Oh yeah, he's in it for the long haul. He's moving wherever I'm moving. I love that damn thing. I hated him when he got here.
All right, 54 people. Let's do this. Ready?
I'm ready.
First candle winner is Crystal.
Yay!
Crystal wins the first candle. Woo woo! All right, next one.
Go, Crystal.
So Crystal's one.
Crystal's awesome.
And now second one. Lead with love. So Crystal lead with love. And since a lot of you guys stuck around, I give a wax melt out. Ready? Last one. Dr. Latina wins.
That's dope.
Woo, woo. So we got Dr. Latina, we got Crystal, and we got Lead with Love. Woo, woo. Y'all win. And as a matter of fact, I am going to give Dr. Latina a candle. Why? Because she asked me to order a scent a year ago that she never took. And I still have that scent. So there you go. So there you go. There's your winners. And then put it up on the community page because I always seem to forget. Congrats.
I got too much meaning in the pig now. I can't get rid of him.
Congratulations to tonight's winners of a free candle for beating Tyler in the Super Sticker Challenge. And Tyler's people, be prepared. You know he's going to try to beat me next time he goes live.
I gotta say that about him too, man. To be over in the true crime community, and for him to be as clean and wholesome and family oriented as he is, and to not get sucked into the toxicity, mad respect on that, man.
Wait, hold on one second. Jules, thank you so much for coming up. Thank you so much for being so awesome. And guys, I don't know if I don't even know if I had mods in here, but can you guys drop Jules's channel? It's now called Allegedly Innocent. Email me your address. Let me give you my email. Hold on.
You too, Jules. It was great talking to you, sweetheart. Thank you, truly. I'm fixing to have to go feed this damn pig. Speaking of the pig, you've been eating late as shit, sleeping all damn day. See, the pig's as lazy as I am. I think that's why we get along so well.
Crystal.
Oh, I love that pig, man. I do. I ain't gonna lie. I've had so many people talking shit to me about that. Bro, you're gonna have to get out of that house, no matter what. Even if you win this in court, you have to go because you have to. See, that's basically what the war is about. The war is about, we were supposed to split this house. It was a great investment property. We've been here half the mortgage. It's almost paid off. It's worth about 5 times what's owed on it right now, which I was going to tell you. That's not a lot of money, and you ain't going to retire off. Well, I don't know. I'm in pretty bad shape, so I may retire off of it. Most people wouldn't retire off of it, but it would be the biggest lump sum money I ever had in my checking account.
Wait, show the piggy. They want to see the pig.
I don't know if I can do it on this. Come on, like a actual like a webcam. Let's see if I can.
Some of you guys haven't seen the pig yet.
He's staring at me right now. He's laying in his pack and play. He's dumped his entire hay box all over my living room floor. And he's now staring at me like, hey, bro, I'm awake now. You can feed me. Let me think, how could I do this?
Make them into bacon.
Let's see.
If I had a pet pig, I'd name him Bacon.
Are y'all ready for this? Y'all want the pig's name? Notorious P.I.G. Piggy Smalls.
There you
now,
go.
Of course, that's a mouthful. We don't call him that. Just like I had a hedgehog named Will.i.am. As you can tell, I'm into like hip hop. Actually, I don't know why I went with that name. I'm into a lot of music, but I just call him P. P Money, LP, Sweet Pea, Peanut. I call him all kinds of things. He answers to pretty much anything. I mean, he's not as small as like, he ain't like county, fair prize winning Sal. But I knew a whole bunch of people that went and got potbelly pigs thinking they were going to stay like little bitty cute Instagram pigs, and they ended up with a 250-pound pig. Now, that's still pretty damn small for a pig, but that's still pretty big. Mine is what's called a Juliana, which like full grown, they're supposed to be about 50 to 75 pounds, so about like an English bulldog. Mine's a little on the big side, probably about 100 pounds, but he's still only about knee height, about knee height, about 2.5, 3 foot long. I'm trying to think of how I can. Here's what I can do.
Just turn it on. Nobody cares if your house is a mess.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's mounted to the thing. Like I can't move that one. Let me see if I can find the link again. I'll just join it on my phone. I'll just walk over there and do it on my phone. I'll just mute it. Actually, I think I still have the link. Let's see. Yes, I do still have the link. All right, hold on. I'll just join it on my phone. I'll walk over there. Let's see. I'll mute everything. Mute that. All right, here we go.
Willow joined.
There he is. There's Piggy. That's Piggy Smalls. Just call him Bacon.
The pig is something else, man. The pig is something else.
That's Piggy. Ain't he cute?
Like I said, he's not, tiny, but I mean, he's not like, I mean, he got teeth on him. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I had, people come over with their kids and whatnot. I mean, pigs are kind of sketchy. So I had people come over with the kids. They're like, oh, he's so cute. Can Braden touch him? Will he bite? Probably. Just gonna be honest, he might. I mean, I'd be lying if I said he hadn't bit me before. He has.
Hey, I had an idea. Why don't you start a pig channel?
Dude, I have had so many people say, bro.
Notorious PIG.
That's literally, I've had so many people hit me up about doing a pretty much just that. It's just a pig vlog of a day in the life of a pig parent, because it is a handful, man. It's like having a 100-pound 2-year-old walk around your house. You have to baby proof everything. I got baby gates all around this house. I got locks on every cabinet. I mean, he walks around with his nose cemented to the ground 24/7. So he's just constantly, if anything is out that he can get to, oh, absolutely, he's getting in it. He is a trip, man. They're cool pets, though. They are. But they're kind of like a giant chihuahua. They become kind of accustomed to one person, and that's it. They just don't much care for anybody else. So it makes it kind of hard. And rehoming them is almost undoable. Most of them end up being put down because nobody can deal with them. They get kind of, acclimated to whoever. So I can never get rid of them at this point, And I've had people hit me up going, bro, if you didn't have that pig, you could move here. If you didn't have that pig, you could probably get in this place a little bit cheaper. If you didn't have, dude, leaving the pig is out of the question. I mean, it's just, it's not happening. The pig goes where I go.
Crystal said she dates someone with such a cute pig.
The pig, hey, I'm going to tell you, the pig has made me well more popular than I probably should be. I'll even say this. There is a little intro that somebody made me for the channel, and it heavily revolves around the pig. I will tell you that. The intro for my channel right now heavily revolves around the pig.
Animal channels do well.
The whole theme of the channel is kind of branded after the pig. Like it is. Even our Discord server, there's already a Discord server up for the channel, and it's even referred to as the pig pen. So yeah, the pig is a pivotal part of where we're going. But how does it work out in the long term as far as true crime, drama, sports, cultural politics? Yeah, I have no idea. Nobody may get it. They may look at it and just go, dude, this is weird. We don't know what this channel's about. He has a pig for a mascot. This is strange.
Does he sleep in your bed?
He does if he wants to, but for the most part, he has an ottoman that he really loves. So he has his own little chair at this point. It's his own little chair and his ottoman. He's kind of lays half and half across them sometimes. And on occasion, he'll try to climb up in the recliner with me. Like I usually just kick back in the recliner and watch TV and pass out. Especially the last few months of like single life. Yeah, man, I don't even hardly go to bed anymore. But the pig will try to sneak up in the recliner with you, and that's an experience because he doesn't mean to be mean, but he has no couth at all when he gets up. He just walks across your body, and you have not lived until you had a 100-pound hoof on your chest. Oof.
I don't know, but that's what Winston does. Winston thinks, even though Winston's small, Winston thinks that he can just jump on me, scratch me. He thinks he owns me. I'm like, yo, you don't own me, little man.
Walk right across, you don't care. Just strolls right across.
I can't even hug one of the kids without him freaking out. He like barks and barks and barks till somebody picks him up. Like he has to have all the attention. It's crazy. Thank you, Love My Boots. A white unicorn with rainbow hair. Notorious PIG is adorable. He is adorable. Thank you so much, Love My Boots.
He's really funny when he does this thing called they blow out their coat, and then he becomes a bald pig for about 3 months, just like pure naked pig ass, just pink pig with gray and black spots, just naked, just naked pig.
Hold on, you got an apology here. Lynn says, Willow, I owe you an apology. I was a complete dick to you earlier, and you didn't deserve that. I've been listening this whole time, and you have grown on me. You seem like a pretty guy. I'm sorry.
Lynn, I swear to God, I was just being an asshole. I promise it didn't bother me, sweetheart. Not at all. I've been, man, I'm on, okay. I'm going to be real with you. The other thing that got one of my last channels in trouble is I have this kind of, I want you to call it an absolutist. I have this really, really kind of thing about blocking and timing people out. So I generally just let anything go. You know, I don't even, look, if you're doxing, okay, now you can hear the pig. He's awake now. He has walked right up to me. He is standing at my feet, nipping at my toes. I kind of just let whatever go in the chat for the most part, unless you're doxing somebody's address or something. I don't really care. I kind of look at it as something for the chat to do, fight amongst yourselves. I don't care. And that's got me in trouble before, it has. But so I'm pretty used to it. My channel, all of my channels prior to now have kind of become a safe space for like trolls and just general asshole comments. So yeah, that was mild. Being told I talk too much. Oh, dude, I get that all the time. I mean, my mama says that shit to me. Dude, yeah, my whole family rags me about it. Take a breath, bro.
See, but I'm the type of person, I'll just tell them, shut up. Like, all right. Enough.
That's what all my friends do. They're like, dude, will you shut the fuck up for a second? Give me a second, please. Stop talking. Thank you.
That's it.
Yeah. All the time. I'm totally cool with it. But
Just
thank
like
you,
I'm gonna tell them, shut up. But honestly, Lynn, we were pretty much done with it though. Like, there's only so much you can talk about. I honestly was gonna go live tonight for an hour and a half. That was my whole life. We've been on how many hours now?
5 hours.
Has it really been that long?
That's what it says on this side, 456.
Damn. That's too long.
That is a minute, yes. That is a minute. And I'm still supposed to go in here and make something to eat at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I started at 8:30. It's now 1:30. Holy shit.
No
I'm
doubt,
never
right?
gonna grow having these 5-hour streams. I'll tell you that much.
See, and that's the thing, man. I've been thinking about that too. It seems like everybody that goes viral and has super blow up moments do it on like 5-minute videos.
Oh, absolutely.
Or shorts. These shorts right now, I know channels. There's channels. I just saw, I'm not even gonna say who it is because I don't know how y'all feel about them over here. It is a DC channel. And I didn't even know, but I saw a short of theirs today and I clicked on it. That shit had 164,000 views on this 30-something second video.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn. Them shorts are, it goes to show you the attention span of people on the internet most of the time. That's why TikTok's so big. People want their content 30 seconds at a time. That's it.
See, but I go by numbers too. Like if I'm here and I'm going on 3 hours and my numbers have not really dropped, well, people want to hear it. People want to stay. If my numbers take a big dip, all right, it's time to go. But I really do need to lessen them. Especially because I left my kitchen a mess. I told you guys I'm doing reorganization of my entire life. And every drawer, every closet, every cabinet is getting completely overhauled and getting rid of all the junk. And it's taken me forever. So I have been doing this. I left the kitchen a mess with half drawers open and figured, all right, I'll go live for like an hour and a half. And yeah, that didn't happen. So now we're on 5 hours. I still got to go clean the kitchen. I still got to eat dinner.
Yeah, see,
I don't have Willow's channel.
I haven't
Willow, what's your channel?
This actually is it. WJW Willow. I mean, it's the one I'm on.
WJW Willow.
Yeah. It should bring up my little skull icon. I don't even know how many subs I got. There's not many. I mean, it's a small little channel. There's like nothing on there. There's like 4 or 5 old ass acoustic videos from like 15 years ago of just me and a buddy of mine sitting around somebody's house. I don't even remember whose house it was, if I'm being totally honest. Somebody posted them on my Facebook a long time ago, and they're just kind of cell phone quality videos, so I didn't really want to put them on the website, so I just stuck them on that channel.
Dixieland Disciples?
10, 12 years ago. Yeah.
Here's his link. And but I am gonna shut down because I am exhausted.
Like a baked potato. Is
she really live? Hold on. Queen Bee is live. talking about Dylan Rounds. Oh, speaking of Dylan Rounds, I was watching or listening to somebody. I can't remember who it was, but they were saying that Dylan had a pet when he was young, and something happened, and he ended up eating it. Like they ended up eating it, and Dylan was like brokenhearted after that. I can't remember the whole story, but I heard it right before I went live. I just can't remember the whole story, but it tore him up.
That's a weird case, man.
Oh, it's you, Tyler. What's the story? I forgot. I love you too, Kim.
I haven't kept up with it super closely the last couple of weeks.
No, I've been listening to Tyler about it. I've listened to a couple of people. I don't remember. No, it was like a pet cow or a pet something, and they ended up cooking it. Dylan had a pet cow that they ate for dinner.
Oh, that's shitty.
And he's been torn up. Like it really tore him up.
Like,
oh, you think it was a pig? Either way.
No, because pigs got character, man. Like, at least a cow just mopes around. This pig is in my hallway right now, mounting a protest to go out on the front porch. He's beating the hell out of the door as we speak.
A steer. All right, it was a steer, so it was a cow.
Okay, see,
I guess they just wanted that steak.
I can see where that's a little traumatic for a child. You've been out here petting and feeding this dude for a year or so. Now all of a sudden.
Yes, Seymour, organize your house, organize your life. But I'm so, like, I went and bought paint today to repaint the doors and trim, and I don't know, I just got on this organization kick. Oh, it's on Dylan's missing page. Okay. I haven't been there, but I heard it was Tyler that spoke about it. Yeah, do you eat pork and bacon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. 100%.
Threaten him, like I used to do that to Buka when he would act up. I was like, do you want to go back to the pound? And he would sit up and he would be perfect. He totally understood me. So you should tell the pig, you want to be turned into bacon.
I remember the first time I ever walked in when he was a baby. There's this little barbecue joint up the road. I go in and buy a couple pounds of barbecue. It's football season. Come walking in, he just stared at it. Stared at this bag, like the smell of just barbecue, I guess. And I guess, I don't know. Maybe he knew what it was. Maybe he didn't. I felt horrible. I looked at him like, bro, I'm so sorry about this, man. I didn't think about it. I almost didn't want to eat.
Kate, is it on YouTube or TikTok?
Who, me?
No, I was talking to Kate.
Oh. I have a TikTok. I ain't done shit with it.
I made a good video of animals that I never posted. I don't know why I didn't post it. But I took some TikTok. Yeah, does the pig eat pork?
Oh, one time I did drop some bacon bits, and he damn sure found them, and he didn't want it. So I guess, yo, he ate it. Oh, absolutely. You can't drop any food around him.
You think he was eating his brother?
Dude, I'm telling you, pigs are, and it's anything. Like they have a thing for hard candy. Like if you have a Jolly Rancher in your pocket and you sit down, he will frisk you down with that nose. And that nose hurts. Like it's like raw, straight muscle and kind of sandpapery. And he will root that Jolly Rancher or that peppermint or any kind of hard candy. Yes, pigs are allowed to eat it. Pigs are allowed to eat almost anything humans eat. I mean, he'll walk around with a Jolly Rancher in his mouth for 20 minutes just smacking. Same as bubble gum. If he gets loud, obnoxious, like a pacifier, you can throw him a piece of bubble gum. He just walks around the house for like 30, 45 minutes, just this loud, obnoxious. But he will just spit it out on your floor. He won't eat it. He'll just spit it out, and then you'll find it unknowingly. And there went your son.
You probably eat my little Winsty. But I am going to, Kate, I can't play it because it's YouTube. I got to be careful with YouTube. I'm fighting his strike, and they forwarded it. So now they're either going to remove it or he's going to take me to court. Either way.
Wait, who struck you?
Fucking Duty Ron.
Wait, the dude that I was talking about earlier interviewing Sammy?
The cop. The ex-cop, not the cop.
Is that who that is?
Yeah,
I've heard that name before. I never knew that.
Video. And thank you for coming up. Yeah, he struck me. And I think
know.
because he didn't like what I had to say about him. And I didn't even say anything bad. But he didn't strike me because of that. He struck me because he didn't like what I had to say. So I fought it, and YouTube forwarded it to him. So now he's gotta either take me to court or they'll put it back up.
I don't understand that. Like, look, I'm a firm believer that you can sell an audience of why they should donate to your channel. And I think there's reasonable arguments to be made. If you're a true crime channel and your objective is to get information, accurate information out to find missing persons, and you have a problem with me sharing a video to my audience that may not cross over with your audience, that we may not share as many overlapping subs as you would think, for you to cock block that says to me that you're not really in this for missing persons.
Exactly. There's
no way to spin that. There's no other way to spin it.
Besides Doug, which was a personal thing, I don't care. Look up my name. You'll find 1,000 fucking videos of me. I don't like people. Like, one, especially in true crime. I don't care who uses my videos in true crime. I just don't care. Like, if you, I care about these hate channels, but if you're another true crime creator and I do an interview and you want to show it, I don't give a shit.
I don't care about the 24-hour rule. I'll say that now. The only thing I would ask is if I'm the one that lands this cool interview and I've got 3,800 subs and you've got 112,000, at least give me a shout out, man. Throw my link in your chat. You know what I'm saying? Throw it in the description. Just give me a little, give me something, that'd be about it. I ain't gonna strike you for it. I kind of have this belief that if I put this out there for the world to see, it's out there for the taking. That's just kind of the way I've always looked at the internet. If I put out even some repulsively stupid shit that I really wish I could take back, if I put it out there, then it's out there in the ethos, man. Help yourself. You want to clip it? You want to make fun of me? You think you can hold me down and back me into a corner of some hypocrisy? Knock yourself out. Do note that I will retort, but go for it.
Like, if I use an unknown video, like the guy that interviewed Sammy Smith, I went into his stream as soon as I saw him live. I gave him a super chat. I told him thank you. It was a great interview. I showed it on my channel, and I know that Ichtmel sent that to him as well. I'm sure a lot of people didn't thank him. I'm sure a lot of people didn't ask him to use it. He's not striking everybody that's used it, like, I just don't even understand why, if you want, and okay, so you did too. If you want to use somebody's material, you can ask them, you can super chat them, you can, thank them. But Duty Ron struck me like almost immediately. Like, why? Why are you striking me for trying to get real information? I use Gray all the time. Like, I'll use, if he's got something and we're working a case, and when I say working a case, talking about a case, and someone has stuff that I don't have or vice versa, go ahead and use it. Like, how else are you going to get real information out there? You could tell everybody, hey, do me a favor, go watch this video. But is it about numbers or is it about getting your audience? Like, there's a lot of people on my channel that will never watch Duty Ron because they do not like him. And there's many people that watch Duty Ron that do not like me. So the odds of our paths crossing are slim to none. So people that will never watch him want to see that interview. What's the big deal? CM, because they're both fucking pussies.
Duty Ron, I don't know. It just makes me think of like Will Ferrell movie or something. I don't know. The name gets me. So what did he tell Tyler? Tyler said he emailed him, asked him if he could use it. I wonder what he told him.
But nobody is associated with them. It was about Candace. It's not about Duty Ron. And that's what I don't get. Nobody was focusing on Duty Ron. It was about Candace. That's it. Exactly. It's a free advertisement for your channel. But it's about, it really is about getting your channel out there. But it's about getting the right information out.
So he told Tyler he could use it. But he struck you. That's shitty.
Chris McDonough struck me too. I fought that.
That's so shitty. Like, I don't know, man. I mean, watching Bullhorn Betty fight everybody who said anything about her was comedic to me. Like, that was a good one. But some of these bigger channels, man, I just don't understand what I mean. Absolutely, if there's no crossover between our sub count or very little, I mean, I'm totally fine with it, especially if it's my face on camera. So it's not like they can't see that it's me. It's not like they don't know that there's somebody else conducting this interview. So I have no problem with that. And also, in fairness, that's kind of why I know a lot of the people in the chat want to fight with Gray. I know you and Gray have your moments. I gotta give dabs so, man. You know, y'all could be arguing hardcore from the panel in the chat. And then in the middle of this argument, hey, can I play such and such from yours? Your audio's better. Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. You got to respect that, man. You got to respect it. Nothing personal. Go ahead. We can argue, but you can still use my shit. That's cool.
And like, I'll give you an example. Great. And I always use this as an example because I think it's such a phenomenal video. Gray put out a video years ago about the Jodi Arias trial. If you guys have not seen this video, check it out. Ask Gray to drop the link. It is one of the most phenomenal videos I've ever seen on Jodi Arias and a reconstruction of the scene and the murder.
That woman was
Gray put so much time and effort into this video. Like, it is real recreation. This was before live shows. And the talent in that was unbelievable. And I've always said that. And I've showed the video, you know, with his permission. He's been on my channel and he showed it. Something like that I would never take from someone because of how much work it went into it. And that's not like a public domain kind of thing because you put fucking hours upon hours upon hours into that video. He made a complete 3D model and made many made many videos using it, took forever. Something like that is worth a copyright strike. You can't take something like that. I mean, that's some hard ass work. And if you see it, when you see it, you'll know what I'm talking about. But that's something that you copyright for if someone was to take that. But this is an interview. Like, you didn't do anything but call this woman an interviewer. That's not copyright worthy. Same thing with Chris McDonough. That's the difference. And that's why I don't have respect for people that strike over an interview, because that's about views and money. Something like Gray put out with his Jodi Arias video, I'm sure he did a ton others, but this one just sticks out. But that's worthy. That's content that I'd be pissed if somebody just stole because of all the hours I put into it. Someone that does animation, like real animation, I would never steal stuff like that. That takes forever. You know, but that's the difference. That's why when you get struck from these people who do nothing but just got lucky and had someone on their channel, that's ridiculous to me. Yeah, press conferences should never be copyrighted. That interview shouldn't be it's just stupid. Copyright people that you're putting in hours upon days of work in software that cost a shitload of money and a shitload more money to learn. That's copyright, where copyright should be, not some bullshit because you had an interview.
I've never actually struck anybody. I've never even reported anything. Even things that I've seen that I think are really borderline unethical. I've never reported anything. It kind of goes to my absolutism. You know, it's kind of one of those things that I feel like an asshole if I do it. So I just don't. I assume nature will take its course if somebody else wants to report it. The only way I could see myself really ever striking somebody, at least as of right now, just thinking about it, is paywall. In other words, if I have a bunch of members and they are paying for private content, be it Patreon or a members only thing or something of that nature, and this is private paid for money content, you have now taken something that was paid for by people, that was an item being sold, and you've now taken my entire stream because somebody copied it and you put it out. That I could see myself probably coming at you for.
I have a problem with that. I had that happen to me, and I copyright strike them. But that's different.
Well, I can make the argument the other way too. That I do believe to some degree.
Nope. There's no argument the other way.
Well, the only thing I'll say is
no.
For it, though.
When people pay, I'll give you an example because I just went through this. When people pay for Patreon. I'll use Patreon as an example because I just went through this. Patreon, I have a Patreon Discord. I have a members Discord, but people pay for that Discord. So, and when not pay for the Discord, but that's a bonus of being a Patreon is they have their own Discord, and it is strictly for paying members. So some people will cancel Patreon and still expect to stay in Discord. You can't do that. Doesn't matter how long they've been there. You can't do that because people pay for that exclusivity. And once people stop paying, that's when you get people taking screenshots out and, taking screenshot. But when they pay, a lot of times you won't have to do that.
And I've had people ask me, they're like, well, what makes it any different? And the reality of it is just that. It is an exclusivity thing. Most people who are funding a channel or supporting a channel monetarily are a lot less likely to, I hate to use the term disloyal, but these are people who support your channel so much monetarily that they are a lot less likely to take shit out of this Discord server and take it over to the drama community or take it over to wherever and gas fire. So it does create a little more trustworthy environment. And so, yeah, absolutely. If somebody takes something out from behind a paywall, I'm going to have a problem with it. And like I said, I understand too.
It's not a paywall. You're giving your members, and I'll use paywall. It wouldn't be Patreon, it'd be members because Patreon is separate. But for YouTube, let's look at members. Your members support you. They're your commercial. It's the best way I can look at it. They are your commercial. Every TV show, every radio show, everything has sponsors. Your members are your sponsors. So you're not putting it behind a paywall. You're giving back to the people that support you, your sponsors. I don't know why people say it's a paywall. It's not a paywall. It's your sponsors, and you're giving something to your sponsors, just like people that spend $1 million on a commercial spot in the Super Bowl. They get extra. They get a special time because they're paying more money. That's just the way of the world. So when people say, oh, they put it behind a paywall. No, I didn't. I gave it to the people that sponsor me and support me. That's it. Just like tonight when I said, every time I do something, meaning like, okay, I did this contest with him, and if I can get, super chats, so my way of giving back and saying thank you for that is giving them candles. And that's my way to say thank you. I could not give anything, but that's just my way. I will also do stuff for members and Patreon separately because it's my way of saying thank you. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a paywall. It's just you're giving appreciation to the people that support you, that sponsor you, not support, because everyone supports, sponsor.
I ain't gonna lie to you. YouTube taking 40% everything pisses me off. I ain't gonna bullshit. I could see myself possibly doing like a Streamlabs thing on the screen or some of that. YouTube pisses me off with the way they do things. However, I will say from a couple of my buddies that did some of the beta testing stuff back when the members thing was just for a few select channels, I have come to the conclusion that if you have monetization and you will do a channel member thing and you will push people to join the membership, even if it's just the $2 tier, whatever, it does seem to buy channels a little, I don't want to say it makes you untouchable, but it buys you a little bit of a safety net with YouTube because you're making the house money. You are generating, some sort of revenue for the platform. And I think that helps. I think that is some sort of a safety net moving forward, especially the bigger your channel gets. But them taking 40% of super chats and shit like that, God almighty. Ain't that what it is? It's 35, 40%, something crazy. I don't know what they take for memberships, but goodness gracious, dude. YouTube.
Exactly. It's no different than Etsy, eBay, Amazon. They're taking their cut. And thank you, Coffee. And Army of Two, welcome. But I know paywall isn't like a bad thing, but I do hear it a lot. Oh, they put it behind a paywall. And I think the mentality is just different because the mentality is these are your sponsors, plain and simple. And your sponsors deserve something extra. Just like people want to say like, oh, well, this one is, you know, you're nicer to her because they pay you more money. Okay, in the Super Bowl, do you not give a better slot to someone that pays more money? Of course you do. It's just business.
That's my thing right there. There it is. See, I remember back in the day when it was like 30%. I thought, okay, I can roll with that a little bit. When it started getting 40%, that bothered me. And I'm gonna tell you specifically just a short thing real quick why I had a problem with super chats. So in that other community from back in 2016, 2017, they did this thing called Super Chats for Good. It's a feature you could activate that all super chats go to whatever charity, as long as it's a charity that they recognize. They did this thing, oddly enough, I want to say it was for Children's Hospital, if I remember correctly. And basically, this was an edgy channel. They really pushed the envelope. A lot of things get said on this channel that were just, well, actually, a lot of people know who it is. Ethan Ralph, the Ralph Retort, the Kill Stream. Back in 2016, 2017, this guy was still relatively normal. Now he's kind of become a lolcow of sorts. But at any rate, this one stream raised like $20,000. And YouTube, basically a lot of people got hit. Moderators, Google moderators run the chat time and shit out. They were rejecting super chats because of language and certain things, and it just kind of got weird. And so then later on, when he gets his monetization back, or maybe he didn't actually lose, I don't remember the case story. But anyway, when it jumped up to 40%, I just always thought it was ironic that so you'll strike a channel, you'll shut a channel down, you'll cite a channel for mean words, but you'll gladly take 40% of those mean words. Got it.
I was making a lot of money on my channel that got shut down.
I've always made money on another channel,
and
I forgot about that.
And I was making way more on that channel. And
what happened with that?
I don't know. And I couldn't even get it back. I tried getting it back. I couldn't even get it back. I was like, wow, they hate me.
I remember that. That's when I first started coming around. So I remember you had 2 different channels, and
I had 3 monetized channels. Now I have 2 monetized channels. The problem is I can't remember my password for one of them, and I can't get into it.
Oh shit!
I still have members and stuff. I can't get in it. I don't know. Not the password. I don't remember the email. I've tried every email. I cannot remember the email. I'm like, one day it's gonna hit me.
Dude, that sucks.
I can't get in it. I don't remember the email.
Okay, so maybe I only knew about the 2 channels then. Okay, because I don't think I knew about a third one. I don't think I did.
No, I have Intrepid. I have Light Perplex, which is now, what did I change it to? Stop Stalking Me, You Freaks. And I have this one. So.
Oh, shit. Gee, let me guess who that one's about.
Stop Stalking Me, You Freaks.
Dude, she is obsessive.
Oh my God, obsessive is an understatement. Totally.
I've never seen, look, I mean, there are plenty of lolcow channels, farming channels as they call them, where, you know, a creator has 5, 6, maybe 8 people they like to juggle. It's pretty much the same people everybody knows right now around this community. Letitty of Love Notes for TLC, Shani, Rev, G-Man. It's a lot of the same people.
I don't watch any of them. I find nothing interesting about watching a train wreck like them. I just don't.
Dude, people love it, man. People love absolute trash fire TV. I don't know.
Maybe I'm just too old, but I mean, I've watched her. There's nothing. I mean, to me, I find her entertaining, but I can't watch her for more than like 20 minutes at all in like a week because it's the same monotone voice. I'm talking about Letitia. Same monotone voice, same nonsense, same bullshit over and over.
Over and over. It's my life sucks. It's all y'all's fault. I'm way smarter than y'all, despite I live in a car and have nothing.
Yep.
You know, and that's, to be honest with you, kind of the reason why I've steered clear of that kind of commentary, because I can sum up everything I want to say about her in about 10 minutes. So therefore, how can I completely keep kicking this horse for the next 6 weeks? You know, it's like, I feel like it just gets repetitive if I keep commenting the same things, because everything I would say about her, I could pretty much say in one video, because it's the same thing over and over and over.
I agree, but that's how I feel about BHB. It's how I feel about Dolly. It's how I feel about a lot of them. And I agree, Gray. There are a lot of crap channels right now.
Dolly,
a lot of true crime nonsense.
Look, I make a
lot. Oh, thank you, Amber. Thank you. Whoops. I knew
I put it back to private it back. Look, man, I used to be really cool with Dolly. A lot of people know me from over there. I spent a lot of time on that panel and on that show when he first started doing panels. Me and him just hit it off. We're both musicians. We both have a lot of similar views about things, a lot of which are not popular. I do like him. As a human being, I like him. He is fun. He's entertaining to watch. He's actually a good host. And he puts some effort into his show, man. He does. Now, well, I don't think he puts a lot of effort in the true crime aspect. To give daps, most of that was Avery. He worked a bunch of hours, so most of the time his content, as far as what he was talking about, was whatever the chat brought him. The chat was kind of the content, but he was a good MC and he knew how to keep it going and make it funny and entertaining, and he was good at that. And he does put the Turtle Island thing. Okay, the Turtle Island thing is basically a drama baiting. That's what it is. It's drama baiting. It's drama baiting for one of y'all to get pissed off one day when he goes at y'all to engage. The same thing with the Dolly Bomb.
None of us watch them. None of us care.
The Dolly Bomb thing was the same thing. That's a trick that you used to see in Twitch a lot, where basically I'm going to send all of my chat over into your chat. I got 300 people. You got 1,300 people. So I'm going to send all my people over there, but I'm going to come in peace. I'm going to bring hearts and bombs and likes and super chats. But that way you can't really get pissed off, because if you block any of my people or hit me for coming in being nice, you look like an asshole. But at the same time, we come in, run your likes up, run your views up for a minute, add a bunch of subs, some super chats. Of course, everybody in the chat is now going to come over to my channel and see who I am. It's kind of I kind of call it sub poaching. I mean, it's pretty much what it is. It's a polite way to come in and sub poach off of another channel. And is it unethical? I mean, I don't know. I guess to each their own. It's clever, but where I had a problem with Dolly, if I'm being honest, is when he started agreeing with me on all the same shit. We both felt the same way about going to people's jobs and getting them fired, i.e., Betty and Molly. Now these people are mods in his chat. Now he's going to locations and he's showing up and playing curbside reporter and doing all the shit he used to call these people out for. Now he's doing it.
Yes,
I don't know. That's just what bothered me, man. I don't have a personal problem with him. I really
got infested with Bullhorn Butthead, and
that was over there now.
That was the end of him.
She's a mod there. Justin's a mod there. Molly's a mod there. And they're all like bestest buddies, man. They all got matching henna tattoos and little turtle tats, and they're all rubbing tips and shit.
I stay as far away from it as possible. I do not mess with them. I do not. Nope. I think they're all a bunch of phonies, and that's who they are, and it's all good.
And then the only other one I really paid much attention to was Benny. And I have kind of a mixed view about him, man. I know a lot of people really like him. I don't know him. I've never spoke to him. Benny.
I don't even want to discuss Benny on my channel. I do not do Benny.
Oh, do y'all? Okay, I didn't know if y'all had a history or not. See, I don't know much about him.
I don't have a history with him. He's just not somebody. He's a version of JT. He really is. He's a real lifer. He's a liar. I just don't even fuck with it.
To be honest with you, that's why I said I had a mixed bag from him. The first video I ever found, people kept talking about him. I just randomly picked a video one day. I don't even know who Ziggy is. Couldn't tell you. Don't know anything about him. I know it's a female. That's it. That's all I know about Ziggy. But I went on a random video. I just picked this one day, and it was pretty much a live stream dox. I mean, I was like, God almighty, is that cool over here? I thought doxing was kind of uncouth in all communities, really. I mean, there's definitely seemed to be a disagreement with some people about what doxing is. To me, maybe my view is a little bit different. Look, I'm not going to sit and tell you I ain't had strange people hit me in the DMs. Absolutely, I've had strange people off the internet hit me in the DMs. And I would be lying to you if I said I didn't do a little quick sweep of who they are and how the hell they found me. To me, that's not doxing. Looking up your information is not doxing. It's when I put your information out that's doxing.
I agree.
I'm sorry if you hit me up and somehow got my email or my phone number. Chances are I'm going to go through all your social media before I decide if I'm going to respond to you. I'm just going to tell you straight up I do. I don't mean I'm going to put it out, but I mean, you hit me up. So, of course, I'm going to check you out. I don't think that's doxing. A lot of people think that's a problem. I think that's just constructive observation. I mean,
doxing is putting out information, private information that oh, hold on. Before, totally off subject, I forgot to show this before, and I was just looking for Robbie to see if this was the sign they were talking about. I forgot to show this before. Hang on. Back to Kiely for a minute. Okay. Okay. So Ariel Anderson says Mags is her sister, and they definitely went together. Do you know anything about the friendship between Kiely and Sammy? Just that they're new friends and not what I would consider close at all. Kiely has a very knit group, a very tight knit group of friends. So then someone says, well, what are your thoughts about Sam's statements and interviews? And then that's all I got. I don't know why there's not more, but that's all I got.
See,
Is there a troll? Is that a troll? Oh, is there? No. If I don't know. Yeah. Is there more to it? One juror matters. Like, did she ever answer? But Robbie, is this the sign you're talking about? Is that the one you're talking about? Oh, that's all I was able to capture. Because there are two signs. Yeah, one juror matters. You weren't here early. I said I got all the stuff from you.
That's I don't know. I mean, we may find out that these kids look, people say that snitching's bad, and it is bad and not cool at all. But is somebody who's been in a lot of courtrooms, I can say this. Somebody always snitches. Always. If you sell dope for a living, if you think that's a good way to crowdfund, let me tell you something. It's not a matter of if you get busted. It's just a matter of when you get busted. That's not a profession people tend to retire from. And the more heinous a crime is, and the more people know about it, I assure you, somebody gonna rat your ass out. Even in the most gangster of ghetto hood culture, people still rat. I mean, that's how people get busted. So either this was sleuthy and underhanded and it was something kind of ambushy, or it's going to come out. There's no way that this shit went down in front of 100 kids and somebody ain't see something. And kids like FaceTime. They like social media. They like fame. Somebody going to tell somebody something. That's what made me come to the conclusion. I think she went and passed out in her car. If she stayed at that party, I think she went and passed out in that car. And if she went and passed out in that car, then God knows what happened. I mean,
I don't think she passed out in the car. I don't even think she was there for long.
She may not have been. I mean, we obviously know the only person that we're really getting anything from is Sammy.
I agree.
That's, I would love to tell you that all 18-year-olds are super trustworthy and as good as gold, but not the case, man. And I just don't see how she was that tight with them. And especially after hearing the part about homeschooling, and that's ultimately how she graduated so young, which means when COVID hit around 14, she entered high school and just racked out 4 years and 2 years, which means, yeah, she hadn't hung out with anybody really in a school situation since she was 12, 13 years old. So no, she couldn't have been that close to these people.
Absolutely, yeah, but it doesn't mean she wasn't friends. Sage's ex that she just broke up with, he's homeschooled. He still hangs out with tons of kids.
I actually did a homeschool thing briefly in my career. But I was still relatively in the scene, but I'd also been, all the way up through high school. I was born and raised in this tiny little town. So everybody kind of knew everybody. My parents were kind of the cool parents. My parents are very Roseanne and Dan Connor. That's the way my parents were. It's kind of the way my house was. I had very smart ass, cynical parents, but they were biker and hippie. And like,
yeah, right, Lindsay, Willow, it all makes sense now. I agree.
It does, right? I was raised up with, outlaw bikers and beatnik hippie flower child mother, who was just sarcastically smart assy. And my dad was one of those old school manly man, ex-military biker who, if you got a problem, Robitussin. Stomach hurts, you deal with it. You got a problem, man up. Swallow it down deep in your pit and just work through it. I mean, that's kind of the way it was in my house. And Definitely not the way this generation works. So we were never a big feeling household. That was not the thing. Everything was done in joke format.
But I have to get off.
Yeah. I gotta go feed this pig.
6 hours. Yeah, 5.5 hours. Sometimes
See, at least I got that down.
Enough is enough.
Give me a 5-minute conversation. I can stretch that shit for 3 hours, man.
See, that's why you should start a channel.
I can make anything a conversation.
There you go. All right, but I'm getting off. So, thank you for coming up. Thank you for spending the night, and I will see you tomorrow. So, guys, everyone, I want to thank you guys. Thank you guys for having me be Tyler. Woo woo. And I will see you all tomorrow, 8:30, because that is my time slot now. And that's it. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful night and peace out.
Later, guys. Miss Laura, thank you for having me, sweetheart.
Peace out, Bean Sprouts. And again, Tyler's people, be prepared. He's going to try to come at you. Let me see. Actually, let me see how many I did tonight. Hold on. So Tyler knows what he could try to beat. Give me a moment. Oh. Because we had all different numbers. All right. Let's see. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. Now I lost it. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold on. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 28, 29, 30. Exactly 30. So, Tyler, you're going to have to beat 30. I doubled you. So, there you go. All right. The county was Tyler. All right, this is what happened. This is how this whole thing started. Tyler had my arch enemy on his channel tonight, and they were doing a super chat or super sticker. So, Tyler asked my arch enemy how many super stickers he should get or super chats. So he said 8. So Tyler doubled it with 13. Being that it was my arch enemy, I said, well, you know what? Let's double it. Let's do bigger. So I was aiming for 20. And then I said, if I get 20, I'm going to give away a candle. Then I said, someone said, we'll double it and you'll give out 2 candles. I said, that's a good idea. So that's how we ended up with 30. So, all right, I am out. I will see you guys later. Have a wonderful night. Thank you guys. Candle winners, email me your address. I need address and, well, I already have your email because you're sending it. And I will send it out. Some of them I have to make, like I have some made, but doctors I got to make. Doc I got to make because I happen to have her sent. So, with that said, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. I promise you guys I will try to do 8:30 every night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.